so homed across the North Sea on D/F loop, which luckily was not jammed. Homed onto the base on SBA beam, breaking cloud at 250 feet to find fog, rain, and visibility about 300 yards and deteriorating. R/T then packed up, so after circling for 10 minutes at 200 feet, landed without permission in appalling conditions. An account of the landing by Tom Leake, the Owen crew bomb aimer, in an interview recorded in his later years, provides a little more in the way of colour. So, he, Owen, said, "Well, look lads, I'm going to land." The navigator, Bill Shires, got very concerned and said, "If you land without permission, this could be a court-martial." "Yes, and if we don't try to land, it could be a coffin for us." So the navigator called out again. He said, "But the runway's not clear. There's an aircraft still on the runway." "Oh well," Charles Owen said, "we'll have to take that chance." Meanwhile, all the other aircraft were circling around and he came down low, and we could just see one or two of the perimeter lights at a time, but it was very difficult to see much. He came in and the flight engineer helped him to try and pick out the flare path, and we landed with a terrific bump and shot up in the air, but it was the best landing we ever made. 8 Lancasters landed at Bourne despite the difficult conditions, but a further 5 ran out of fuel and crashed in the vicinity of Bourne, Gravelly, and Gransden. Although pilots struggled to make out the runways, the fires from crashed aircraft were clearly and unnervingly visible. 28 men were killed that night, and a further 7 injured, all of them experienced men who formed the backbone of the squadron. 2 crews led by pilots Smith and Mooney diverted further north, but still failed to find an airfield to take them. They resorted to their parachutes and landed safely, their aircraft crashing near Ely and Whiten. Together with 1 aircraft missing in action, the squadron had lost 8 Lancasters, nearly half of their operational strength, and their single largest loss of their war. It was perhaps the losses of 97 Squadron on Black Thursday that led to the Comans crew being assigned to the squadron 2 weeks later, on 2nd January 1944. They too had flown the Berlin mission on the fateful night of 16th-17th December with 9 Squadron from RAF Bardney, but Ken Cook's logbook gives no inkling of the drama of the thick fog. His entry, in red ink, simply states, "Berlin," and records the flying time as 7:30. Nevertheless, the conditions at Bardney were poor. Another crew who were part of 9 Squadron, under pilot Bob Lasham, became lost in what was only their 4th mission. With little hope of finding their way back to Bardney, they put out a darky distress call, using a specific radio frequency. They were directed to RAF Donanook, a small grass strip airfield close to the coast near Cleethorpes. A searchlight was turned on to guide them in, and, despite it not being a bomber base, they landed safely. Their friendly reception at Donanook included the following amusing conversation. "How often have you had to divert to a different airfield?" a member of the Donanook ground staff asked Bob Lasham. "4, he replied. "How many ops have you done so far?" "4, admitted Bob sheepishly. The disaster that unfolded throughout the east of England on Black Thursday was a stark reminder of the dangers facing bomber crews. There were those who judged the fog over England to have been more deadly than the flak fired by their German enemies. In total, 25 Lancasters were lost in the Berlin operation, but a further 31 aircraft crashed owing to the fog. In all, 327 men were killed and 70 aircraft lost in Bomber Command operations that day. Proportionately, 97 Squadron had suffered the worst. Tom Leake, interviewed in the 1980s, described the briefing next day at Bourne. "We lost crew we knew personally. It was very upsetting, and there was a great deal of indignation in the squadron. Next day they assembled us all together, and the acting commanding officer, Squadron Leader Tunnicliffe, came in with a very serious face and did a lot of straight talking. He said, "Well, men, I know how you are feeling about the events that happened, and you've lost colleagues, and it was very unfortunate that the weather changed as it did and brought such tragedy." He said, "No doubt you feel indignant about it. You feel like going out and talking about it." But he warned us that that was the very thing the enemy would want to know, the tragedy that had happened. We were told that it was a very serious matter, and that if anyone spoke about this to the public, they were liable to a court-martial. It took some time to get over this, such a great loss and a great upset. But life on the squadron had to go on, of course. And 4 days later, we set off on another trip. The ramifications of the loss were not limited to the bases affected. Churchill sent a note to Harris, urging future caution. "I am not pressing you to fight the weather as well as the Germans. Never forget that." The Comans crew arrived at Bourne 2 weeks later to find a squadron still in deep mourning for the losses of Black Thursday. Chapter 6. Berlin. Long before dawn revealed the Lancasters parked out on their dispersals, the ground crews trudged along the darkened, narrow paths between huts at RAF Bourne. Lines of bomb trolleys were being assembled before starting their snaking journey to the dump, pulled by Fordson tractors. The drone of lorries joined in as Bowsers drove across the airfield, each with a painted sign above the windscreen. Popeye and Big Ben were on the move and would soon begin taking on the 150-octane petrol at Bourne's fuel farm. Each Lancaster could carry 2,154 gallons, and fueling 97 Squadron's 20 aircraft for tonight's raid would take well into mid-afternoon. In the hangar, fitters manhandled metal inspection platforms, the sounds echoing off corrugated sheet walls. Groaning on its runners, the huge door was pushed open to reveal Lancaster P. Papa. 2 days before, she had returned from Berlin with a port outer engine fire and badly hulled airframe. The engine had been removed, exposing internal fire damage and distorted panels across her wing. An acrid smell lingered in the hangar. It was 1st January 1944, but RAF Bourne's New Year celebrations had been muted. There'd been a few raised glasses, but no wild dances requiring clandestine returns to base. It wasn't a day to sport a thick head, particularly if you were an armourer, and as they were transported to the bomb dump in the freezing cold, memories of early summer mornings riding the trolleys seemed distant. Bourne's dump was a series of crude, earth-banked enclosures with rows of bombs stacked 4 high like giant sausages. They required careful preparation and, as the light improved, small cranes lifted them onto cradles. Where necessary, they were guided down by hand. The metal was freezing to the touch, and men needed to keep their hands warm to unshackle them. The loaded trolleys were then pushed into nearby Nissen huts for armourers to fit the bombs with rear fins and arm them. Bomb technology had become more sophisticated as the war progressed. The Germans had led the way, introducing delayed action bombs in 1940. Their ZUS-40 anti-handling mechanism sat under a conventional fuse. Together with a tremble sensor, which triggered if the bomb was moved, these devices had already killed 580 bomb disposal men, mostly Royal Engineers. Seeing how fiendishly effective such delayed action bombs were, both Britain and the USA developed their own versions. Although the bombs they created contained no electronic parts, they could be programmed by mechanical triggers to suit a variety of purposes. A delay of 0.5 seconds enabled a bomb to penetrate a building before exploding. Instantaneous fuses inflicted more collateral damage. Others were timed to cause death, injury, and disruption, with delays varying from 15 minutes to 144 hours. In theory, bombs were relatively safe until they were dropped. They were activated by pulling out safety pins attached to fixed cables. Some were instant detonation devices, which exploded via a nose percussion cap. Others were armed via fans on the tail or nose. Despite the fail-safes, accidents happened. Later in 1944, 10 armourers from 207 Squadron would be killed at RAF Spilsby when a fused 1,000-pound delayed action bomb exploded. The station record book recorded, "It was nothing short of a miracle that the entire personnel working in the bomb dump at the time were not all killed, as they were nearly all within a 20-yard radius of the scene of the incident." That the RAF's largest bombs were still stored out in the open bears testament to how ill-prepared Britain had been for war. The resources available to build underground bomb stores on airfields were sparse, since the Air Ministry was under constant pressure to provide deep facilities at main bomb depots. In 1936, it had estimated that it required storage for 98,000 tons of bombs. The Ministry's initial pre-war order was only for 48,000 tons of bombs, which meagre stock was rapidly exhausted after war broke out. By October 1941, depot facilities for 632,000 tons were required. However, whether the bombs lay in open airfield bunkers or in deep repositories, human error was always the greatest danger. The largest explosion ever to occur in Britain occurred at RAF Fall in Staffordshire on 27 October 1944, when 4,000 tons of bombs exploded in the deep repository, killing 70 workers and creating an immense crater. Investigations suggested an Italian prisoner of war had tried to remove a detonator with a brass hammer instead of the prescribed block of wood, but a definitive conclusion could not be reached, owing to little evidence at the point of explosion. Though early morning shifts provided the impetus for a new day, Bourne was operational at all hours. Orders for that night's target were typically received by 0700. Security around the information was always tight, but it was necessary the squadron be fueled and bombed in readiness. As soon as a target was known, the process of gathering maps and charts for crew briefing began. Gathered under conical steel lights, the meteorologists spread their charts over broad trestle tables. Saturday, 1st of January 1944 was forecast to be frost-free and cloudy with strong winds. Ideal takeoff time would be late afternoon, but a weather front was pushing across southern England, threatening rain. A meteorologist's job was purely to advise crews about the weather. All operational decisions were made further up the command chain. In the armoury, the 160 Browning .303 machine guns required for tonight's operation were being checked, the clicking of bolts and trigger mechanisms signalling final inspection. Guns sitting in the serviceable racks had undergone a thorough process of scrutiny. In cases of prolonged action, barrels could bend and in some cases rupture. Though the recommended fire rate was a few seconds per burst, with enemy aircraft bearing down, longer bursts were inevitable. Once they had been approved, the Brownings and their boxes of .303 ammunition belts were then carefully loaded onto Bedford lorries. Across the road from the main airfield, a team of WAAFs were checking parachutes, minutely examining the stitching and cords. Given the number of aircraft that sustained damage from enemy fire or were afflicted by mechanical failure during their missions, there was a strong likelihood that some would be used. Perhaps it was as well the WAAFs did not know just how heavily the odds were stacked against the bomber crews. That month alone, 97 Squadron would lose 11 Lancasters, and of their crew, only 7 men would succeed in parachuting into captivity. Every WAAF took extreme pride in the job. "I saw every parachute as a person," one of them recalls. The largest parachute packing centre was at Ringway in Cheshire, now Manchester Airport, which supported the parachute training establishment at nearby Tatton Park. Here, WAAFs packed a total of 497,000 parachutes throughout the duration of the war. Remarkable to relate, only one parachuting fatality will be attributed to human error on the part of these packers. The airmen found it comforting that their chutes were prepared by women. WAAFs were more empathetic than their male counterparts. If an airman wished to exchange a parachute, for reasons of instinct or suspicion, a WAAF would undertake to do so without question. 1st-2nd January 1944, Berlin. Awaiting their first operation as pathfinders, Flying Officer Jim Comans and his crew were newcomers to 97 Squadron. Since arriving at Bourne, they had flown navigational exercises and completed 10 hours of additional training. They were expecting to fly that day, and at 9:30 checked their names on the crew list notice board. The 7 airmen looked smart, hair combed, everything in place. It wouldn't do to appear slapdash on a new posting, even if the older hands looked a bit frayed around the edges. There was little to occupy them before the midday briefing. Comans' men hadn't yet established a rapport with other crews. On a Second World War airbase, friendships established with one's fellow airmen were inevitably clouded by uncertainty over how long they would last. Officers and non-commissioned men socialised in the crew room, and in warm weather chairs were pulled outside so that they could relax in the sun. These were young men struggling to create a veneer of normality under the most abnormal and stressful of conditions. The Comans crew may have been new to Bourne, but they were not alone in their desire to fit in. The stream of heavy losses among air crews on the base, combined with the departure of those fortunate enough to have reached their end of Tour 30 missions, meant that faces in the squadron were constantly changing. Though few airmen were impolite to new crews, the latter found their peers distinctly guarded in manner. Only if they survived their first 5 operations did they become accepted squadron regulars. The hours dragged before the midday briefing. Not knowing what the night's mission would be instilled a kind of listlessness in the crew. Bomb aimer Ken Cook recalls the early part of an operational day was the most trying. In my opinion, the worst part was waiting around. We'd try and do something like take a walk, but the waiting was terrible. Reading or writing letters might occupy part of the morning, but it was easy for a sense of foreboding to descend. Airmen who had already undertaken hazardous missions could be found sitting in a cloud of cigarette smoke, wrestling with their thoughts. Others played cards or took exercise. At lunchtime, few had much of an appetite for the food they were served. In a bomber crew that comprised differing personalities, bonding was essential. The quiet Canadian upper gunner, George Widdis, and gregarious Scottish tail gunner, Jock Bolland, had to spend a lot of time together. There was no place here for the individualists of fighter command. Though personal space was important, they all watched out for a crew member who was spending too much time alone. We were all afraid, Ken Cook recalls. How each man handled fear varied. Some would be loud, others would go quiet, but we knew if someone was struggling. Nobody let us down, though. Rear gunner Gordon Cottrell of 35 Squadron vividly depicted the internal struggle. My overwhelming memory is of the fear and the comradeship of the aircrews. When you were flying, there was an intense feeling. You were part of a crew, and you were afraid, but you could never show it, and you should never let each other down. If you did, you were branded LMF, lack of moral fibre, and you were straight off station. Your stripes were gone, and you were put on menial duties. By mid-morning, the Lancasters were running up, filling the airfield with a deep, melodious hum. With the whine of the starter, propellers would begin turning, a notchy, uneven movement, until the cylinders fired, followed by pops and bangs and fumes from the exhaust stubs. Within seconds, the props were spinning, the engine settling into the familiar roar of Rolls-Royce Merlins. ground engineers had ensured that the brakes were on, chocks firmly in place. Each part of a bomber was checked over by the ground crews. Chief engineers, chiefies, oversaw all operations, and they knew their Lancasters inside out. Though airmen flew the missions, the ground crew felt that the aircraft was their possession. Before lunch, the Comans crew had managed to fit in a 15-minute navigation exercise flight in Lancaster JB 300D Delta. She wouldn't be on operations that night, and the men relieved some of their tension in the short flight. Word then came through that due to a poor weather forecast, the day's briefing would be delayed until 4 p.m. The mission would have a late takeoff, or possibly even be postponed. After the hours of inactivity, anxiety and relief swept through the briefing room. The clattering of chairs subsided, and all eyes were fixed on an easel supporting a large map covered by a cloth. Small talk ceased as the briefing officer walked to the front and removed it. Berlin. Groans and whistles echoed around the room. It was hardly as if the crews expected less. Berlin had been their focus for weeks. And they were pathfinders, elite volunteers at the forefront of raids. Everyone dreaded being sent on missions to Europe's most heavily defended city, but each man could now begin plotting his survival. Instead of inactivity, they were now engaged in preparation. During the briefing, ribbons were pinned showing routes in and out of the target. With hundreds of bombers in the stream, avoiding defences and collisions was vital. Survival depended on force of numbers. Those on the edges stood less chance. With most of Europe shrouded in low cloud, opportunities for visual navigation would be scarce. Getting lost or drawn off course could result in fuel running out. They would have to rely on the ghostly green images of H2S radar sets to identify their position close to Berlin. Between navigator Don Bowes and bomb aimer Ken Cook, there would be an intense pressure to get this right. As a recently arrived crew on squadron, they were to carry a standard bomb load of one 4,000-pound cookie and 4 1,000-pound bombs. Other crews would indicate the position of the target using the sky marking method, or Wanganui, which was used in conditions of minimal visibility, and involved dropping parachute flares to highlight the clouds above the target area with a coloured glow. Many of the airmen gathered at the briefing had fought their way to Berlin only 2 days before. Long raids required enormous physical stamina and mental resilience. For several, the 30th December raid had been a brush with catastrophe. Aircraft had been badly holed by heavy flak and suffered a series of failures. The Wilson crew experienced the bomb failing to drop, a hang-up in the bay. Hanging bombs could dislodge on landing and blow up the aircraft. In this instance, a bomb had dropped off the rack on the return leg over France. Bombs couldn't be left to roll around inside the aircraft, and Wilson rapidly opened the bomb bay doors. To the crew's immense relief, the offending bomb fell away, but it was the Roberts crew who had the closest call of any members of 97 Squadron on this mission, losing their starboard wingtip in a collision with another Lancaster 20,000 feet over the target. 421 bombers were amassing for the raid. Bomber Command's preferred approach to Berlin hooked over the North Sea and the base of Denmark before swinging southeast, but tonight they would have to take the more direct course over Holland. It wasn't an option the crews would have chosen, but, objectively, there was no easy route to the Reich's capital. The return leg would also take them over mainland Europe. Exposed to night fighters and flak concentrations, it would be a long haul back across Germany and the Low Countries. 97 Squadron was but a small cog in the larger war strategy. The offensive against Berlin had started 6 weeks earlier. Air Marshal Bomber Harris believed in the concept of the knockout blow, a series of raids so devastating it would force the Nazis to the negotiating table. Speaking in 1942, he had declared, "There are a lot of people who say that bombing cannot win the war. My reply to that is that it has never been tried, and we shall see." The invasion of Europe was still months away, and Harris believed he could force Germany into capitulation through bombing. Importantly, he had the backing of Winston Churchill and the War Cabinet. The scale of the bombing offensive was increasing dramatically. 226,500 tons of bombs had been dropped on Europe by Allied forces in 1943. 1944 would see 1,188,000 tons delivered, over half the total number used in the war. Occupied Europe witnessed a constant flow of bombing operations. The daylight skies were streaked by the vapour trails of the US AAF heading towards Germany, while the nights reverberated to the sound of RAF heavy bombers. Those living in cities heard the flak batteries and, high above, the stuttering of cannon and machine guns. Those willing to break curfew often saw the meteor trails of bombers in their death dives. The morning after a raid, local police would visit farmers to inform them that wreckage had fallen on their land. Sometimes large parts of an aeroplane were found, crumpled beyond recognition. It was common to find bodies scattered among the crops or on roads, even embedded in roofs. Those living in rural areas heard of downed airmen knocking on doors in the small hours. The shock led some to slam doors, while others risked their lives to offer shelter. In Germany, there was no hiding the onslaught of Allied bombers. With Berlin living under a near constant pall of smoke, even Nazi propaganda had been forced to admit the effects of the bombing. Reichsminister Joseph Goebbels' New Year's Eve radio broadcast offered a similar message. Suffering brought strength. What worked for the enemy in the First World War will fail him in the Second World War. There is no point in even speaking about it. Our people survived so brilliantly the test of enemy air terror during the year 1943 that the enemy can bury the hopes he had for it. The nights of bombings have indeed made us poorer, but also harder. The misery of air terror is to some degree the mortar that holds us together as a nation in the midst of all dangers. Our people have not fallen apart during the nightly firestorms as our enemies hoped and wished, but rather has become a firm and unshakable community. This tawdry script had served the Nazis well. Betrayed by weak leaders in the First World War, a humiliated Germany had risen again and remained unbowed on its path to victory. When the Wehrmacht swept through Western Europe in the heady days of 1940, Hitler could do no wrong. But now, with the Soviets advancing on the Eastern Front and the Wehrmacht fighting desperately to stem Anglo-American gains in southern Italy, and the remorseless daily bombing of German cities, the mood was changing. However, despite the intensity of the bombing campaign, Harris's longed-for collapse of the Nazi state had failed to materialize. Writing in 2002, the German historian Jörg Friedrich argued that the raids didn't provoke anything more insurrectionary than the craving for a bowl of hot soup. There was an overriding need for sleep, and absolutely no desire to overthrow Hitler. The journalist Ursula von Kardorff, who would later be at the margins of the July 1944 plot to assassinate Hitler, was more forthright. Her diary entry for that New Year's Day 1944 is unambiguous. 1943, the worst year of my life. Jürgen's death, the raids, people rendered homeless by bombing, so that the Germans now wander around as homeless as the Jews, loaded down with the same kinds of sacks and bundles. At least it relieves one of some of one's guilt, and that is a comfort. This must be a better year. I write that down again in my diary as a motto. If only the war could end this year and we could be freed from that monster Hitler, I should never ask for another thing for the rest of my life. In the late evening at Bourne, the crews, weighed down by kit, clambered onto buses taking them to their dispersals. They had spent the last few hours studying maps, calculating bomb and fuel loads, picking their parachutes, and donning flying clothing. To combat the intense cold, airmen relied on multiple layers of underclothing beneath the standard RAF uniform. In the cramped conditions of the tail turret, the gunners wore Irvine leather sheepskin-lined jackets and trousers. Everyone wore fur-lined boots and carried yellow Mae West inflatable life jackets. Those who parachuted to safety over enemy territory faced the problem of making their clothing practical for escaping. One solution was the introduction in 1943 of escape boots, whose fur-lined uppers could be removed with a knife to render them less conspicuous. Few evaded capture in the clothes they bailed out in. Successful escapees were far more likely to have been hidden by the resistance before being reclothed and given false identities. Bourne's taxiways and dispersals were ground-lit. Though this made the station vulnerable to Luftwaffe raiders, the risk of aircraft colliding in the dark was deemed greater. Lancaster's JB-353's internal lights were on as the 7 airmen were greeted at the dispersal by their ground crew. Coman signed Form 700, which recorded the bomber's serviceability and fuel load. As they climbed the short ladder into the plane, the crew were greeted by the familiar musty smell, a mixture of oil, metal, and damp canvas. The main door lay at the rear, so, apart from the tail and mid-upper gunners, airmen had to clamber over the wing spar which passed through the fuselage. Before the crew commenced the pre-flight checks, there were rituals to perform. Some boarded as quickly as possible. Others adhered to superstitions like walking around the aircraft, patting the panels, or urinating against a wheel. Survival was a matter of luck, not character. Good people died with the same frequency as those who were considered less so. Ken Cook recalls that everyone had a lucky charm, or tradition. He always carried a wallet with money inside it, giving him a feeling of preparedness. For others, their mascots were essential. A crew from 106 Squadron carried a stuffed animal toy named Mr. Fox, complete with red coat and jodhpurs, who accompanied them on all 36 missions, each successful operation being carefully recorded in ink on Mr. Fox's leg. Lucky scarves were common, some airmen even checking each other's to ensure that they were worn exactly as on previous missions. Anxiety levels generally subsided once everyone had boarded the aircraft. One airman flying with Jim Comans that night wasn't part of the regular crew. Flight Sergeant Terry Smith had joined as flight engineer in place of Ken Randall, who was on leave after his wedding. Smith normally flew with the Wilson crew, who had experienced the bomb hang-up 2 days before. It wasn't uncommon for personnel to stand in for different crews. The replacement was referred to as the spare bod. But in the case of Smith, the tragic coincidences of war link him forever with Lancaster JB-353. 28 days later, on a raid to Berlin in the same aircraft, the Wilson crew, including Smith, went missing. The fate of their final flight remains a mystery. Most probably they were lost over the sea, though the gruesome possibility that aircraft and crew were obliterated in a mid-air explosion cannot be ruled out. Their names are recorded on the Runnymede Memorial at Englefield Green in Surrey, commemorating the 20,286 British and Commonwealth airmen who have no known grave. Settling into the cockpit, Comans scanned his surroundings. There were few comforts in Lancaster seats, the base of which resembled a broad-rimmed metal tray. The back was padded, and there were pull-down leather armrests, but they were a far cry from the generously sprung seats of American DC-3s. Coman's parachute was integrated into his harness and seat cushion. He was the only crew member who was actually attached to his means of escape from the aircraft. Some pilots preferred the clip-on chest parachutes used by other crew members, but in an emergency, these had to be retrieved from the nearby stowage point and attached to the front of their harness. In the event of the aircraft going into an uncontrolled dive or spin, the inability of crew members to move, strapped as they were to their seats, accounted for high casualty rates in stricken Lancasters. Unable to reach their parachute through the flames, some airmen flung themselves out of the aircraft, considering it better to fall than to burn. The sight of falling men traumatized those who witnessed it. Beside Comans on the flip-down seat, Smith read out the list of pre-flight checks. Adjust rudder pedals to suit length of leg and ensure pedals are adjusted evenly. Test that the full rudder to port and starboard can be applied from normal sitting position without extending legs fully. Test all controls for full movement and put automatic pilot in. There were 14 instructions in all, each followed by an action and Coleman's response of check. The Lancaster's instrument panels were bathed in a soft orange glow from small lights, the black dials featuring luminous numbers and lines. In the small, convex, perspex nose below the cockpit, bomb aimer Ken Cook was checking a rectangular box set in a tubular frame. The Lancaster Mark 14A bomb sight computer calculated variables of height and speed during bomb runs. When Cook had finished, he checked the front turret, which he would occupy in an emergency, before taking up his position behind the pilot on the enlarged navigator's desk. Flying Officer Don Bowes had his maps spread out on a desk behind the pilot, with guidance instruments to the front. The use of radio signal devices like GH, introduced in October 1943 as an upgrade of the original G system, could keep them on track, but it was important not to neglect the practice of skilled calculation. A degree off course would put them many miles from a turn point or target. An additional navigational aid, the H2S ground scanning radar set, which consisted of a row of knobs and a small round screen, had recently been fitted to the Lancaster. Flight Sergeant Roy Wolford was positioned further back, but still close to the cockpit in the wireless operator's position. The radio sets were mounted against a forward-facing bulkhead, and Wolford sat at a small table with a Morse key attached. Although radio was important, Morse played an integral part in RAF communications, messages being kept to a strict minimum. An Aldis lamp, kept close to the wireless operator's position, was frequently used to communicate with other aircraft and shipping. Wolford's position was the most buried in the fuselage. Earlier Lancaster models incorporated a small window at the wireless station, but these were soon painted over and, on later Lancaster models, dispensed with altogether. Unlike some crew members, who had to remain at their stations throughout the flight, Wolford was required to carry out a number of tasks, some of which took him away from his table. One of these was to dump window, bundles of foil chaff, through a chute to confuse German radar. Flight Sergeant George Widdis climbed into the Nash and Thompson-designed mid-turret position, his upper body in the domed perspex structure that housed the two Browning .303 machine guns, his legs protruding into the fuselage. Nash and Thompson was an engineering firm, founded in 1929 by Archibald Fraser Nash and Esmond Grattan Thompson, which designed hydraulically operated gun turrets for aircraft. From here, he could survey the Lancaster's upper surfaces and the night sky. In his mini observatory, Widdis would be constantly looking out for any untoward movements in the darkness, having to decide in a split second whether it was another bomber straying too close or a German fighter. Flight Sergeant Jock Bulland made his way to the tail turret, accessible through two small sliding doors. It was a tight squeeze, and there was no question of wearing a parachute, which was clipped up inside the turret. Holding onto the handrails above his head, Bulland swung into the turret, coming to rest on the small bench seat. The doors had a robust catch. Earlier versions had had a tendency to open unexpectedly, causing gunners to fall back into the fuselage. Despite this, some gunners propped the doors to stop them closing completely, their fear of the doors jamming and trapping them easily outweighing the inconvenience of a backwards tumble into the body of the aircraft. The tail end Charlie occupied the Lancaster's loneliest position. Once the doors closed, he would be separated from the crew. Running through his drill, Bolland switched on the gun sight, unlocked the turret by pulling up a knob, and tested the power controls. In front of him were 4 Browning guns and ammunition feeds, which now needed priming. Using a wire with a loop on the end, he pulled the first round of the belt into the breeches and shut the covers. Using another wire tool, the bolts were pulled back and the Brownings cocked. Bolland was careful to ensure the metal slider to his right, which prevented the guns firing on the ground, was set to safety, and checked the cranking handle, which could move the turret if power was lost. By revolving the turret to its furthest extent, he would be able to bail out backwards through the doors, should he have no other alternative. Fat Bakelite jack plugs were plugged into sockets and, once Comans had finished his own pre-flight list, he called up crew members on the intercom. As their position was named, each had to respond correctly in a prescribed routine. Bomb aimer. Photo leads OK. Camera isolation switch on. Bomb selectors numbers OK. Feed clear. Oxygen connected. Intercom OK when turret rotated. Navigator. Instruments and lights OK. G set off. Oxygen connected. Mid upper gunner. Turret elevation and rotations OK. Feed clear. Oxygen connected. Heated clothing OK. Intercom OK when turret rotated. The crew members silently awaited their turn. Outside they could hear a small generator thudding away on top of a trolley ack, a trailer containing rows of batteries which, until the engine started, the Lancaster relied upon for power. There was no heat in the aircraft, and condensation fogged the perspex. Oxygen system tests were essential before any flight. At high altitude, even a short time without it could lead to hypoxia. When airmen moved from their stations, they always carried portable oxygen bottles. There was no internal lining in the fuselage or insulation, the dull green interior paint only broken by black boxes and protruding brackets with equipment attached. The handrails and grips were painted yellow, emergency knobs and release levers red. Looms of unprotected wire passed through the fuselage and the cockpit, with a dense tangle of gauges, switches, and levers. Apart from a sheet of armour plate on the pilot's seat, there was no protection either for crew or equipment. Shards of flak or bullets ripping through the fuselage created lethal storms of splintered metal. It was 12:10 a.m., and somewhere out in the darkness, a first engine barked into life. Starting, taxiing, and takeoff were carefully choreographed to conserve fuel. More engines joined in the chorus. Comans fired the engines one by one, and JB 353 vibrated to the whir of 12 Hamilton Standard propeller blades. Hamilton Standard was an American company, which allowed its propellers to be built in the UK under license by de Havilland. The Lancaster wasn't noted for warmth. There were too many spaces where wind came through, particularly around the turret fairings and slits, but the air that now began coursing through the vents was pleasantly musty. Another Lancaster glided past their nose, and Coman slid open the pilot's cockpit panel to signal chocks away. The ground crew on either side grabbed ropes attached to the triangular ply boxes and pulled them clear of the wheels. A torch flash signalled that it was safe to move forward. The 4 throttle levers were grouped together, allowing the pilot to move them gently forward with one hand. The brakes came off, and JB 353 began to move, engines straining against the weight of the aircraft. With the Lancaster's tail still on the ground, Coman's view over the nose was limited, and he used the fairing above the front turret as a centre line, careful to keep the bomber correctly positioned on the centre of the taxiway. If he veered to one side and got the wheels bogged down in the grass, he would delay everyone behind. The first Lancaster had reached the base of the asphalt-top runway, and a green light flashed in the darkness. The aircraft's 4 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, now at full power, were singing at high pitch, pulsating in the night air. Squadron leader, Peter de Wesselo, took his feet off the toe brakes, and ND 355 gathered pace. Roaring past the controller's small checkered caravan, he thundered into the darkness. It was 18 minutes past midnight, and the waiting was over. A highly experienced master bomber, de Wesselo would go on to lead the second wave on Dresden on 13th February 1945. The polyglot son of a white Russian surgeon, he had remustered to bomber command from the Brigade of Guards. Awarded the DFC only a month before, he went on to get a bar to his DFC and the DSO in 1945. De Wesselo was a man to inspire confidence, precisely what the squadron needed on this long and arduous mission. The Lancasters took off at 2-minute intervals to avoid the effects of vortexes, swirling pockets of air created by departing aircraft, and reduce the likelihood of collision. The Coman's crew's turn came 20 minutes after de Wesselo at the halfway point in the dispatch order. With the throttle levers pushed fully forward, engineer Terry Smith placed his hand behind them to ensure they remained fully open. As the takeoff roll began, each man tensed. This was one of the danger points in a mission. If the aircraft failed to get airborne, a crash was almost inevitable, and few could hope to survive it. The tail lifted, but the Lancaster was still wallowing on its huge Dunlop tyres. Every yard seemed like a mile. Then, just as margins were evaporating, JB 353 was airborne. As their speed increased, Coman selected the wheels-up position, and with a whir and a clank, the undercarriage stowed itself into the engine nacelles. The Coman's crew entered the large bank of cloud just ahead with apprehension. Flying blind, they could easily collide with another bomber. After what seemed an eternity, the clouds fell away, and night sky and stars appeared. Bolland spun his tail turret from side to side, lowering and raising the Brownings to ensure everything worked. The Lancaster settled into its reassuring hum, but would take time to reach its cruising altitude of 20,000 feet. The inhabitants of East Anglia were disturbed by the boom of climbing bombers. Many learned to sleep through the nightly orchestra. Others put the kettle on. Radio operator Wolford tuned his set to track pre-arranged radio frequencies. Once he had detected them, Navigator Bowes moved the loop aerial above his head, enabling him to follow broadcasts. He was able to check his calculated position against them and instruct the pilot if directional changes were necessary. The crew set course for their first leg. Clearing the English coastline at Aldborough, Coman's instructing his gunners to test guns. 3 short bursts followed, and the smell of cordite filled the Lancaster. Ahead and to either side, Coman's glimpsed the blue navigation lights of other bombers. This was the safest part of the journey. But halfway across the North Sea, all lights were switched off. The immense bomber stream headed towards the coast of German-occupied Europe. As they approached enemy territory, the broad funnel of aircraft narrowed. At this point, there was a real danger of collisions taking place, even though pilots tried to maintain height separations. Coman strained to detect darker shapes around. When JB 353 strayed uncomfortably close to the bomber ahead, everyone felt its slipstream. Before landfall, it was prudent to empty one's bladder, a far from easy business, particularly for the tail gunner. Cans, bottles and containers were employed. Performing this while wearing thermals was challenging and exposed the airmen to extreme cold. Located in the rear fuselage, the Elsan toilet was a metal barrel with clips which, in theory, held the lid down. One airman recalled, "It doesn't take much imagination to picture what it was like trying to combat fear and airsickness while struggling to remove enough gear in cramped quarters and at the same time trying to use the bloody Elson. If it wasn't an invention of the devil, it certainly must have been one foisted on us by the enemy. When seated in frigid cold amid the cacophony of roaring engines and whistling air, the occupant had a chance to fully ponder the miserable conditions of his life. Ken Cook remembers, "There was a time when I needed to use the Elsan, and I find that I had become frozen to the seat. Comans was calling me on the intercom, telling me to get myself back as we were approaching the target. It took some time to get myself free." Unlike in the First World War, when a pilot's eyes and skill were crucial, this air conflict was a clash of technology unimaginable 25 years before. Even as the crews were in their first minutes of flight, the hunt had started. The sea, bastion of Britain's defence for centuries, was no longer impregnable. Radar enabled the Germans to see over miles of airspace. Though the display of information on the radar screens of the 1940s was rudimentary and required skilled interpretation, the system overall was effective. In the right atmospheric conditions, operators in Holland could see right up to the English coast, the telltale blurs and dots of bombers soon becoming visible. On the night of 1st-2nd January 1944, Luftwaffe operators were staring into their cathode tube screens for signs of an incoming raid. Thus far the screens had been blank. Many times they'd watched raids developing in the early evening, but now it was past midnight, and their thoughts were turning to ersatz coffee to keep them through the small hours. When it was introduced in 1939, the radar system known as Freya had so impressed German command that over 1,000 sites would eventually be built. Each Freya consisted of a square aerial mounted on a base and was linked to a network of regional command centres. Some Freyas remained in fixed positions, while others were mobile. By January 1944, Freya could be linked to other gun and searchlight radar sites, including the dish-shaped Würzburg gun-laying radar, which had entered service with the Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe in 1940. Controllers scanning the North Sea could see to a range of 120 miles, but calculating a raid's altitude was difficult. It was far from easy to ascertain the precise course of a Lancaster bomber that was closing in 200 miles per hour, as well as making changes of direction in its flight path. RAF bombers often turned out to sea to avoid German radar, but tonight the time for course changes was limited. As the bomber stream formed up, measures were taken to block Freya frequencies. The RAF had developed a radar jamming device with the code name Mandrel, which was mounted in aircraft noses. By deploying 9 suitably equipped aircraft to circle 50 miles out at sea, Bomber Command could jam a 200-mile coastal area. Another measure taken by the RAF to counter German radar was the formation in November 1943 of 100 Bomber Support Group. De Havilland mosquitoes were fitted with on-board devices that enabled them to detect radar-equipped German night fighters, with the purpose of shooting them down or disrupting their operations against Allied bombers. In addition, Lancasters from 101 Squadron were tasked to sow confusion by transmitting radio messages on the same frequencies as the German night fighters. They often flew with German speakers on board, issuing fake instructions and reports. Once German operators had a fix on a raid's direction, night fighters were scrambled and placed into a box in front of the bomber force. The German Sammersau, tame boar, intercept tactic, devised by the Luftwaffe ace Victor von Lufberg, grouped night fighters around radio directional masts, ready to infiltrate the bomber stream. On-board radar enabled fighters to hunt individual aircraft. The Allies had been relatively successful in jamming early German radar, but by late 1943 the Luftwaffe had introduced the SN2 Liechtenstein set, which used a lower frequency. Alongside Sammersau was Wildesau, wild boar, which used smaller fighters, such as the potent Focke-Wulf 190, to identify targets visually. Lurking beneath the bomber stream and using the darkness of the ground as cover, Luftwaffe pilots knew that the bombers had limited downward view and little defence against attacks from below. The most effective version of the Junkers Ju-88 had upward-firing guns mounted in the fuselage behind the cockpit, an arrangement known as Schräger music, literally slanted music. Sneaking in, skilled pilots could position themselves beneath the bomber and gently rise to close the distance. Flares dropped by fighters far above enabled the FW-190s, which were not equipped with radar, to see the bombers and attack conventionally, and also allowed lurking Ju-88s to see their silhouetted quarry. A brief press of the gun button would send 20mm cannon shells into the wing tanks and bomb bay. Accurate shots could cause a bomber to explode instantly, but the resulting shockwave could also take a Ju-88 with it. The Comans crew had passed the point of relative safety in the North Sea. Now their lives would depend on constant wariness. The intercom had been filled with chat, but the pilot reined it in. There were breaks in the cloud cover over the Dutch coast and probing searchlights. Comans swung the Lancaster from side to side, allowing the tail and mid-upper gunners to search for fighters. The crew awaited the announcement that they were crossing the enemy coast, and, as they made landfall, anxiety mounted. Ken Cook recalls the tension. We knew the Germans could probably see us, and were preparing to strike. We were resigned to it. What would be, so we chose to just get on with the job, and try not to think about it. That's what we were there for. JB 353 was still an hour away from Berlin to the east, 60 long minutes to evade the fighters and flak. Bolland and Widdis were staring into the void, moving their turrets in the prescribed pattern. A glaring white flare appeared high above, illuminating the cockpit and creating sharp shadows. Everything turned grey. With his night vision impaired, Bolland swore colourfully over the intercom. Unknown to the Lancaster crews, a feint attack launched by mosquitoes on Hamburg had failed to distract the German defence controllers and, early in the operation, they directed night fighters into the bomber stream. 16 aircraft were lost en route to Berlin, of which 8 were Pathfinders, 10% of that night's Pathfinder force. Among the stalking night fighters was 27-year-old Major Heinrich Prinz Zusein Wittgenstein, a former bomber pilot now flying a Ju-88. The square-jawed aristocrat was everything the Luftwaffe craved in an air ace. Appointed Geschwader Commodore only that morning, St. Wittgenstein had all the instincts necessary for a successful fighter pilot and top-scoring air ace. He was adept at ensuring that he, rather than another pilot, was in the best position to engage with the incoming bombers. Lauded in propaganda films, Wittgenstein would eventually amass 83 aerial victories. It was deeply unfortunate for the Allied raid that it ran into a German pilot of such cold efficiency and implacable sense of purpose. With his predilection for strategic meddling, Hitler had ordered fighters to concentrate their attacks over the fatherland. He wanted bombers falling where the population could see them, visible proof that the Luftwaffe was beating the bombing offensive. The Germans were therefore narrowing the front and, though many bombers were shot down, most reached their targets. Conversely, the Luftwaffe's concentrated packs of fighters were more easily identified by the RAF's Beaufighters and Mosquitoes. The Bristol Beaufighter was a multi-role aircraft introduced in July 1940 during the Battle of Britain. It would prove to be a highly effective night fighter. They were now less than 100 miles from Berlin. Relocated to the Perspex nose, Ken Cook faced his busiest time of the night. Working with the navigator and pilot, the trio plotted how they would launch their attack. As Cook entered wind speed into the bombing computer, Bose examined the green H2S display for ground features. Berlin was too big to miss, and the navigator soon detected echoes of the city and land breaks around the Havel lakes. But because of cloud cover, there would be little chance to observe the ground. Comans listened intently to the intercom as they made the final bomb run into target, all the while geared for evasive action to avoid fighters. He gripped the control yoke, ready to hurl 20 tons of Avro Lancaster into a wild dive. The sky ahead was studded with flak. From the bomb-aiming position, Ken Cook saw the glow in the clouds increasing. Other Pathfinders were marking and dropping their bombs. So far, the thunder of the Merlins had filled the aircraft, but now they could hear and feel deep, percussive rumblings. The reports of flak shells sounded uncomfortably close. It was small comfort to them that their presence in the flak field made them safer from the attentions of German night fighters. The glow from fires and probing searchlights cast an ethereal light on Cook Station in the Perspex nose. 20,000 feet below, several locations were burning, but he knew that he could not assume these were the correct targets for the bombs he was about to drop. Flak crackled and sparked around, and the pungent smell of explosives filled the Lancaster. Bomb doors open. Running straight and level, JB 353 slowed as buffets of air within the open bomb bay took hold. Watching his airspeed indicator, Comans pushed the throttles a notch forward. Other Pathfinders were dropping their flares, the red and green Wanganui disappearing beneath the clouds, diffusing light into wide patches. Bose calmly called out the H2S readings as Cook directed the pilot in order to bring his crosshairs onto the brightest light. The bomb aimer pressed the trigger mechanism in his palm. Bombs gone. JB 353 reared up as 8 tons of bombs departed on their 4-mile descent. In the mid-turret, Widdis heard the clank of the bomb bay doors closing and saw the horizon moving under the sweep of wings as the Lancaster began its long starboard bank. As junior Pathfinder members, they could now turn for home, while others of greater experience loitered to observe the results of the raid, remarking the target if necessary. On leaving Berlin's flak fields, they could easily be bounced by fighters, and Comans kept to a pattern of swinging the aircraft from side to side and allowing downward views. Bomber Command had deemed the manoeuvre unnecessary, but few pilots agreed. Ground experts could make their pronouncements, but in the air, every pilot relied on instinct. As the main body of the raid arrived, the accuracy of Bomber Command's attack drifted, most bombs dropping on Berlin's southern outskirts or the wooded Grunewald region to the west. For an operation of this size, the final tally of 21 houses and 1 industrial facility hit was paltry. Ken Cook attributes the drift not to inaccurate marking, but differing wind speeds causing miscalculation at high altitude. In Berlin, the casualties amounted to 79 killed, 25 of them in a panicked crush at the Neukölln shelter. Owing to the late sounding of sirens, bombs were already falling as Berliners fled the streets. Gerda Kernchen was a 14-year-old machine shop worker who sewed military uniforms. When air raids threatened, she, along with thousands of others, took shelter in one of the city's large concrete bunkers. As the raids became more frequent, Kernchen took to sleeping overnight in them. My parents and little sister stayed home. They listened to the radio, and when they heard the warning, they made it to the bunker just as the first bombs fell. When the final alarm sounded, you could already see Christmas trees, the coloured flares dropped by the Pathfinders to mark the target. You could see the searchlights streaming up from the ground, searching for aircraft. The city was surrounded by a ring of white light. Outside the bunker, you could hear the bombs whistling as they fell through the air, and then the explosions when they struck, and then see the fireballs rising. Inside the bunker, we could hear the explosions. Once the bunker almost got hit, and we felt it move. We knew if there was a direct hit from a big bomb, we would all die. The only people inside were women and children and old men. During a raid, everyone was terrified. The mothers were hugging their children, and the children were hugging their mothers. People were crying and praying aloud. 20,000 feet above, there was no escaping the toughness of the return leg. Ahead of JB 353 lay a dozen or more industrial centres, each with significant flak batteries. Straying close to a major centre such as Cologne could prove fatal. Even provincial towns maintained 88s. Outside of flak belts, the biggest risk was from fighters. As Berlin faded into the horizon, they had seen nothing of their bombing, but, a few minutes behind them, another 97 Squadron crew, piloted by F.O. Wiebel, reported smoke rising to 10,000 feet. Avoiding Cologne, Comans pushed further south, bringing them closer to Aachen and its barrage. Soon they would be over Belgium. Every mile covered saw an improvement in prospects. At what point Flight Engineer Smith became concerned about fuel consumption is unclear, but the Lancaster's gauges were dropping faster than normal. Had the fuel tanks been holed? Was there a leak? Or were the gauges simply malfunctioning? They had to assume flak damage was causing fuel loss. Comans needed to make a decision. Either find a landing somewhere on the south coast of England, or carry on to Bourne. They had altitude in their favour, and the engines were running well, so a push for home didn't seem reckless. But when the needles became critical, how long could they have? Would the engines cut immediately, or might there be a grace period? Comans gave a situation report to the crew. Though little was said, each man checked his parachute. The Owen crew in JB 671 had left Bourne 4 minutes before Comans, and were now enduring significant problems. Their flight back marked by the whistling from a fuselage peppered with bullet holes. With a wounded tail gunner, they issued an emergency call and were directed towards RAF Tangmere, east of Chichester. Approaching the runway, they fired 2 red flares to signify an injured crewman on board. On hitting the asphalt, they discovered that a main wheel tyre had been damaged, and with a shower of sparks and grinding of metal, the undercarriage collapsed as Owen wrestled to keep the aircraft in a straight line. When they finally ground to a halt, vehicles rushed towards them, and Sergeant Thomas was lifted into an ambulance. It had been a very narrow escape, but the Lancaster was wrecked. Ahead of the drama unfolding at Tangmere, JB 353's fuel problems were now severe, but they were nearly home. Smith had tried pumping fuel from tank to tank, but no amount of wishful thinking could summon up enough petrol to keep the Merlins running. The first engine stopped, and Comans feathered the propeller, turning the blades to present least resistance. Then a second came to a halt, and, in short order, the remaining engines fell silent. The bomber whistled and creaked in the airflow, a heart-stopping moment the airman never forgot, but it was testament to the Lancaster's design that it could glide so well. Comans held her nose down to keep up speed. Though he could see Bourne's flare path ahead, he decided to land 3 miles away, at RAF Granston. Radio operator Roy Wolford sent a distress call to control. There was no time left. The worst fear was encountering another aircraft on the approach to the runway. There would only be one chance to land successfully, and any evasive action taken would result in a crash. Though Comans had left himself more altitude than normal, every foot was a precious commodity. Finally, the wheels of JB 353 touched down, and, as Comans pushed the brakes, he was exhilarated to feel the Lancaster slowing. Letting the speed bleed off, he left enough momentum to clear Granston's runway and coast onto the taxiway. The airmen sat in silence, their nerves pushed to the edge. They had survived another operation. Equipment was shut down, safety harnesses unclipped, equipment stowed, and Comans made his way rearwards. The crew door lay open, and he descended the short ladder into the dawn light. After their 8-hour flight, the ground felt unsteady. Cigarettes were lit, tension broken. The veneer of bravado returned. Blinkered lights weaved across the taxiway, and a Hillman Tilly materialised in the gloom. Tillies, the name comes from utility vehicle, were produced during the Second World War and based on existing car designs. The Ministry of Supply asked Austin, Morris, Standard and Hillman to produce military utility versions of their medium-sized saloon cars. The Hillman Tilly was based on the Hillman Minx. Debriefing, breakfast and sleep awaited them. It was not until later that it was discovered that Flight Engineer Smith had inadvertently closed the fuel cocks, starving the engines in the final minutes. Whether the unfamiliarity of the crew had made him nervous, or whether an uncharacteristic lapse of attention had caused near disaster, is unknown. Mistakes made by aircrew were commonplace, and would rarely lead to formal disciplinary proceedings. The pilot would often admonish the crewman involved if the mistake was of a serious nature, but not refer it higher. Other Lancasters were returning to Bourne, emerging from the darkness into the soft light of the runway. While some made textbook touchdowns, engines throttled back, hovering above the concrete, other damaged aircraft thudded down. Ground personnel waited at the dispersals for their Lancasters to taxi in, sharing the intense relief of safe returns. The last bomber landed at 0745 and, as the clock ticked on, it became apparent that 3 dispersals lay empty. This wasn't yet a matter of grave concern, since diversions to other airfields were common. Word came in of the Comans and Owens crews' safe landing, but Flying Officer Robert Mooney's Lancaster JA960 was now long overdue. The complete story would not be discovered until after the war, but after departure from Bourne, nothing had been heard of the Mooney crew, and they were posted as missing. It is now known that they reached Berlin, but were hit by flak on the return leg near Aachen, crashing into a hill near the village of New Mornay, close to the German-Belgian border. The crash site's proximity to Aachen suggests that descent was very rapid, with no controlled flight. Mooney and his crew were buried 6 days later in Aachen, and after the war were reinterred in the Commonwealth War Graves Commission Cemetery at Rheinberg, north of Cologne, along with other British and Commonwealth airmen who died on bombing missions to Germany. They were also commemorated by a small, neatly kept memorial in New Mornay. 6 of the bombers lost on 1st-2nd January 1944 were shot down by Sayn Wittgenstein. But the battle had not been completely one-sided. The Luftwaffe lost 6 planes, with 7 crew killed and 4 wounded. Though the figure appears insignificant by the grim standards of 1944, every loss of an experienced man counted. 20 days later, Sayn Wittgenstein would himself die, shot down by a mosquito near Berlin. He was posthumously awarded the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross with oak leaves and swords, one of Nazi Germany's highest military awards. Such was the pace of Bomber Command's offensive that the mission of 1st-2nd January 1944 is barely a footnote in the wider ongoing onslaught on Germany. Other than maintaining pressure on Berlin, it had achieved little. Another similar operation would be mounted later that day, with many crews who had flown the previous night returning to the German capital. 31 aircraft, 7% of that night's bomber force, had been lost, but they would soon be replaced. The delivery of new Lancasters was now averaging 60 per week. With Handley Page producing similar numbers of Halifaxes, there was no shortage of available aircraft, or of freshly trained crews. The deaths of 183 RAF airmen in the raid of 1st-2nd January inflicted enormous suffering on their families, but Bomber Command considered the losses acceptable. A further 33 airmen would spend the rest of the war as POWs, with only 1 evading capture. At RAF Bourne, the pressing demand to have aeroplanes and crews available for future missions left little time to consider the dead. Empty spaces in the squadron were filled within days. Life and the bombing war went on. Chapter 7. Pathfinders. 30th August 1932, Munich. In the late summer of the year 1932, Winston Churchill and his party were just finishing dinner in the opulent dining room of the Grand Continental Hotel in Munich. But on this evening their attention was not drawn to the ornate high plaster ceilings and tall arched windows. They were engaged in a detailed discussion of German politics, which were in deep crisis. Hitler's Nazi Party had made significant gains in elections the previous month, and was now the largest single party in the Reichstag. Opposition to Hitler, in the form of the Communists and Social Democrats, was hopelessly fragmented, and would facilitate the Führer's accession to power the following year. Churchill had been touring Europe to research his biography of his ancestor the Duke of Marlborough, accompanied by his wife Clementine, his 21-year-old son Randolph, and 17-year-old daughter Sarah. At Churchill's elbow was his closest associate, Friedrich Lindemann, a German-born scientist who had moved to the United Kingdom as a young child. An eminent scientist and keen tennis player, Lindemann joined the Royal Aircraft Establishment in 1915 and learned to fly, an activity Clementine had persuaded her husband to abandon, much to Winston's chagrin. He liked Lindemann immensely and admired his scientific knowledge, delivered in a precise and clipped German accent. Joining them at the table was Ernst Putzi.
You can enjoy this audiobook for free. Please take this opportunity to relax, listen to soothing music, and thank you for watching.
They all told me I was better, kicking in the ground, said I couldn't make it out. Better underground. And I told them all they never keep that kind of woman down. Done with all the suffering. Ooh. Oh, I like the way that it felt, a bird facing down in hell. But I'm not burning.
Hamstengel, Hitler's foreign press secretary. Hamstengel was to fall out of favour with Hitler after disputes with propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. He fled Germany in 1937 to Britain, but was imprisoned when war broke out. Subsequently transferred to a camp in Canada, he was handed over to the Americans in 1942 to work on President Roosevelt's S Project, revealing information on approximately 400 Nazi leaders. He was returned to Britain after the war and repatriated to Germany. Like Churchill, he had an American mother and had lived in the USA for more than a decade, attending Harvard and working for the US arm of his father's art publishing business. Returning to Germany in the 1920s, Hamstengel became close to Hitler and introduced the Führer to members of Munich's high society. He had landed in the Bavarian city earlier in the day in the company of Hitler and received a message from Randolph Churchill asking if they would join them for dinner. Hitler was dismissive. "What on earth would I talk to him about?" he said to Hamstengel. Churchill had resigned from the shadow cabinet a year earlier. He held no position of authority and was in the period of his political career often referred to as the wilderness years. Hitler had plenty of opportunity to meet fading European politicians. Churchill did not interest him. Hamstengel came alone to dinner, but left the table before coffee, and found Hitler outside his apartment finishing a conversation with a Dutchman. "Do you realise the Churchills are in the restaurant?" he asked him. Would he join them for coffee? Dressed in a dirty white raincoat, Hitler replied he had not shaved and had too much to do. Hitler and Churchill thus never met, although historians have long dreamed of what might have been. Arguably, it was Friedrich Lindemann whom Hitler needed to impress more than Churchill. During his tour of 1932, Churchill himself gained a clear view of Germany's rearmament, but Lindemann, with his deep knowledge of German culture, was able to provide him with insights into the current state of the country and the threat of National Socialism in particular. Both men hated Nazism, Lindemann perhaps even more than Churchill. He would later turn his technically accomplished mind to the absolute destruction of the Nazis, and became convinced that the most extreme actions against Germany might well be necessary. In the 1930s and throughout the war, Lindemann, Baron Cherwell from July 1941, would often be found in Churchill's company. When Churchill became Prime Minister in May 1940, he made Lindemann the government's chief scientific advisor, with a seat in cabinet. His self-assurance and abrupt manner upset many civil servants. But Lindemann's abilities transcended his unwillingness to engage in social niceties. In 1939, he had set up a group of academic economists known as S-Branch, which would provide the wartime government with accurate statistics and supply Churchill with essential information on matters as diverse as military capability and food stocks. In 1941, Lindemann turned his attention to the bombing war. When concerns were raised in Parliament about the accuracy of the bombs dropped by the RAF, Churchill asked Lindemann to look into the matter. The work he carried out would change Britain's bombing strategy and hasten the creation of the Pathfinders. Turning his finely tuned statistical mind to bomber command, Lindemann determined to obtain an accurate picture, not through observation reports, but by scientific research. With many bombers fitted with cameras, it was possible to audit targets. Analysis of 633 photographs taken in June and July 1941 revealed that fewer than 2 out of 5 bombers were getting to within 5 miles of their target. Moonlit nights produced the best results, but even under these conditions, only 45% of bombs were landing near the target. On dark, moonless nights, results dipped as low as 6%. The full report issued in August 1941 by David Bensusan Butt, a cabinet civil servant and private secretary to Lindemann, sent shockwaves through Westminster. The conclusions were contested by some senior Royal Air Force officers, including the Chief of the Air Staff, Charles Portal, who believed the sample of June and July 1941 to be too narrow. However, even allowing for some margin of error, there was no contesting the fact that the quality of RAF bombing had been revealed to be inadequate. Churchill called for urgent action, and the response created 2 converging paths. Firstly, the introduction of more accurate bombing aids became a priority, and an intensive debate began as to how such aids could be best used. Secondly, it was decided that bombing strategy should be widened. If the RAF could not hit the targets they were being given, it was time to give them something they could hit. In a memorandum to Churchill on 30th March 1942, Lindemann proposed that the way to cripple German industry was to dehouse its workers by carpet bombing industrial towns and cities. This strategy was different from the knockout blow theory propounded by newly appointed Air Marshal Harris, although in practice was the same in terms of bombing technique. Churchill's thinking moved strongly in favour of a new area bombing strategy. Lindemann maintained that civilians would emerge from air raid shelters to find not only their factories flattened, but their homes too. This would tie the German authorities into diverting precious resources into housing and feeding civilians. That civilians would die in the raids was not a primary objective, but in Lindemann's mind, in order to bring about the defeat of the Nazis, no price was too high. It took 6 months for the conclusion of the Butt report to be fully digested. On 14th February 1942, General Directive No. 5 was issued by the Air Ministry, which changed the focus from attacks on French industrial targets to area bombing of Germany. The directive's stated aim was to focus attacks on the morale of the enemy civil population, and in particular, the industrial workers. In the case of Berlin, harassing attacks to maintain fear of raids and to impose ARP measures. In 1941, one of Britain's most urgent needs was for a better bomb sight. Since the outbreak of war, the RAF had been keen to acquire the American Norden bomb sight, which promised considerably enhanced levels of accuracy. Churchill pressed the Americans, but encountered significant resistance on their part to the idea of sharing their wonder weapon. Until the Japanese swept out of the December sky over Pearl Harbor, US foreign policy was in a state of profound ambivalence. At the same time as supplying Britain with ships and aircraft, and even training its airmen, it tiptoed around the matter of Nazi Germany and its expansionist policies, seemingly anxious to avoid war at all costs, yet by its actions the USA was clearly supporting Germany's enemies. The reluctance to share the Norden bomb sight was not solely to do with maintaining this tenuous neutrality. The Americans had poured vast amounts of resources into the project, seeing it as an expression of their technological supremacy. Dutch émigré Karl Norden had lived in Germany and trained in Switzerland at a machine shop before entering Zurich Federal Polytechnic School. In America, he worked for the Sperry Corporation, specializing in gyroscopes for stabilizing ships. Setting up his own company, Norden became convinced he could develop a highly accurate bomb sight, and from 1921 he poured all his efforts into the project. The American military took to the concept with enthusiasm. Although at first Norden appeared a quiet man, his contemporaries described him as self-centered, impatient, domineering, driven, abrasive, a perfectionist, and of the highest ethical standards. Norden's device calculated height, speed, and wind conditions using a complicated series of gyroscopes and pulleys connected to an analog computing device. Norden claimed he could hit a pickle barrel at 20,000 feet, and in some initial tests it performed well, but on balance, his masterpiece proved far less efficient than claimed. In some cases, only 10% of bombs hit the target. The US government, convinced that such a device was a war winner, spent over $1.5 billion on the project between 1927 and 1945. To put this in context, it was more than half the amount spent on the Manhattan Project, the US program to develop a nuclear weapon. Early Norden models were accompanied to the aircraft by guards and contained explosive devices to destroy them in the event of possible capture. Norden shied away from publicity, selling the patent to the US government for just $1. Nonetheless, during the war years, he would always be accompanied by 2 bodyguards as a security measure. Before the war, however, Norden had spoken freely of the essential principles of his device to a visiting German delegation, and these conversations enabled the Germans to create their own bomb sight. Gradually, Churchill's pressure on the United States bore fruit, and the principles of Norden were shared with British scientists. However, American cooperation did not extend to manufacturing the bomb sights for the British, not least because they required their production facilities to fulfill US AAF demands. Instead, the British had to produce their own version of the Norden bomb sight, based on the technical specifications provided. The physicist Patrick Blackett at the Royal Aircraft Establishment at Farnborough made a major contribution to the design of the Mark 14 sight, which was introduced in June 1941. The Mark 14 sight is also known as the Blackett sight, after its primary inventor. One problem with Norden's pickle barrel concept was that the bomb aimer needed to visually identify the target. If he couldn't see the barrel, accuracy became a theoretical nonsense. The unpredictability of northern European weather meant that the only way of locating a target with any degree of accuracy would be with the help of radio and radar devices. The Pathfinders were born at a moment when revolutionary new technology was being introduced to the bomber force. Every bomber could carry a bomb sight, but with H2S radar now available, a small number of aircraft could be equipped with this state-of-the-art bombing aid. The Americans had already implemented their own system of master bombers, these being the leading aircraft in daylight raids, whose job was to guide the formation to the target. As soon as they arrived in Britain in spring 1943, American heavy bomber formations were prescribed a fixed pattern in which every aircraft knew its place within a bomb group. Equipping the leading target-making aircraft with radar was a natural step for the US AAF, as it was for RAF Bomber Command. Air Marshal Harris strongly approved of the principle of embedding target-marking pilots in existing squadrons, arguing that they should feature in every squadron. It was Group Captain Sidney Bufton, Deputy Director of Bombing Operations at the Air Ministry, who first proposed the formation of special Pathfinder squadrons in early summer 1942. Harris opposed the idea, convinced that the existence of a separate, elite force would give rise to jealousy and damage morale. But Bomber Command C&C faced the challenge of ensuring that his aircraft could reach their target successfully in nighttime conditions. With the advantage of operating in daylight, American bombers could follow in formation visually. If they lost their lead aircraft, a formation could simply tag on to the other one. In the case of the RAF bombers, the radio signal navigation guide G could get them to the vicinity of the target, but at night, each bomber in the stream needed to have the ability to act autonomously. In time, each Lancaster or Halifax would need its own radar set, or at least have aircraft in front of them that could accurately mark the target in advance. The question facing Bomber Command and the Air Ministry was whether Pathfinders within individual squadrons would be as effective as a dedicated target-marking force. The Air Ministry, including Chief of the Air Staff Charles Portal, agreed with Bufton and forced the matter with Harris. However, Harris vetoed the suggestion that Basil Embry, a distinguished fighter pilot and commander of RAF No. 2 Group, take up the reins of the Pathfinders. Considering Embry to be too like himself in character, in July 1942, Harris appointed Dom Bennett, a plain-speaking Australian who had pioneered long-distance flying before the war with Imperial Airways. Throughout 1940, Bennett had commanded the transatlantic ferry operation, bringing thousands of aircraft from the United States. Volunteering as a bomber pilot, he served in Whitleys and Halifaxes, and was shot down on a raid on the Tier Pits in April 1942. Together with other members of his crew, he successfully evaded capture, returning home via Sweden. Harris described him as one of the best airmen I know. Bennett's career to date had not followed the traditional route of promotion through staff positions. At just 31, he was youngest of the group commanders, and was unwavering in his belief in the Pathfinder strategy. Despite glowing praise from his chief, Bennett was not a man who was afraid to ruffle feathers. Aloof and humourless in his demeanour, he made few friends. He was to collide spectacularly with Ralph Cochrane, commander of 5 Group, on a number of occasions. The Pathfinder Force, PFF, came into being in August 1942, taking a squadron from each of the 5 bomber groups. The squadrons in question were 156 Squadron from No. 1 Group, flying Wellingtons, 109 Squadron from No. 2 Group, Wellingtons and Mosquitoes, 7 Squadron from No. 3 Group, Stirlings, 35 Squadron from No. 4 Group, Halifaxes, and 83 Squadron from No. 5 Group, Lancasters. The Pathfinders flew for the first time on the night of 18th-19th August 1942, providing the first 32 of 118 bombers sent against Flensburg on the Baltic, but the mission was an abject failure. A mission to Frankfurt a week later was also disappointing. But a raid on Kassel on 27th-28th of August wreaked considerable damage on the town and on its military installations, for the loss of 31 out of the 306 bombers on the mission. Successful attacks on Nuremberg, Saarbrücken, Karlsruhe, and Bremen followed, and technical improvements would further enhance performance over the coming months. In January 1943, the expanded Pathfinders became a new group in their own right, Number 8 Group, PFF. These early months of 1943 were a key time in the fortunes of Bomber Command. The Allies were failing to provide the much-talked-of Western invasion so important to the Russians. Stalin was suspicious, accusing the West of plotting the destruction of communism by failing to aid him adequately. It was not an altogether unreasonable argument, but the truth was that, for all their promises, the Allies were not ready to launch their invasion in 1943. Stalin had sent a memorandum to Churchill and President Roosevelt on 13th August 1942, pressing them for an invasion of France. In his reply the following day, Churchill explained that the Allies could not launch an invasion that year, but he strongly implied that they would do so in 1943. An invasion in 1942, Churchill said, would be far more a running sore for us than for the enemy. It would use up wastefully and wantonly the key men and the landing craft required for real action in 1943. The delay during 1943 provided Air Marshal Harris with an opportunity to explore his theory that air power alone could defeat Germany. The prize would be victory, without putting the lives of hundreds of thousands of Allied troops at risk. For this, he would need accurate target marking and decisive strikes. The Pathfinders were to be his key in the lock. At last, after the struggle to build Bomber Command, he had the resources to pour into the battle. Post-Dunkirk, strategic leadership was essential, and this needed to come as much from politicians as from military planners. In a memorandum to the Cabinet on 3 September 1940, Churchill had spelled out his thinking. The Navy can lose us the war, but only the Air Force can win it. Therefore, our supreme effort must be to gain overwhelming mastery in the air. The fighters are our salvation, but the bombers alone provide the means of victory. We must therefore develop the power to carry an increasing volume of explosives to Germany, so as to pulverize the entire industry and scientific structure on which the war effort and economic life of the enemy depend, whilst holding him at arm's length from our island. In no other way at present visible can we hope to overcome the immense military power of Germany. 5th January 1944, Stettin. Jim Coman sat impassively through the briefing taking notes, his officer's peaked cap perched at an angle, the way he always wore it. The target tonight would be Stettin, 80 miles north of Berlin, and connected to the Baltic coast via a waterway. Stettin is now Szczecin, in western Poland. It belonged to Prussia until 1945. The crew were feeling a tumble of emotions. At least it wasn't Berlin, but it was close. They were still in their first week as Pathfinders, after narrowly scraping back to RAF Granston 3 days earlier with stopped engines. There was no denying that the efforts of the last few months had taken their toll. Feelings of pent-up anxiety were inescapable. They still didn't know any of the other crews, apart from Jack Anstey's, who was sitting a few tables away from them. The Anstey crew had also transferred from 9 Squadron, arriving 2 weeks before Coman's. Stettin would be a lengthy trip, more than 8 hours, a long time to keep body and soul together. The Met officer reassured them that the weather to and from the target should be clear, but the assembled crew suspected things were not quite that simple. The last 2 days had seen strong winds and rain battering most of the country, preventing operations before the night of 5th January. Bomber Command were keen to keep the crews going. Perhaps one final push and Germany would capitulate. In the minds of the men seated on the hard flip-down chairs of the briefing room, there was much less optimism. Even wearing their woolen one-piece underwear, the so-called bunny suit, it was going to be a freezing trip. Those first difficult winter days at RAF Bourne were the bleakest. Not only was the weather against them, but they had to fly long, hard missions, frequently experiencing the loss of fellow airmen, and knowing they still had many more operations to complete. Some of the glamour of belonging to the Pathfinders had already faded. They sensed they were dead men walking. At first glance, there wasn't much difference between being a normal bomber crewman and a Pathfinder. Apart from a brass RAF eagle worn beneath the left tunic pocket of the Pathfinder crews, their uniforms were identical. The men were ordered to remove the badges before operations, but the Germans often identified the Pathfinders by squadron markings on crashed bombers. Their pay was bolstered by a rise in rank for the duration of their Pathfinder service. Out on the town, they had a little more swagger than other crews, feeling that they were part of an elite group. Tonight, hoping to trick the Germans into believing Berlin would be the target, the bomber stream would turn late into Stettin and hoped to be heading for home just as the defenders woke up to what was happening. Some crews were inexperienced, coming straight out of training into the Pathfinders. Others, like the Comans crew, had 10 or more sorties under their belts. In theory, the best crews of a squadron were invited to apply to join the Pathfinders. Some historians have since speculated that certain squadrons, not being overly keen to lose experienced men, also passed on troublesome or poorly performing crews. Those Pathfinder crews who were not considered experienced enough to drop marking flares carried bomb loads similar to the crews following. The new men were classed as supporters, dropping their bombs first onto the flares. The presence of the photo flash, a bright 19-pound flare bomb synchronized with an onboard camera, allowed intelligence officers to assess the performance of individual crews in placing markers and bombs. A bus dropped the Comans crew on the dispersal near Lancaster ND 367 Caking just after 11 p.m. It was cold, and water droplets were clinging to every surface despite the stiff breeze. Climbing the short crew ladder, they were glad to be inside the aircraft. Ken Cook checked the payload with his torch before he boarded. In the dim light, he could make out 4 massive 2,000-pound bombs in the bomb bay. These barrel-shaped demolition bombs looked unsophisticated and lacking in aerodynamic design, but they were the most powerful element of a Lancaster's arsenal. The Cookie was developed to 4,000-pound and 8,000-pound versions and, at the limits of its practicality, to the 12,000-pound, the Blockbuster. The Comans crew's role as Pathfinder supporters was to drop on the markers, blasting open buildings to allow incendiaries released by the next wave to take hold. They knew these giants would do more than blow roofs off. Each bomb could demolish a large building, blasting rubble into the streets and preventing rescuers or fire services from reaching the heart of the blaze. Thoughts of the terrible impact of the bombs on the ground, however, were not foremost in the minds of the crew. The bombs presented a terrible danger to them and to their aircraft. There were a dozen ways to die in a Lancaster, but a hit in the bomb bay meant immediate and violent death. One stray shard of flak or a cannon shell would obliterate them. For the crew, these 4 2,000-pound bombs were not part of their Lancaster, but alien objects whose brooding presence played on their minds. Jim Comans had not flown this Lancaster before. He wondered what little quirks it might have. All Lancasters drifted to port on takeoff. It was part of the gyroscopic effect of the engines. And the greater the load, the more pronounced it was. But every aircraft was slightly different, some pulling away more than others from the pilot during manoeuvres. Some of these variations were apparent from the factory, but in many cases, battle damage repairs were a contributing factor. On a night like this one, everyone considered flight engineer Ken Randall to be a lucky devil, since he was still away on marriage leave. His place on board ND 367 was taken by Sergeant E.S. Monaghan. Grim to relate, neither aircraft nor replacement flight engineer would survive the end of the month. ND 367 would crash at Zarensdorf on the way to Berlin on 21st January, killing Sergeant Cyril Wakely and 4 of his crew on their first mission together. As for Monaghan, he was lost without trace, a week later in Lancaster JB 712, on another mission to Berlin. Spare bods were common enough, but their presence unsettled many crews. They were deeply superstitious about any change in their routines, not least when individual crew replacements were necessary. Not long after Comans had eased the Lancaster off RAF Bourne's damp runway, large cloud banks appeared. On the leg towards the base of Denmark, the cloud blocked their way at 15,000 feet. They flew on, flashes of lightning momentarily transforming the deep mist into an enveloping sheet of light. There was no time to avoid the massive cloud in front of them. They plunged into the murk, hoping to outclimb the storm. The bomber began to bounce and lunge. St. Elmo's fire ran along the aerials and guns, alarming an already nervous crew. George Widdis, in the upper turret, reported ice forming on his perspex, blotting out his view. Comans noticed the controls getting heavier as the Lancaster began to ice up. Instinctively he put the nose down, realising that to continue at this altitude would be folly. Gradually the ice melted, peppering the thin alloy fuselage with small fragments as it did so. As they broke through into clear air, soft moonlight helped them pick out the coast of Germany. Deep into enemy territory, their final feint east towards Stettin left the rings of searchlights around Hamburg behind them. In the distance, Berlin's defences bristled. At any moment a fighter might break through the darkness. Tension mounted throughout the crew. "Time to go down, I think," Comans instructed Cook. Leaving his navigator's plotting table behind the pilot's seat, Ken Randall stood and flipped his seat up, allowing Ken Cook to squeeze through the opening beneath the flight engineer's panel. Down in the orbit of the Perspex nose, Cook was in a new world. Lying on the leather-top support, he crouched over the bomb site. Stettin was coming into view. Already flares were dropping and the first bombs had started a large fire in the city centre. The main features of the town were clearly visible: docks, railway station, and municipal buildings. Fleeting outlines of other bombers swept beneath through Ken's sight as he focused the crosshairs. There was no time to worry about them. ND 367 was flying straight and level as flak drifted up towards them before bursting in angry growls. As Ken pressed the release toggle, he could see the flash of other bombs exploding among the fires beneath. The Pathfinder's job was done, and the baton now passed to the next wave of arriving Lancasters. There were over 300 of them in the stream that followed. The Comans crew braced themselves for another battering as they headed home. The wind speed had picked up, with 85-mile-per-hour gusts in the headwind. Too much of this and they would run short of fuel. They had a long journey in front of them. But finally, as the pale winter morning produced thin green strips of light in the eastern sky, they made it into the circuit above RAF Bourne. Other dim Lancaster shapes joined them. They had been invisible for many hours, yet now, within a few minutes, the family was congregating for a reunion. Landing at 5 minutes past 8, they had been flying for 8 hours and 18 minutes. Most of them were bursting to urinate and had hardly swung out of the side door before they formed an orderly line by the tail. Cigarettes were offered round as the ground crew chattered, relieved to see their airmen safely home. Over the next 40 minutes, the other aircraft returned. 16 out of 18 had made it back to Bourne. But what of the 2 others? The phones in the ops room remained silent. As the minutes turned to hours, it became obvious that 2 Lancasters had been lost. The flak crew were hit near Luskau, on Germany's Baltic coast, with Sergeant R.G. Boston the only survivor. Parachuting from the hatch under his bomb aimer's position, Boston later reported, When I left my position in aircraft, this officer, Flak, was still at controls. This was my last sight of him. German medical officer at Anklum said rest of my crew were dead. Did not know anything of any others, but all members of the crew would have found it extremely difficult to abandon aircraft. The Coman's crew had flown Flak's aircraft only the day before, on a daylight cross-country exercise. It was hard to imagine that this complex piece of machinery, which had performed so well over their 2.5-hour flight, was now gone. What had become of aircraft and crew was unknown. They had disappeared seemingly without trace. Everyone fought back thoughts of what the final minutes in a spinning Lancaster must be like. The second crew missing was Jack Anstey's, their closest colleagues from 9 Squadron. They had served with 97 Squadron for less than a month. Perhaps, without Anstey's enthusiasm, the idea of joining the Pathfinders might not have formed so quickly in the Coman's crew. Anstey was only 22, and like Roy Wolford, a Luton lad. The day was a stark reminder that it was unwise to become close to a crew or aircraft. Only after the war would they find out that all but one of the Anstey crew had perished that night. Sergeant C. Cartwright, the flight engineer, was taken prisoner. Their Lancaster JB 720 was new and had been with 97 Squadron less than 3 weeks. Bomber Command considered the Stettin raid a success. Most crews had reported being able to bomb visually, having used the H2S radar system to confirm their position. The weather conditions had turned out to be very different from the pre-raid briefing, with many reporting thick cloud and icing. The improvement in their accuracy had come about as a result of the interventions of Frederick Lindemann 18 months earlier in the Butt Report of August 1941. New technology was now arriving at the squadrons on a regular basis, and bringing with it a feeling of impetus. The crews could see the tide of war was turning. How long could the enemy resist the onslaught of Bomber Command, armed with such an array of new devices? 15th February 1944. Berlin. In their preparation for operations, the Coman's crew always experienced a strong sense of purpose. For all Harris's desire not to create an elite, the young men of the crew felt that, as Pathfinders, they had reached the top of their game. Soon they too would be dropping marker flares onto targets as leaders, not supporters. If they survived their tour of duty, they also sensed the benefits that lay ahead, greater respect, perhaps even faster promotion. But their key preoccupation was survival. There was no point in winning badges or medals if they ended up dead. Too many of their fellow airmen were failing to return. Every time they landed safely after a mission, they felt they had dodged a bullet. After a month with 97 Squadron, the Coman's crew started to carry flares in their bomb load, as they began the task of guiding others in earnest. Early February 1944 turned out to be a troublesome month, as heavy winds and lashing rain kept them grounded at RAF Bourne. Perhaps this was no bad thing, as the moon was strong for the first week of the month. Several missions were scrubbed even after all the preparation had been made and the Lancasters fueled and loaded. The anticlimax was often worse than flying the mission itself. On average, they sent 20 Lancasters per raid, often losing 2 of these aircraft. Even for those who made it safely back to base, tragedy was never far away. At the end of January, the Australian Henry Jim von Ralter returned from Berlin on 3 engines, with the tail of his Lancaster shot to pieces. Inside the aircraft, however, his tail gunner, Flight Sergeant Laurie, had died a sudden, gruesome death, decapitated by shrapnel. Von Ralter would himself be killed 5 months later, on 23rd June, when his Lancaster ME 625 crashed following a mid-air collision. When airmen were posted missing after a raid, the only comfort for their colleagues was the possibility that they might have escaped the crash of their bomber. It took time, sometimes many weeks before notifications of prisoners of war were confirmed. If downed airmen were in the evasion network, it could take months before word was heard. In some cases, airmen remained hidden for the duration of the war. The Comans crew had a 2-week respite from operations at the start of February 1944. They had flown continuously since September, completing 19 missions. The rainy early days of February were not spent in relaxation. When the weather permitted, they flew several cross-country exercises at night. The squadron had Make and Mend days, organised sport and lectures on evasion and escape, and photographic interpretation of bomb damage. There was a sense that something was brewing, and as the crews were pulled together for their final briefing on 13th February, they realised it was to be a maximum effort mission, with 24 Lancasters from RAF Bourne tasked as part of a massive raid to Berlin. However, even as they stood by their aircraft for an early takeoff, the mission was pulled due to bad weather. The next day was no better, but they were ordered to go on the 15th. This was the largest raid on Berlin to date, with 891 aircraft striking at the industrialised western part of the city. All but one of 97 squadron's Lancasters returned, and reports of their accuracy were good, although they had to bomb through cloud. The McLean crew went missing, however, shot down by Hauptmann Erhard Peters in his Ju-88C near Faaborg in Denmark. 5 of the crew died when the Lancaster exploded, scattering sections of wreckage over a wide area. McLean and air bomber Stevens parachuted to captivity. Erhard Peters had so far claimed 22 aircraft destroyed in his career with Nachtjagergeschwader 3, a German night fighter wing formed in September 1941 and often referred to as NJG-3. With masses of bombers appearing over Berlin, his Liechtenstein SN2 radar set was alive with targets. The front of his Ju-88C bristled with a complicated array of aerials, which caused his aircraft to make a whistling sound as it flew. Ground controllers steered him to the incoming stream of bombers, giving him instructions through his headphones. As Peters closed on a target, his navigator would pick out a bright green dot on his 3 small round cathode ray screens. Stalking their prey, they followed the instruments until they could visually make out the shape of a bomber. In the course of a raid, a night fighter might make 6 or more interceptions. Often he would be spotted and fired at. Unless he could be reasonably sure of a kill, there was no point pressing home an attack, for there were plenty of other targets to choose from. Many bombers were equipped with a tail approach radar device known as Monica, introduced by the RAF in June 1942. A small T-shaped aerial under the rear gunner would detect an aircraft, producing a bleeping sound over the intercom. Although accurate, it did not differentiate between friend or foe, leading to many false alarms in a bomber stream. Detection of a prowling fighter was down to the eyes of the gunners. Unknown to the British bomber crews, from spring 1944, the Germans deployed the Flensborg radar receiver, which allowed night fighters to home in on Monica signals. Hauptmann Peters knew that his battle was not one-sided. The Lancasters would push bundles of tinfoil, window, through a chute, which would turn his radar set into a fog of tiny targets. And over the past few nights, he had faced the challenging question of which ground controller's voice he could trust. New German-speaking voices were appearing on his radio frequency. Sometimes he had heard arguments, each voice demanding to be heard since they were the real controllers. Sitting at radio desks in specially prepared Halifaxes of 100 Bomber Support Group, bogus controllers mimicked German ground operators, with impressive results. Worryingly, it seemed the fake voices were more ordered and controlled than the real ones. But these countermeasures were only an inconvenience. Peters knew that the real threat lurked among the bombers. De Havilland Mosquito 2s, equipped with serrate radar detection devices, were stalking the Luftwaffe fighters. homing into the emissions from the Liechtenstein sets, they would identify and attack the slower two-engine night fighters. Peters' aircraft was fitted with the new SN2 set, which he was told would be harder for the mosquitoes to detect, but it was very new and as yet unproven. Had Peters continued his career, he would have added many more bombers to his personal score. Ironically, it was the fear of the mosquito that killed Hauptmann Peters and his crew 4 days after their attack on McLean. On 19th February, a single-engined Wild Boar Luftwaffe fighter mistook Peters' Ju-88 for their nemesis and shot him down. The raid of 50...
You're welcome to enjoy this audiobook at no cost. Take a break, listen to relaxing music, and thank you for watching the video.
Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you, lead the way. Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing.
15th February 1944 was the Comanche crew's 11th mission to Berlin, and they would fly one more in March. Of 16 major strikes on the city in the Battle of Berlin, the name given to Bomber Command's sequence of raids on the German capital between November 1943 and March 1944, they flew 12 of them. In doing so, the crew had honed their skills against the most heavily defended target on the planet. Working with navigator Don Bowes, Ken Cook had gained invaluable experience of the H-2S radar. With a curtain pulled round them to help block the glow of the instruments, Cook and Bowes succeeded finding their way to their targets on the foulest of winter nights. The new technology was allowing RAF bombers to achieve a level of accuracy that would have been unthinkable only 2 years earlier. For 3 months, RAF Bomber Command had pounded Berlin without let-up, causing enormous damage and considerable loss of life. The Pathfinders were mastering their techniques and getting their flares onto the targets. However, had Harris's area bombing strategy been working as he predicted it would, by now, thousands of civilians should have been on the streets demanding Hitler's resignation. Food and water should have been in desperately short supply. A starving and rebellious population should have fled the German capital, overwhelming the Nazis' abilities to feed their armies. The 1930s prophecy of aerial Armageddon had seemed compellingly plausible, but, as in the London Blitz, the complete breakdown of social order failed to materialise. Perhaps Churchill, Lindemann, Portal and Harris had misunderstood the true scale of the Nazis' psychological hold on the German people. Buoyed by the hopes of a troubled nation, Hitler had first charmed and then captured the minds of the majority. He had circumvented the rule of politicians and the law to such an extent that civilians feared to challenge the all-encompassing power of the Nazi state. Harris's belief that the Allied bombing campaign might tip Germany into rebellion were not without foundation, for the German people had displayed a penchant for civil unrest throughout the 1920s and in the early 1930s. Yet now, when parts of Berlin, once considered one of Europe's most modern and progressive cities, lay a smouldering ruin, there was little sign of civil disobedience. The simple entries in the diary of the teenager Brigitte Eicher appear to sum up Berliner's disregard of the bombers, even after 2 months of attacks. On 1st February she records, "The school had been bombed when we arrived this morning. Waltraud, Melita and I went back to Gisella's and danced to gramophone records. The morning after the huge Berlin raid of 15th February, Hitler met with his Chief of Staff, Kurt Zeitzler, not to discuss the bombing, but to consider the situation on the Eastern Front. When Zeitzler reported that the army had requested to fall back from Nikopol in Ukraine to strengthen their line, Hitler flew into a fury. Launching himself across the table, he attacked the map before collapsing into an armchair. If only the generals could finally understand why I cling to this area so much, he shouted. We urgently need Nikopol manganese. Zeitzler, used to Hitler's outbursts, continued the briefing unperturbed. Eventually Hitler calmed down, but he ordered that the army display an iron will, insisting that no further retreats were to be permitted. In so doing, Hitler had signed the death warrant of the Wehrmacht in strategic terms. Although Harris's Berlin offensive was not achieving the breakdown of order and the overthrow of Hitler, it had clearly affected the psychology of the Führer, who was cracking under the strain of his enemy's assaults. The Russians may have been his main preoccupation, but the nightly visits from Allied bombers were a constant reminder to him that before long he would have a Western front to contend with, as well as an Eastern one. Harris had resisted diluting his area bombing campaign through the winter of 1943-4, but he could not continue his policy without interruption. The poor weather and short days had hampered the US AAF's daylight operations, but as the first sign of spring began to appear, it would be time to throw the full might of the US 8th Air Force into battle. The desire within Bomber Command to strike at Germany's industries rather than area bombing Berlin became overwhelming. Harris was dismissive, often describing industry attacks as panacea targets. But even he had to face the reality that his knockout blow policy had failed. Bomber Command was returning to a model closer to Lindemann's, attacks on industrial towns to destroy factories and dehouse workers. To the bomber crews, the missions were operationally identical, but the strategy was subtly different. Harris did not give up his vision of the knockout blow, but he believed the destruction of towns would have a domino effect, and that eventually the Nazis would come to their senses. Big Week, 20th to 25th February, 1944. With the focus shifting from the wrecked remains of Berlin, the US AAF and RAF combined efforts for Operation Argument, nicknamed Big Week, on 20th February 1944. For 6 days, the two air forces hit industrial targets in towns across Germany, including Leipzig, Braunschweig, Gotha, and Regensburg. The intensity of the Comans crew's mission picked up pace once again. They had a successful flight to Stuttgart on the night of 20th February. Dropping 10 1,000-pound bombs from 20,000 feet, they made it back to Bonn just as the sun was beginning to rise. The Lancasters were landing to plan with little more than 5 minutes separating them. As the crews left their aircraft, they became aware that the aircraft of one of their number, Flight Lieutenant Emerson, was still slowly flying the circuit. Some had heard on the radio that ground control was holding him off until the others had landed. He had radioed in an emergency, and as the men on the ground peered upwards, they could see that Emerson had a huge gash in the underside of his fuselage. The H-2S dome had gone, and in its place a gaping wound, the result of a collision with another bomber over the target. Emerson had done exceptionally well to nurse the stricken bomber home. Fire vehicles and ambulances stood in position. Men clung to vehicles ready to charge down the runway as Emerson came in. Finally, after more than 20 minutes of preparation, Emerson was given the all-clear to land. A large crowd of ground and air crew stood watching. Emerson's Lancaster made the slow downwind leg, his flaps and undercarriage down as he made the gentle turn into his final approach. The characteristic shape of the Lancaster's wings formed in line with the runway, and his height and speed looked perfect. but 300 yards from the runway, the fuselage suddenly snapped in two behind the wing. The bomber plunged to the ground, a fireball lifting immediately from the site of the impact. Aghast, men instinctively ran towards the crash, grabbing onto passing vehicles or seizing bicycles and pedalling frantically towards the rising smoke. Coleman's wireless operator Roy Wolford was one of the first to reach the scene. Although he could clearly see the shape of the fuselage, he was beaten back by the heat. The terrible realization that the men inside were burning before him left him shocked and helpless. Tears of frustration welled up in the onlookers' eyes as firemen finally succeeded in dousing the inferno. There was nothing to be done but recover the charred remains of Emerson and his crew from the smouldering wreck of their Lancaster. Nothing in his war would affect Roy Wolford as much as this tragedy. The bombing of the factory at Luton had placed him in a vulnerable emotional state, but this incident brought him close to breaking point. The gloom around RAF Bourne was profound. Emerson had been only seconds away from safety. Everyone was willing him down, watching every inch of his progress. Even if the fuselage had fractured on the runway, most of the men could have been rescued. It was the cruelest of twists, of the kind that war produces without warning. Roy Wolford soldiered on. He had been married only a few months, and it helped to talk to his wife on the phone. Although 4 of the crew were now married, they lived apart from their spouses and were not in married quarters. The crew were very supportive of Roy, and he didn't want to let them down. Despite his being in a state of profound shock, his fear of being sidelined as LMF and separated from the crew was enough to keep him going. Whatever happened, he determined to finish his tour. Physically, however, the strain began to show. Roy's hair, normally thick and curly, began to fall out. Soon he had very little to poke under his cap. It would grow again after several months, but the memory of that day would remain with him for the rest of his life. By February 1944, Schweinfurt, whose literal meaning is swine crossing, had lived up to its name. This northern Bavarian town, home to the biggest ball bearing plant in Germany and therefore key to wartime production, had been the burial place of the US AAF's initial enthusiasm. Buoyed with confidence at the abilities of their Boeing B-17 to operate in daylight without fighter cover, the US AAF had launched a major attack on Regensburg and Schweinfurt on 17 August 1943. The raid on Schweinfurt, in particular, was a costly disaster. German fighters had swarmed on the bombers, hacking holes in their formation and sending a stream of burning aircraft plummeting to the ground. The force had split to attack Schweinfurt and the Messerschmitt plant at Regensburg. 60 B-17 bombers were lost and many more damaged irreparably. 552 US airmen were listed as missing in action, of whom half became prisoners of war. Despite these losses, the results of the attack were good. Albert Speer, Vice Minister of Armaments and War Production, calculated that the raid had cost Germany 34% of its ball bearing production. Even with this sober lesson learned, the US AAF launched a further attack in October 1943, which resulted in the deaths or capture of 600 American airmen and the loss of 60 bombers. Another 17 were so badly damaged that they had to be scrapped. Allied fighters did not have the range to escort the bombers all the way to targets so deep inside the German Reich, so once again, the gunners faced the fighters alone. This mauling threw the US AAF onto the back foot. They had to admit they did not have air superiority. More damaging to their pride was the irrefutable fact that the B-17, once hailed as their wonder aeroplane, was vulnerable. Speer stockpiled ball bearings, keeping war production moving. For the Germans, Schweinfurt's output was too important to allow production to remain disrupted for long, and a massive effort was put into restoring its factories. Speer also diversified production to keep it out of reach of the bombers, spreading it to all corners of the Reich. From deep, concrete-lined bunkers in the Balkans to wine and cheese storage caves in the Loire Valley, armaments continued to pour forward. German aircraft production increased in 1944, even throughout the debilitating raids and invasion of northern France. That year saw more aircraft manufactured across Germany's empire than the whole of the other war years put together. The only problem was that the Luftwaffe lacked experienced pilots to fly them. As Big Week got underway, the battle lines had been drawn differently. The Americans now had fighter cover from their P-47 Thunderbolts, P-38 Lightnings, and their new fighter, the P-51 Mustang. Not only would the bombers hit their targets, but the new fighter force would draw in the Luftwaffe for an epic air battle. Losses over the 6 days within the bomber force were high. The US AAF lost 226 bombers by day, the RAF 131 by night. This represented 6% of the total force deployed in battle. 335 German aircraft were downed, 20% of the Luftwaffe's daylight fighters, and 100 pilots killed. These were unsustainable losses, which left the Germans deeply shaken. Far from succeeding in stopping the Allied bombing onslaught, they saw a future in which their air defences were utterly destroyed. Such fears were well grounded. The new generation of Allied fighter aircraft could outwit most of their Luftwaffe equivalents, even with Germany's most experienced pilots flying them. The battle would hinge on experienced pilots, and the Allies had the upper hand. The RAF had leaned heavily on the training grounds of America, Canada, and Australia, knowing that their pilots would be safe from interference there. In Germany, however, a time was coming soon when no inch of their skies would be completely safe for the Luftwaffe trainee pilots. In a mood of rising confidence, the US AAF changed the colour of its bombers. The practice of painting their upper sides in green drab, based on the assumption that enemy fighters could observe them from above, was discontinued. Instead, bombers left the production lines in America in bright polished aluminium. The theory behind the new colour scheme was that, henceforth, the enemy would be below them, peering up into a bright sky. The only aircraft above the US bombers would be their own accompanying fighters. However, despite the threat of these US fighters, the Luftwaffe persisted with the high-angle beam attack, particularly against the B-17s. The experience of the US bomber crewmen was different from that of their RAF colleagues. The Americans expected to meet fighter opposition and, rather than take evasive action, they maintained their course and altitude in formation. Flying with 5 gunners, the concept of bomber self-defense was etched into every part of the B-17's design. High on the freezing edge of the troposphere, crew wore flak jackets over electrically heated suits. They donned steel helmets when flying over Germany, and their movement was further inhibited by the need to keep connected to an oxygen source. Many B-17s had open sides for the waist gunners, giving little shelter from freezing temperatures. Below the fuselage hung the claustrophobic ball turret. The gunner, generally a small man, would be packed into the turret, which was then winched down into its exposed position under the belly. If the bomber was damaged, the gunner could be trapped inside the turret and, in the event of a wheels-up landing, condemned to an appalling end. Lines of dull green B-17s formed up on the taxiways of dozens of US airfields in East Anglia. The pitch of their radial engines differed from that of the Merlin-powered Lancasters, producing deep reverberations. One by one they took off, leaving 2-minute intervals between each plane. Grabbing each foot of altitude, they circled, gradually gaining height, before splitting into their set formations. Every B-17 formation was similar, and the crews knew their slot. Once the squadrons were airborne, they tuned into buncher beacons, ground stations that would help them unite into larger groups of bombers. As they set course for Schweinfurt in February 1944, a cloud of Allied fighters appeared above them. The fight would be just as desperate as in August and October of the previous year, but this time the fighters would make a huge difference. Many men had not taken part in the earlier raids. They were new to the bomb groups, men still building towards their 30-mission target before home leave. Unlike the RAF men, many of these US airmen did not return to fly a second tour, and were replaced by a throng of newly trained crews. The radar in the B-17s was similar to RAF H-2S, and was held in a chin position in the nose of the aircraft. As the radar was introduced across the force, the US AAF dropped a waist gunner to make room for a Mickey operator, a bombing navigator with a role similar to Ken Cook's. With the aid of radar, daylight, and the Norden bombsight, the US AAF began to hit their targets with admirable accuracy. On 24th February, the fires of the American raid were still smouldering as the Comans crew began their bombing run at Schweinfurt. RAF's strategy that day was different too, splitting the main force into separate waves to attack multiple targets. Learning that a feint required more than just a few aircraft, they put 179 trainee bomber crews into the air to simulate a building raid. 97 Squadron was spread between two waves, the first taking off at 1800 hours and the second at 2100 hours. The Comans crew, who were in the first section, identified Schweinfurt by the course of the River Main, which passed through the town. The night was clear, and Ken Cook could easily make out the key target points from his position in the Lancaster's nose. This was the first time the RAF had flown to this difficult target, but flying over Schweinfurt on 24th February 1944 was not like being above Berlin on those heavy, overcast nights in early January. Schweinfurt made life easy for them. A large fire was already burning in the target area, and, as the white and red flares fell, they saw two other considerable blazes in the north of the town. They dropped 4 target indicator flares, 5 1,000-pound bombs, and a 4,000-pound cookie. The glow of the burning town remained visible on the horizon for 150 miles of the return leg. Almost inevitably, one Lancaster was missing from the two waves. ND 497, flown by the Smith crew, had taken off 5 minutes after the Comans, but failed to return. Smith had flown some distance south of Schweinfurt before crashing with the loss of all crew at Thuringham. The split-wave raid of the 734 bombers had worked well, exhausting the German night fighters, who were forced to land and refuel. In a daring move, the US AAF and RAF were to attack Augsburg the next day. If Schweinfurt rang alarm bells in American minds, Augsburg had similarly grim associations for the British. The RAF had not attacked the Swabian town since Sherwood's heroic day raid of 1942. Augsburg remained a tough call. There was the added incentive that Sherwood had also served with 97 Squadron, and it was a matter of pride to follow in his footsteps, even though he now languished in a prisoner of war camp. This time, the RAF would be flying after the US AAF had done their work, and, just as at Schweinfurt, they would attack in 2 waves. The morning sky on 25th February was filled with the rumble of aircraft. Through the scattered clouds high above RAF Bourne, American bombers could be seen toiling upwards to begin their assembly. The eastern horizon shook with noise as 754 B-17s and B-24s took off from their bases in East Anglia. There were so many of them that the assembly areas were spread across much of eastern England. Scores of fighters swarmed together, ready to take up position above the outbound bombers. The 8th Air Force had come of age. Even before the RAF crews knew where they were heading that day, the Americans were heading for Regensburg, Augsburg, Stuttgart, and Fürth. They would lose 31 bombers, with 301 crew killed or captive. In the unwritten rules of the bombing campaign, losses of under 5% of the force sent was considered a success. Worryingly for the Luftwaffe, the Americans lost very few fighters, but destroyed many of theirs. The Coman's crew were once again to be in the first wave, together with 13 other Lancasters from 97 Squadron. Their route would take them over northern France in a straight line towards Stuttgart, turning south towards Freiburg and seemingly headed for Munich. But a sharp 90-degree turn brought them to Augsburg. The second wave would arrive from the north after flying over Holland and Germany. It was a boldly confident plan. The day before, the Americans had pinpointed factories and railways, but this raid was to hit hard at the heart of Augsburg. The Augsburgers knew that a raid would come. They did not know when, but with the newspapers describing the damage done to so many industrial centres across Germany, a destructive attack on their city seemed inevitable. Augsburg was host to the MAN diesel works and a Messerschmitt factory. Nearby camps housed thousands of slave labourers. Surely the Allies must know this was an important industrial centre. Air raid shelters were built, slit trenches dug, and cellars cleaned in preparation. Across the river, in Leschhausen, a baker observed the preparations, and in his diary noted down the question that was on the mind of all Augsburgers. Will it prove itself? Is everything ready when the big blow against Augsburg takes place? The city was covered in snow, and the banks of the River Lech clad in sheets of ice. The weather was bright and cloudless, possibly the worst conditions for the defence of the city, as the river was clearly visible as a dark line in the surrounding whiteness. At 13:30, the air raid sirens wailed across the city as the B-17s bore down on the Messerschmitt plant. Those away from the factory site watched the raid with grim curiosity, hearing the crump of bombs as blast waves shook windows. With clear skies, the Norden bomb sites worked well, allowing an accurate strike on the plant. The Augsburg Air Defence Diary observes, the attack was carried out by about 150 machines and was only on the Messerschmitt works, which suffered severe damage and had over 380 dead, including 250 concentration camp prisoners. Of course, there were also deaths and damage in the vicinity of the plant. The raid was over in less than an hour, but amid the plumes of rising smoke, a dread filled the population. What would darkness bring? In the German control centres, they watched the evening raid gathering on radar. Plotters began to pin ribbons to maps. Reports came in of a large force of enemy bombers over Amiens, but was this a feint? As the Allied aircraft headed towards Strasbourg, the controllers had to keep Stuttgart and Munich on alert. But they already suspected the force would turn for Augsburg. They wished they had the fighter resources to harry the enemy all through France, but Hitler had insisted that the strongest night fighter forces be stationed to defend the Reich. The smaller, wild boar fighters had landed and refueled after the day raid, but there was no rest for the pilots. In Lancaster ND-440, Ken Cook watched his aircraft's progress on his H-2S radar. Cross-checking their position with Don Bowes next to him, he took several trips down into the nose to verify their location. They had left London behind them and crossed the English coast at Beachy Head, a geographical feature so clear that it could have been invented for aviators. It was a beautiful evening as they crossed the Bay of the Somme, south of Étaples. It took them just 10 minutes to fly over the whole extent of the Somme battlefield that had taken 4 years of mud-soaked misery and hundreds of thousands of British, French, and Commonwealth lives to win. The thinnest line of the waxing crescent moon could be seen, but it was the darkest night of the month. As they pressed eastwards, the faint grey of hoar frost bleached the landscape below, turning whiter minute by minute as the snow-topped ridges of the Ardennes passed on their port side. Southern Germany was enveloped in snow. Even in the darkness, the light it threw up at the bomber stream enabled them to pick out towns, rivers, and valleys. As George Widdis traversed his upper turret, it was hard not to be entranced by the distant lights of Zurich, 45 miles away. Unlike Munich, whose wall of searchlights was clearly visible ahead, in the Swiss city there would be no air raid sirens and no scurrying to shelters. It was 9:30 in the evening, and although the Swiss would hear the distant thunder of the Merlin engines, they could sit unworried by their firesides. Above the turret, the vast canopy of stars spread out, but George was looking for movement, a shifting shape against the blackness. The wings dipped as Jim Comans brought Lancaster ND 440 onto her last sharp turn to Augsburg. The night was perfect for the pathfinders, and from Ken Cook's position in the nose, he could already see the green and red flares piercingly bright in the city centre. He dropped the bombs in the pattern of explosions beneath him, as other invisible companions let loose their loads. 15-year-old Karl Kling and 5 other students had been drafted into the Luftwaffenhelfer to defend the Messerschmitt works. Luftwaffenhelfer were Air Force assistants, supervised by the Hitler Youth and Luftwaffe, also commonly known as Flakhelfer, flak helpers. They manned anti-aircraft guns, and for the second time that day, faced terrifying odds from above. We were 6 students from Kumbach against 600 bombers, he later wrote. From this hour on, we knew what war is and, for the first time, we feared for our lives. Most men of fighting age were at the front and, as the camps of slave labourers at Augsburg bore witness, fit German adults suitable to man guns were in short supply. The destruction of Augsburg city centre was almost total. Large, stepped gables of fine buildings had collapsed into the street, blocking all the roads under piles of rubble several feet deep. Huge fires burnt out of control, as firefighters fought to get water from the frozen River Lech, their hoses freezing on the pumps. Civilians tried to fight the fires with buckets and stirrup pumps. Others tried to extinguish the magnesium-spewing incendiaries that had crashed through their roofs, an impossible task, since 230,000 of these devilishly destructive devices had been dropped by the RAF that night. The second wave of bombers arrived an hour later, but they dropped their bombs less accurately to the east. 800 people died in the raids that day and night. Perhaps it was Augsburg's historical prosperity that saved it from greater loss. Many of the medieval wooden buildings that form the character of old towns like Hamburg and Dresden had been replaced here by tall, brick-built buildings. Although the city centre burned ferociously, the uncontrolled firestorm that caused tens of thousands of casualties elsewhere did not take hold in Augsburg. The next day revealed the full extent of the raid. The town's air defence diary noted, Saturday, February 26, 1944. Weather, moderately cold. Some sun at noon, which could not penetrate the mighty layers of smoke and dust, but dulled in the sky with a yellow-red glow. That morning, a tide of refugees fled the city to find safety in the countryside. Willie Hassold worked in a rescue centre, providing bread and milk to thousands and thousands of people, some without shoes, burnt, dirty, dog-tired, exhausted and sometimes also wounded. If the civil unrest that Bomber Harris predicted had failed to materialise, Lindemann's strategy of dehousing and disruption worked very well in the days after the Augsburg raids. 80,000 people fled the city, approaching half the population. But many thousands could not leave. Slave labourers confined to their cages by armed guards, hoping that perhaps, at last, Liberation was on its way. They looked on in grim satisfaction at the Germans' suffering. Although the RAF lost 23 bombers that night, none of them were 97 Squadron aircraft. Most of these aircraft were lost to flak. It seemed few night fighters had been observed. Jim Comans landed back at Bourne at 02:01 after a grueling 7-hour flight, something that had become a norm through this winter. They were stood down for 2 days, enough time to have lunch in Cambridge, go to the cinema, and hit the local pubs. As Bomber Command continued to tick off the industrial cities of Germany from their raid list, they took pride in the accuracy of the Pathfinders. At last they could be confident that they were landing their bombs on target. There were signs that new technology was beginning to break through German defences. Ideas for how to achieve pinpoint accuracy was being put forward. Tests revealed that the Lancaster was capable of carrying enormous new bombs, far heavier than anything imagined at Avro's drawing board. But the commanders were choosing to ignore the massive human cost of the strategy they were pursuing. Just as huge casualty numbers were accepted in the First World War, so Bomber Command were prepared to countenance 5% losses per raid. But RAF losses were proportionally much greater, as infantrymen were relieved from frontline duties after days, not weeks. And Bomber Command was not just sacrificing the lives of its highly trained crews, it was exposing those who survived to psychological damage that would last for decades afterwards. Chapter 8. Coningsby. 30th March 1944. Nuremberg. A bright moon filled the streets with a clear, soft light. Munchholzhausen, south of the city of Wetzlar, had only 1,000 inhabitants. Nestled in the gentle folds of the fields of Hesse in central Germany, it would be an unlikely target for the terror flyers. This quiet village had found itself beneath the flight path of the bombers before, but no harm had come to it so far. Checking there were no chinks of light from windows or doorways had become a way of life. The villagers knew the patrolling wardens of the Reichsluftschutzbund would berate them. Carelessness could spell disaster. The Reichsluftschutzbund, National Air Raid Protection League, was a Nazi organisation in charge of air raid precautions in residential areas, the equivalent of Britain's ARP. As the bombers once again pounded their courses high above them, some felt bold enough to go outside and watch. On this clear March night, the RAF was heading towards Nuremberg. Vapour trails formed in the crystal-clear sky. The bombers were more difficult to see, but occasional glints of light betrayed them. Streaks of coloured light shot horizontally as the air battle with night fighters started. The watchers had to be careful, as spent shell cases and cannon shells could rain down, breaking tiles and embedding themselves in gardens. The children had collections of things they had found. It seemed the bombers often dropped thousands of strips of tinfoil, which would blow around like confetti, littering the fields and getting stuck in bushes and trees. The action was more intense than they had seen on other nights, and the watchers were fascinated by the booming noises followed by distant fires as aircraft plummeted to earth. At 11:43, the night was illuminated by a huge flash. Buildings were silhouetted against the light for a split second. As the echoes of the explosion died away, the silence was broken by barking dogs and the constant drone of the aircraft above. In the fields, 500 metres away from the village, a huge fire was burning. Many villagers were too afraid to come out of their houses, but others ran into the streets immediately to see what had happened. Some thought bombs had been dropped, but it became clear that a bomber had crashed close by. A series of small explosions and bright lights cascaded into the air. Ammunition cracked from the fire as .303 bullets cooked off in the intense heat. No one could survive this crash, but some felt nervous that there might be men hiding close by who had parachuted clear. By daybreak, the intense fire had died down, revealing a deep, smouldering gash in a field above the village. The impact had gouged the earth to a depth of 10 metres. A mangled propeller perched on the lip of the smoking crater, one of the few recognisable pieces of the bomber. Thousands of burned and blackened metal fragments were scattered over a large area. Throughout the day, villagers of all ages walked out across the field to see what had shaken their houses to their foundations. Standing in small groups, they gazed at the scene of complete destruction in an otherwise untouched piece of land. The field was filled with the stench of burning and aviation fuel, and the remains of bodies were being recovered. As it fell, the tail of the bomber had broken off and landed a kilometre away. There were 2 bodies inside. Lancaster ND-640, flown by Flight Lieutenant Leonard Hyde, DFC, had been caught by the ME-110 of Oberleutnant Martin Becker. A rising star of the Luftwaffe, Becker claimed 7 bombers that night, in what emerged as one of the worst raids for the RAF. Becker's eventual haul of 58 kills made him one of the highest-scoring German aces to survive the war. Becker remembered little of the end of ND-640. It had all been over in seconds. He had barely needed to use his onboard radar to find the Lancasters. Lighting up his gun crosshairs with the underside of the silhouetted bomber, he had pressed his gun button. A single upward burst of fire had ruptured the Lancaster's fuel tanks. He had to concentrate on getting clear of the flaming meteor above him. He watched in grim satisfaction as the trail of fire dropped steadily towards the ground. There was no time to dwell on his victory. It was just another target successfully picked up by his navigator. Jim Comans and crew had taken off from RAF Bourne 5 minutes earlier than Hyde. His Lancaster was almost certainly one of the aircraft the Comans crew saw fall that night. Normally, it was impossible to tell in the darkness who had been shot down, but in tonight's moonlight, identification was more certain. Flight Lieutenant C.S. Chatton reported, "I saw the light of tracer fire and an aircraft hit and going down on fire. Its markers must have been jettisoned, for I saw them burst below. I identified the markers as belonging to those of the aircraft which had taken off just before me, and was sure then that it was my friend, Len Hyde." It appeared that ND-640 had no bombs on board when it crashed, but the high impact speed was not survivable. Hyde was an experienced airman, and his loss was keenly felt. His was a fate that could have befallen any of the crews that took off from RAF Bourne for Nuremberg on that March evening. The crews were witnessing a seminal moment in the history of Bomber Command. A miscalculation had been made, one that exposed the bomber stream to extraordinary dangers. Perhaps the success of previous raids had made the planners complacent. The Nuremberg operation was a large one, an all-effort raid, drawing in as many as 779 aircraft. At briefing, crews were aghast to see how straight the course was to Nuremberg. The normal kinks and feints were absent, and, with clear weather and a full moon, the crews would be sitting ducks for the German night fighters. A feeling of bewilderment and despair descended on the briefing room. Surely they were not being asked to fly such a direct and risk-laden course. Air Vice Marshal Don Bennett, in command of the Pathfinders, knew the Nuremberg raid could be a disaster. When he had been consulted about the route by Air Vice Marshal Soundby, deputy to Harris, Bennett had proposed a dogleg course to attempt to deceive German defences. This idea was rejected by the other group commanders, including Cochrane, who believed that extending an already long flight was too dangerous. Bennett recalled his own reaction and those of his squadron leaders and pilots when the plan was revealed. It was the nearest I had come to mutiny. I had every squadron commander in the Pathfinders call me and say, "This is crazy, we can't go." Despite this, orders were obeyed. Bennett's criticisms of the planning of the Nuremberg raid after the war should be read in the light of his power struggle with Ralph Cochrane, commander of 5 Group, over Pathfinder strategy. As Jim Comans took off from RAF Bourne that evening, he could clearly see other Lancasters of 97 Squadron in the stream. Jeff Peltier, Cliff Chatton, and Jim von Ralter were just ahead, with Wilbur G close by. Just behind, Hyde, Ellesmere and Drain rose and began closing up. They flew in one of the brightest moons they had seen in operations. Looking across, the crew could even read the red code lettering on sides of the nearby aircraft. The remaining squadron aircraft had left 10 minutes before and had disappeared into the distance. The German fighter attacks began close to the Belgian border and continued remorselessly. The sky was a network of tracer fire, but the gunners Widdis and Bolland struggled to cope with the menace that stalked them. Now and again, the shape of a fighter would appear below, streaking across the path of the bombers, but never clear enough to get a bead on it. At times fighters could be seen a distance away, illuminated by the German flare dropped each side of the stream, but too far to shoot at as they shadowed the bombers. Burning aircraft were clearly visible as they attempted to keep height and course. Other crews knew all too well that they only served to illuminate their path even more clearly for the German defenders. It took some minutes for the burning bombers to disappear from the sky. Some fell away gradually, others blew up suddenly as the fires reached their bomb load. Ken Cook recalls the experience of watching the death throes of aircraft around them. We saw them hit. Sometimes aircraft alongside would blow up, but there was nothing we could do. We just had to keep flying. In all, the RAF lost 106 aircraft that night, resulting in the deaths of 534 airmen and 157 captured. Just as Schweinfurt was scorched into the memory of the US AAF, so Nuremberg would always be remembered by the RAF as its costliest attack in terms of men and aeroplanes. The raid's unwavering course over France meant that German radar operators were able to call their fighters in accurately. The Luftwaffe had 246 fighters in the air that night. The combination of accurate plotting, clear visibility, and lack of night fighter interference condemned hundreds of Allied airmen to certain death. When the bombers reached Nuremberg, they found the target obscured by cloud. The Comans crew's report is typical of many others. 10/10 cloud, viz good. On run-up, 6 Wanganui was seen in a line at right angle to track. On bombing, only 1 remained. No TI seen on account of cloud. The results of the raid were mediocre. 2 aircraft of 97 Squadron, Flight Lieutenant L.V. Hydes and Flight Lieutenant D.H. Rowlands, did not return from Nuremberg. In both cases, all the crew were lost. Rowlands was new to 97 Squadron, although it was his crew's second tour of duty. 15 minutes after Hyde, Rowlands was caught near Ahorn by an ME-110 flown by Major Martin Drews, who fired a single burst of cannon into the starboard wing of the Lancaster. She fell immediately, exploding on the ground with a huge flash as the full bomb load ignited. One of the members of Rowland's crew that night was Flight Lieutenant Richard Trevor Roper, who had been Guy Gibson's rear gunner on the Dambusters raid. Pilot Officer Edwards Lancaster returned to RAF Bourne badly mangled. The aircraft was removed from flying duties for some weeks as repairs were carried out. The reaction to the Nuremberg raid among crews was that of subdued anger. Some pilots made their opinions known to their commanding officer, others complained to each other, but knew that little could be done. They had to hope that the fiasco of Nuremberg was an aberration. It was not just the loss of their comrades that upset them, but also the enormous psychological strain that they had been placed under. Many were already showing the early signs of emotional breakdown. Heavy drinking, depression, and nervous tics were commonplace. Men who had joined the squadron with enthusiasm were becoming shadows of their former selves. The Nuremberg raid came at a time of fundamental change in 97 Squadron. Their strength had been reduced to 2 flights instead of normal 3. C Flight was sent to RAF Downham Market to form part of a new squadron, 635. Jim Comans became A Flight Commander, replacing Charles Mackenzie Dunnicliffe, who assumed command of 582, the other new squadron created in the reorganisation. Comans had made the transition from a new pilot to a trusted leader. The remaining 2 flights of 97 Squadron were being moved back to 5 Group, from where they originated in March 1943. This meant a move from RAF Bourne in Cambridgeshire to RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Further changes were afoot, as the squadron became a pawn in a strategic reorganisation hotly contested at group level. Unknown to the hard-pressed crews, the role and identity of the Pathfinders was being questioned once again. Ralph Cochrane of 5 Group believed that his strategy of getting Pathfinder mosquitoes on the deck to mark the target was paying dividends. His heavy bombers would follow, still with Pathfinders leading the stream, but as a follow-up to the mosquitoes. Don Bennett of 8 Group was dismissive of the proposed strategy. Mosquitoes belonged at high level, he maintained. While he believed in the speed and manoeuvrability of the Mozzie to loiter and remark targets, low altitudes were out of the question. Bennett loved the Mosquito, describing it as the greatest little aircraft ever built, but he was dismissive of Cochrane's claims. In a charged telephone conversation with Air Marshal Harris in March 1944, Bennett asked whether, under the new strategy, losses of Cochrane's Pathfinder mosquitoes would have to be replaced by mosquitoes under his, Bennett's, command. It was a provocative question because, as both men knew, in normal circumstances, replacements for lost aircraft came not from other operational units, but from manufacturers. In effect, Bennett was demanding to know which was more important, 8 Group under him or 5 Group under Cochrane. A critical aspect of the conversation centred on Berlin. Bennett insisted that low-level marking of a city was very difficult, and in this he was absolutely correct. After all, Bennett had first-hand experience of the dangers of low flying, having attacked the Tir Pits, the most heavily defended target in Europe at low level. Almost inevitably, Bennett's Halifax had been shot down. Although Bennett had Harris's confidence, the strength of his approach on this occasion played against him. Harris informed Bennett in a frigid and formal letter that he had decided to transfer 97 and 83 Squadron to Group 5, together with mosquitoes of 627 Squadron. Despite Bennett's misgivings, Cochrane had won his argument with some impressively accurate target results. He had ridden high on the success of the Dambusters raid, and now, with 617 Squadron, was preparing to use the 12,000-pound Tallboy earthquake bomb. A small number of new bomb sights, the Stabilised Automatic Bomb Sight, or SABS, which proved more accurate than the standard Mark 14, was introduced to the Pathfinders. One of Cochrane's victories was to have the SABS diverted to 617 Squadron ready for his pinpoint Tallboy attacks. 5 Group had also successfully attacked the Nome and Rhone aircraft factory in Limoges on 8 February 1944, with a low-level marking undertaken by Leonard Cheshire in a Lancaster. As Cochrane began to gain the upper hand at the Air Ministry, the animosity between him and Bennett became more heated. Bennett claimed that the disagreements were never personal, only professional. But with 2 men of extraordinary creativity, friction was inevitable. 97 Squadron were to feel the direct effects of the strategic fallout. 2 weeks after Nuremberg, and after more training flights than raids, news came of the transfer of 97 Squadron to 5 Group. For those on the ground crews who had served with the squadron the longest, the news that they were to be posted to Coningsby heartened them. They were going back to Lincolnshire, bomber country, close to Woodall Spa, of which pleasant memories of the summer of 1942 still echoed through the squadron. News that the squadron was on the move came as no huge surprise to the aircrews. Many had already undertaken 5 or more postings within their training periods. Unlike peacetime professions, there was no sense of permanence in wartime. Even their conditions of service, often listed as for the duration, implied that a sudden end to the war would see them rapidly removed to a civilian role again. As the Comans crew had started their operational flying at RAF Bardney in Lincolnshire, they were content to return to the area. The station was closer to Roy Wolford's new wife in Newark, although a little further for Ken Cook to travel home to the Cotswolds. When it came to squadron movements, the Royal Air Force expected rapid relocation. Only 3 days after receiving movement orders, the hurriedly arranged ground elements left RAF Bourne for Coningsby on 18th April 1944, taking all the tools and spares they could carry in a trail of lorries. The journey along the clogged roads between Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire was an arduous one. Later that day, 21 Lancasters left Bourne for the final time to make the short trip north. The crews were impressed by what they found at RAF Coningsby. Substantial hangars, brick-built accommodation blocks, and an impressive officers' mess greeted them. Compared with the mud-bound huts they had been used to, the pre-war design of RAF Coningsby seemed positively luxurious. But it was also clear from the rows of Nissen huts and small concrete sectional buildings that the plans had been stretched. There were more people on site than had originally been intended. Older hands, who knew Coningsby from their sojourn of 1941, still pined for the Petwood Hotel, the officers' mess appropriated for nearby RAF Woodall Spa. 97 Squadron had moved there in March 1942, enjoying a year of drinks on the terrace and walks in the manicured gardens. Now it was clear that 617 Squadron were firmly in residence at Woodall, and they were joined there by the Mosquitoes of 627 Squadron. They learned, too, that they were not going to be alone at Coningsby. 83 Squadron were also in residence. Both squadrons were to be known as markers, essentially no different from their previous identities as Pathfinders, but acting independently for 5 Group. The crews were not greeted as warmly as they might have hoped. Shortly after their arrival, they were summoned to the station cinema, where the base commander, Air Commodore Sharp, lectured them on the need to break their ties with 8 Group. The implied criticism was that, as members of 8 Group, they had become sloppy, and that 5 Group demanded greater discipline. His order to commence immediate training was resisted by the squadron commanders, who reminded him that some of the men had been in operation the previous night. The resulting tensions at Coningsby took some weeks to subside. On the day of 97 Squadron's arrival, 2 pilots were selected to fly with 5 Group to Juvisy, southeast of Paris, to see the new marking techniques. Jim Comans was chosen together with Flight Lieutenant Charles Owen. They were impressed by the increased use of the radio telephone, R/T, in the target area. The master bombers were attentive in their approach, only allowing the main force to bomb when they were completely satisfied the markers were correctly positioned. Monitoring the fall of bombs, they would call in new markers if the raid began to drift. 20th April 1944, Porte de la Chapelle, Paris. Only 2 days after their arrival, and with little time to settle into RAF Coningsby, the crews were assigned their first mission. The target was an unfamiliar one. After pounding German cities for month after month, this raid was on the railway marshalling yards at Porte de la Chapelle in northern Paris. The French, even under German occupation, were still considered to be allies, and crews were instructed to take great care during bombing, so as to avoid hitting nearby residential housing. The briefing included aerial photographs that showed the complexity of the grid of railway tracks and warehouses. But they also revealed that Porte de la Chapelle was part of the city of Paris and was interwoven with civilian dwellings. Group Captain Leonard Cheshire would lead the attack, low marking with his small mosquito force to bring the Lancasters of 617 Squadron above. A second wave would then drop their bombs on the markers placed by the mosquitoes. Attacking railways so close to the city was a risky strategy that both Air Marshal Harris and US AAF Chief Karl Spaatz resisted, but the emphasis was shifting to the needs of the imminent invasion of German-occupied Western Europe, Operation Overlord, the Normandy landings. A pattern of diversionary raids was already being carried out in the Pas-de-Calais to give the impression that the landings would take place there. The Paris attack would appear to be part of the campaign to prepare for a landing in northern France, but, conveniently, would result in the destruction of a transportation hub that could reinforce the German army heading for Normandy. The Comans crew boarded Lancaster ND 740 just after 10 o'clock at night. F. Freddy had been with them to Nuremberg, their first flight with her. Their old friend K had gone, downed over Berlin in late March. ND 740 was to become their aircraft for the rest of the tour, taking them on a total of 18 missions. Just over a year old, she had already survived numerous raids, bearing repair scars and the affections of her ground crew. For April, it was a warm evening. Spring was at hand after a chilly start to the month. It was a relief to be able to touch metal without hands freezing. After ground checks, the engines were started as flight engineer Ken Randall kept watch on revs and engine heat. The Lancaster was chuntering into a steady rhythm, the orange instrument panel lights brightening under the aircraft's power. Taxiing out, they were near the front of the queue heading towards the runway. Tail gunner Jock Bolland was accustomed to going everywhere backwards. He had the advantage of seeing the Lancasters forming up behind him, the spinning propellers glimmering in the ground lights. Wing Commander Jimmy Carter in ND 739 was immediately behind them as they reached the base of the runway. To the rear of Carter, squadron leader Letherland closed up in the queue, ready for takeoff. Bolland was always keeping watch in case anyone was slow on the brakes. Other than shouting a warning, there would be little he could do in the event of an accident. His chances of dodging the chop of a propeller were slim. Thankfully, Carter was keeping his distance this evening, as the line of loaded Lancasters waddled down the taxiways. Turning onto the base of the runway, Comans waited for the flash of the controller's light from the operations cabin located halfway down the runway. As he held the 4 throttle levers back, the engines rose to full power. Comans took his foot off the brakes, and from a slow start they gathered pace, rumbling along Coningsby's asphalt on their takeoff run. They were the second aircraft of the squadron to leave that night. 9,000 pounds of bombs strained in ND 740's bomb bay, high explosive to rip up railway tracks and destroy rolling stock and buildings. Paris would be a short trip compared to the long freezing night flights to Berlin. If all went to plan, they would be down and ready for an early breakfast in little over 4 hours. With clear visibility, the route over a calm channel to Paris was simple. On time, the nimble mosquitoes had placed their markers on the railway yards just before 97 Squadron dropped the opening salvos on the target. The crews agreed the markers were well placed, and they felt confident their bombs had struck close to the target. Ken Cook released his bombs from 14,400 feet and saw them strike in a knot, precisely where he wanted them. However, in the Comans crew report later they noted, fires were seen prior to attack to west of aiming point. Others observed similar off-target hits. The Edwards crew observed, fire also possibly half a mile south of town. It was the first inkling that not all the aircraft had hit the aiming points. the Air Ministry soon heard bitter complaints of civilian casualties from their French sources. Local properties had been hit hard, killing 641 and injuring 377. The damage was so widespread that some questioned whether the RAF had hit the target at all. However, the marshalling yards were badly disrupted, and some of the damage, which was extensive, would not be repaired until after the war. The tragic loss of civilian life in the Port de la Chapelle raid showed that, despite precautions, bombing was still prone to dramatic inaccuracies. The controversy was not heard of at squadron level. Over the whole force, 6 Lancasters had been lost on the raid, and the prevailing view was that it was inevitable that some bombs would fall free as aircraft were hit by flak and fighters. Squadron leader Letherland had not returned to Coningsby. His Lancaster was hit close to the target area by a night fighter and crashed at Piskup, 9 miles from Port de la Chapelle. It is possible that Letherland was shot down by Hauptmann Fritz Soter of Nachtjagergeschwader 4, who claimed a Lancaster north of Paris. None of Letherland's crew survived. The Comans crew found themselves at the forefront of the new marking strategy. From the start of their operations, they had worked on similar principles, dropping bombs on coloured markers from high altitude. That markers or bombs went astray was an everyday hazard, but, broadly, hitting any part of a target city was legitimate. Now, with the strategy of 5 Group in the spotlight, greater demands for accuracy were placed on them, and a whole new system of coordinating the bomber force was put in place. Under the old system, there was limited communication between individual bombers and pathfinders. In future, the bombers were to be in direct contact with the master bomber, who would stop a raid if it started to swing off target. In practice, this meant that no 2 raids were the same, as each operation was precisely tailored to the nature of the target in question. Although the feud between Cochrane and Bennett often seizes the attention of historians, the adoption of lower-level marking techniques was largely due to the influence of Wing Commander Leonard Cheshire. A thoughtful and compassionate man, Cheshire possessed a wealth of experience as a bomber pilot. Flying Whitleys and Halifaxes, he had already been awarded the DSO, BAR, and DFC. He believed that squadron leaders should be personally concerned with every individual under their command. While at 35 Squadron, he tried to prevent battle-fatigued men being labelled LMF and went out of his way to help them. In one case, he even took a man onto his own crew to encourage him. Having seen nearly all of his contemporaries from his training course perish in operations, Cheshire was determined that casualties in the air and, more remarkably, on the ground, should be kept to a minimum. Cheshire had put himself forward to command the Pathfinders in April 1943, but had been rebuffed in favour of Bennett. 6 months later, in October 1943, the offer of command of 617 Squadron enabled him to return to operations where, despite the extreme danger, his heart lay. Relinquishing his rank of group captain, Cheshire was called in to give substance to 617, who had lost their way after the unsuccessful raid on the Dortmund-Ems Canal in September 1943. They had lost 5 of their 8 Lancasters, including their new squadron commander, G.W. Holden. The use of new 12,000-pound bombs proved problematic, their design being too unaerodynamic. These bombs were upscaled versions of the 4,000-pound and 8,000-pound Cookie, essentially barrel bombs. Barnes-Wallis was near to completing their successor, the Tall Boy, a torpedo-shaped bomb capable of considerable ground penetration due to its hardened nose. Cheshire's first challenge was to overcome the initial hostility towards an outsider coming into 617 Squadron. Cochrane also insisted he undertake a 3-week course on the Lancaster, something Cheshire felt was unnecessary. His attitude soon changed once he came face to face with the difficulty of trying to maintain a 3-aircraft formation in the dark at treetop level. His second challenge was to prepare the crews to operate with the new Tall Boy bomb, which was so big that it required 617 Squadron's Lancasters to be adapted, the bomb bay and its doors being removed completely to allow the bomb to be slung underneath. The tallboy brought with it the need for pinpoint accuracy. Barnes-Wallis was unequivocal. He needed his bombs within 15 yards of the target from 16,000 feet. Cheshire was taken aback, but Wallis told him, "If you are going to scatter my bombs all over the countryside, there's no point building them." Even with the more accurate, stabilised automatic bomb sight, the task of recognising the target remained difficult. If the target flares were adrift, they bombed the wrong pickle barrel, albeit highly accurately. On 16th December 1943, 617 Squadron bombed the V-1 flying bomb site at Abbeville, getting all 10 of their tall boys close to the marker. Unfortunately, the marker was 350 yards short of the target. Cheshire began to experiment with the idea of low-level marking. He was encouraged in this by squadron leader Mickey Martin, who had participated in the Dambusters raid and had led the squadron temporarily just before Cheshire's arrival. One of the problems of high-level operations was that the flare would often skip 100 yards or more when it hit the ground. Cheshire and Martin discovered that by diving the Lancaster onto the target and releasing at 5,000 feet, the marker was more likely to stay put. The role of dropping markers from a lower level was best suited to the Mosquito, but at this point Cheshire did not have any. His first raid using the technique had to be approved at the highest level, and it would involve the bombing of the Nome and Rhone aircraft factory at Limoges on 8th-9th February 1944. The conditions were demanding. Not one single civilian life was to be lost. Cheshire's first task was to persuade the 500 workers, most of them women, to leave the factory. Cheshire made 2 low-level passes over the factory 10 minutes before the raid at less than 100 feet, which, as he put it, seemed to do the trick. The target markers were laid accurately, and the bomber force, supervised by radio communications, proceeded to put the factory out of action. By the time the Comans crew had made their move across to 5 Group, it was hoped that the enlarged marker force could replicate 617 Squadron's success. Cheshire was based only a stone's throw away from Coningsby at RAF Woodall Spa, and his personable approach meant his advice and support was readily available to the crews of 97 and 83 squadrons. The Lancasters of these squadrons would not, however, be required to make Cheshire's and Martin's diving attack. The Mosquitoes would be first in, placing early markers in key positions. The other Pathfinder squadrons would reinforce the marking on larger targets, circling for secondary tasks if the master bomber felt more marking was necessary. The strategy depended on strong RT and wireless communications, and it was here that parts of the plan broke down. 22nd April 1944. Braunschweig. 2 days after the attack on Paris, 97 Squadron were on the way to their next target in northern Germany, as part of a force of 238 Lancasters and 17 Mosquitoes. It was the first time in 21 missions as Pathfinders that the Comans crew were not carrying any high explosive bombs, only marker flares. Braunschweig was not as far away as Berlin, but with the need to loiter close to the target, the flight would still be over 6 hours. F. Freddy's tanks were full of fuel, so a hit on the underside of the aircraft, near the bomb bay, would still be disastrous. The plane might well not explode immediately, and they would have a few seconds to try to jettison burning flares, but the intensity of the ignition would cut through metal rapidly. If their Lancaster did not explode, they would fall as a blazing star, brilliantly lighting up the bomber stream, a fate they had witnessed before on dozens of occasions. The crew dismissed such thoughts as they made their way over the North Sea. Approaching Braunschweig and 20 minutes from their target, the flare leader decided that visibility was clear enough to bomb visually. This was one of the last clear VHF transmissions the crew heard from him, and soon Ken Cook in the Perspex nose was reporting that a thick haze was building. The flare leader had changed his mind and ordered emergency illumination by Waganui, but not everyone heard him. Jim Comans pressed on, the streaky cloud beneath making aiming very difficult. 6th, 10th cloud, they would report later on. The flak was light, and in the absence of blinding searchlights, Ken Cook was able to drop 6 flares. Jim Comans put the Lancaster into a wide orbit to watch the progress of the raid. Frustratingly, they could see bombs falling well outside the target area. Nothing was heard on any of the frequencies, and it appeared communications had failed. Other 97 Squadron aircraft later reported that the city was completely obscured and chose to use their H2S sets to identify the target. Even with light flak, staying in the target area was uncomfortable. Every noise seemed amplified as the tension mounted. Jim Comans' voice over the intercom calmly announced they were going around for a second run to reinforce marking. The 4 men in front were fully engaged in performing the manoeuvre. Further back in the fuselage, Wolford, Widdis and Bolland rolled their eyes and muttered to themselves. Homing in on a target flare that seemed to be in the right place, Ken Cook waited until the crosshairs on the bomb site converged on the bright green light below. As they came into the run, he had selected the switches that controlled each flare position in the bomb bay. The last few seconds seemed interminable as his thumb remained extended over the handheld switch. Pressing the button, he released another batch of flares to drop on the target. "Flares gone," he called. The lesser weight of the flares meant that the lift in the Lancaster was less perceptible than with a heavy bomb load. Ken Cook's assumptions were correct. The green marker was correctly placed. With the loss of VHF communication, the decision to remark the target was a call that Comans had to make on his own, and it turned out to be a good one. Overall, however, the raid was not a success. The new 5-group strategy had unravelled because of the problem with communications. Replicating a model that had been successful for a single squadron across a stream of hundreds of bombers would take more time to be effective. 24th April 1944, Munich. The pace of life at RAF Coningsby was manic. Within 6 days of relocating from RAF Bourne, they had been called upon to fly 3 demanding operations. They were tired, but, being young, were loath to admit it. Falling asleep without warning was commonplace. The pre-raid briefings could take 2 hours, and while some officers injected humour and tried to keep their presentations lively, the monotone delivery of others was sleep-inducing. There had been little time to visit the bar, and no chance to get into Lincoln for a night out. It was pleasant to be outside, and when time allowed, the crew would pedal over to the dispersals to chat with the ground crew. The Lancasters creaked and ticked gently in the sun. Although the crew were very glad of the warmer weather, the narrow metal fuselage heated up quickly, accentuating the smells of canvas, oil, and petrol. During daylight training, they were in another world of discomfort, still needing to wear their thermals for a high-level flight, but feeling much too warm on the ground. However, a touch of brightness lightened their spirits. Even the green and brown camouflage of the Lancaster's upper surfaces looked cheerier in the spring light. Around the dispersals, new grass was growing, and tiny wild flowers were pushing their way up along the edges of the taxiways. Ground crews worked in light overalls, sleeves rolled up, as they peered into engines, checked oil levels, and loaded bombs. The sparrows around the hangars cheeped incessantly as they sought out mates for the new season. Spring was breaking out, but would the crew see the summer that followed? Preparations for the Allied invasion of Europe were gaining momentum. The crews could see, in the diversity of targets, that the wave of D-Day was preparing to break. More no-fly areas, denoting camps and troop concentrations, were marked on their maps. Much of the south coast was off-limits, and aircraft straying too close were frequently fired on by trigger-happy gunners. Ships had always been a hazard, but now there seemed to be more white wakes in the seas below. Returning low from a raid in rising light was dangerous if the crew passed too close to an Allied warship. It seemed sailors preferred to fire first and ask questions later. The Germans were also jumpy. Their propaganda broadcasts had often been targeted at the airmen, but now new names and locations were being mentioned, many of them American Army units. Getting F. Freddy airborne for a 30-minute flight did much to keep their minds focused on the task ahead. Munich would be a long trip, and daylight flying to iron out technical problems was a godsend. Coming back into Königsby's circuit, Comans had to keep a sharp lookout for other aircraft, because there were always plenty of them around. The 2 squadrons on site and the proximity of the circuit at Woodhall Spa, no more than 2 miles away, meant that the Lincolnshire skies were crowded. With each of Bomber Command's airfields in the area putting up their aircraft for cross-country or test flights, daylight flying could be just as hazardous as flying by night. A lost training aircraft stumbling through their airspace, or even a disorientated American from one of the many airfields further south, could spell disaster if it was not spotted. Care was also needed in keeping watch for enemy aircraft. Although attacks in daylight were less common, it was not unheard of for a German fighter to latch onto a bomber in the circuit. On the day before, an Albemarle training aircraft from 42 OTU had been shot down in Curtin Fen, less than 4 miles from Königsby. Training for night flying, the aircraft passed close to the airfield at 0400 hours when it was hit by an explosion. Its loss was officially attributed to a German intruder, although some rumours suggested it was fired on from Königsby after failing to identify itself correctly. Bringing F. Freddy round to its dispersal, the crew left her as ground crew began preparing for the night ahead. Even when it was loaded with flares, the Lancaster would be much lighter than a standard bombed-up aircraft. The mission ahead would be the longest the crew had flown, 10 hours. They had enough fuel to loiter over Munich to ensure they were available to the master bomber for remarking duties. Since night fighters were proving to be such dangerous enemies, the idea of waiting around a target area for an extended period was not a pleasant thought. When the crew had volunteered for the Pathfinders, in the headiness of youthful enthusiasm, they imagined they would be first in and first out of the target. 5 Group's method of pathfinding gave them the worst of both worlds, first in and last out. At least by the time they reached Munich, their fuel load would be lighter and make them more manoeuvrable than the heavy-laden followers. In the technology arrayed against them, the Germans had also equipped some of their Ju-88 fighters with Naxos Z radar warning receivers, which detected H2S emissions. Although the device proved to be inaccurate, reports of its use trickled through to the crews, further increasing their anxieties. The raid on Munich was to be a significant step in Leonard Cheshire's plan to close-mark targets. He had asked Harris to give him mosquitoes, but not just attached to the bomber force. Cheshire wanted his own mosquitoes within 617 Squadron. Cheshire admitted that he was nervous accompanying Cochrane to the meeting, a lowly wing commander asking for favours from high command. Operating 2 types of aircraft within the same squadron was unusual, not least because different aircraft had different requirements when it came to servicing and repairs. And not only did Cheshire want the aircraft to be based at Woodhall Spa, he wanted to fly one of them himself to mark the target. Harris agreed. But in the light of the raid on Port de la Chapelle, he told Cheshire he could only keep the mosquitoes if Munich was a success. Realising the raid was important, the squadron navigation officer asked Comans for a seat on the flight, bumping Dom Bose from his navigator's position. Squadron leader Stevens had already completed his tour with other squadrons, getting the DFC and bar. Normally, an SNO would not fly on operations. His role was to provide information and on-site training to the operational navigators. Whether Stevens was asked to go on the raid to gain experience of the new marking technique, or whether he leaned on fellow Australian Comans to unofficially hitch a ride, is not known. Whatever the reason for his presence, the new man at the navigation station working alongside Ken Cook should have proved an asset. Unfortunately, the opposite would turn out to be the case. F. Freddy had 12 cluster flares and a green target indicator on board as it climbed away from Coningsby at 2050 hours. Ahead, 617 Squadron would start the raid with Leonard Cheshire leading in one of his 4 borrowed Mosquito Mark 6s. The speed advantage of the Mosquito over the Lancaster was such that Cheshire took off from Woodhall Spa 2 hours after the Lancasters. Cheshire was 100 miles per hour faster than the bombers, but his calculations were thrown by bad weather. His only option was to take a more direct route, chasing the Lancasters to reach the target on time. Shortening his route meant that he flew over the centre of Augsburg on the way to Munich. Continuous fire rose slowly, flashing in front of him. Light shells, 20mm and 37mm, darted in streams of tracer. Heavy 88mm flak guns produced sudden flashes of flame as altitude-fused shells thumped the air around him. Multiple searchlights tried to pick out his Mosquito. There was nothing to be done but to fly on into the maelstrom. The main force had taken the initiative and were already dropping flares as he approached. Identifying the target, Cheshire pushed down the nose of Mosquito MS-993. Diving from 12,000 feet, he dropped his marker at 3,000 feet at 0141 hours into the teeth of accurate flak. Pulling out, he continued to circle, often making passes as low as 700 feet to assess accuracy. Some might have judged his flying as foolhardy, but Cheshire later said in an interview that his method was to get himself into trouble quickly, then work out what to do. Jim Comans had arrived at Munich at 0125, topping the target at 19,500 feet. Ken Cook reported that he couldn't see the yellow target indicator. They were 16 minutes ahead of Cheshire. As the tension built, they waited. Circling over a target as threatening as Munich was the last thing they wanted to do. A yellow marker finally appeared, but Cook and Stevens agreed it was too far south. Turning into their bombing run, they identified the Datum point by H2S at 0138 and headed into the field of flak. A Datum point was a marker dropped upwind of the target, enabling cruise aimers to enter a false wind setting into their bomb site to bring the bombs onto target more accurately. Sitting at his desk behind the cockpit bulkhead, radio operator Roy Wolford was more isolated than the others. He knew for the next few minutes they would fly straight and level, daring the gunners below to pick them off. He listened intently for wireless commands, but his life was out of his hands. They dropped their green target indicator and 7 flares just after Cheshire belatedly marked his point. Munich was more than ready for them as flak sailed upwards to their level. They heard Cheshire give the order to bomb over the RT, then waited to see if they needed to remark. But soon they were made aware that their job was done for the night. Setting course for the return leg, they flew west towards France, expecting to make several turns to take them back home. Having an experienced man like Stevens as navigator, Comans should have felt comfortable. As the flight progressed, Comans became aware that there was some discussion as to their position at the table behind him. They seemed to have missed one of their northerly turn points, and a nagging doubt began to creep into Comans' mind. Having worked with Don Bowes for so long, he knew instinctively from the tone of his voice whether or not all was well with their course. But he found it hard to read Stevens' detached voice over the intercom. Was his pause after a question a sign of confidence or of indecision? Stevens appeared to be struggling to answer the question, "Are we lost?" It was a dark night with no moon visible. A navigation error now, on such a long trip, could lead to a critical fuel shortage later. Stevens and Cook pored over the maps on the nav table, but they were unable to provide Comans with any precise instructions. Comans clicked his intercom switch and asked Wolford to look out of the Astrodome above the wireless operator's desk. Climbing up, Wolford reported that there were glimmers of dawn light on the horizon, but in the wrong place. Comans cursed under his breath. By the time Stevens had caught up, they were at least 100 miles off course. Turning north, they picked out the Cherbourg Peninsula. Not realizing that the German-occupied Channel Islands were heavily fortified, they were bewildered to find they were subjected to heavy flak over Jersey. The gunners below had only one target to aim for. Holes were being punched in ND-470 as Comans struggled to get clear, diving and twisting to throw the batteries off target. Cutting east, Comans ordered that the rest of their flares be jettisoned over the sea as he levelled out at 8,000 feet. F. Freddy was still holding together despite the damage, and all 4 engines sounded steady. It was 6:10 a.m, and they knew that, under normal circumstances, they were due at Coningsby in 40 minutes. But there were still 80 miles of channel to cross before they reached the south coast, and flight engineer Ken Randall was increasingly concerned about their declining fuel reserves. They had lost altitude and were flying lower now, in choppier air. Even making landfall on the south coast looked improbable, but they had no choice but to press on into the open sea. A forced landing in France would lead to their being taken captive, but to make it inland, they would have to fly across the German coastal defence batteries, which would be extremely dangerous. Parachuting out over water would greatly reduce their chances of survival. If they couldn't reach land, their only hope was to ditch the Lancaster and hope they could get into the dinghy before she sank. Jim Comans' memories of his unplanned ditching in the North Sea in September 1943 were not pleasant ones. He knew he might lose some of his crew. It was getting light too, and they had to hope their course had not attracted the attentions of the German radar operators. As the English coastline formed ahead, Roy Wolford suggested he make a call on the Darkie emergency frequency. The crew were relieved to hear the controller reply and vector them to RAF Warmwell, close to the Dorset coast. Calling the approach to Warmwell, Comans heard an American voice reply. As they turned towards the homing beacon, Comans was relieved to see the Drem airfield lighting guiding him in. This system comprised a series of 10-foot-high posts with lights on top that enabled long-nosed fighters such as the Spitfire, whose pilots had a restricted view over the nose, to locate the runway. The system was developed at RAF Drem in East Lothian, Scotland. Warmwell was a grass strip, so touching down an aircraft as heavy as the Lancaster required a gentle touch. Comans knew if he was too heavy on the brakes, he could skid or tail loop. Yet he knew also that this was probably a much shorter strip than he was accustomed to. Having landed safely, he turned to taxi towards the airfield buildings. He could see now that this was a US AAF fighter base. In the rising light, the shape of the twin-boomed P-38 Lightning fighters at the dispersals were unmistakable. Perched on their tricycle undercarriage, they looked powerful and aggressive. A wave of relief swept over the crew. Once again, they had cheated disaster by a narrow margin. The fuel gauges were touching zero as a jeep came out to guide them across the strip. Jim Comans praised Wolford afterwards, telling him it had been he who had saved them with only a few minutes of fuel left. The Americans welcomed them warmly, gathering curiously around the bomber. It was time for a US-style breakfast, but not before the important phone call was made to Coningsby, informing control that they were safe. The raid was considered a success. Bomber Command had achieved more hits on the centre of Munich than in all the other day and night raids put together. Leonard Cheshire's tenacity had paid off. Despite flak damage, he brought his force of 3 Mosquitoes safely home. In September 1944, Cheshire was awarded the Victoria Cross. The London Gazette cited Cheshire's conduct across his whole operational career, from 1940 to 1944, but special mention was made of the Munich raid. He was illuminated from above and below. All guns within range opened fire on him. Diving to 700 feet, he dropped his markers with great precision and began to climb away, so blinding were the searchlights that he almost lost control. He then flew over the city at 1,000 feet to assess the accuracy of his work and direct other aircraft. His own was badly hit by shell fragments, but he continued to fly over the target area until he was satisfied that he had done all in his power to ensure success. Despite holes in their fuselage, the Comans crew in Lancaster ND-470 made the flight home from Warnwell next morning. The trip took an hour and demonstrated just how far off course they had been thrown. It was a beautiful sunny morning, with the bright green fields below visible through patchy cloud. It was good to feel the sun breaking into the cockpit, warming the chilly gunners and illuminating the fine dust suspended in the air around their instruments. They hoped to be able to escape to a pub later, but they knew their chances were slim. The crew had become creatures of the night. Following the phases of the moon, they expected to fly on the darkest evenings. Nuremberg had tragically demonstrated that even the light of a half-moon could prove lethal. When they landed at Coningsby, they knew that the ground crew would begin repairing the damage immediately. But first, they would want to know every detail of the flight. Unlike the debriefing officers, the men on the ground had an emotional attachment to their aircraft that equalled the aircrews. They would work long hours patching holes and replacing equipment so the F would be serviceable the very next day. 26th April 1944, Schweinfurt. After long hours in the air and the need to recover from the stress of Munich, the crews must have hoped for an easier target than Schweinfurt. The operations on 26th April were split into two raids. One was going to Essen in the Ruhr, but 97 Squadron was on the second, to Schweinfurt, further to the southeast. There was nothing good to be said about the target. It was heavily defended from the ground, and even with the raid going in further north, the crews felt sure there would be swarms of fighters too. The briefing room was filled with pale, tired faces, some looking sick, others just afraid. It seemed to the airmen that Bomber Command was doing everything in its power to put their lives in the utmost danger. It was an unspoken thought, for they knew they were part of a much larger war, but they found it hard to resist the rising feeling of helplessness. The writer and journalist James Dillingpole suggested in The Spectator in 2010 that men fight not for their country, but for their mates. In the context of a bomber, this rings true, for not only did a good crew support one another psychologically, but ultimately, they gave their lives for each other. For a few, the air battle was overwhelmingly exciting, a high-stakes game of huge risks, but one that fed an adventurous spirit. Many of these men could never settle properly into civilian life when peace came in 1945, because no experience could match the intensity of their wartime operations. When finishing a tour of duty, they became bored and recalcitrant. They had become addicted to the rush of adrenaline that accompanied a dangerous mission. Some turned to alcohol, both to calm nerves and to heighten the emotional effects of flying. A culture of heavy drinking pervaded all parts of their lives as bomber crew. Schweinfurt may have been a tough target, but had the men of 97 Squadron been able to see into their futures, they would have been more optimistic. After losing many men through the protracted Battle of Berlin, they were entering a phase during which only 4 Lancasters would be lost in 170 sorties over the next 6-week period, one of which was a mid-air collision with another Lancaster. As the marking force arrived over the target, it seemed that Schweinfurt was living up to their gloomy expectations. The VHF frequency for the Mosquitoes was jammed. Heavy breezes threw marking calculations off course as the raid dispersed across the city. Wing Commander Carter of 97 Squadron tried to get flares in the correct target area and supervised his reserve marking force. It was a difficult task. When he observed markers falling in the wrong places, he attempted to drop his own flares to reinforce the target, but saw them fall 1,500 yards south of where he intended. Carter ordered the force to bomb 1,000 yards north of his flares. Ken Cook was confident he had hit the target, reporting that he could see the built-up area visually. Others were more vague, describing a smoke screen and fires burning in scattered areas. German fighters had latched onto the bomber stream early. Squadron Leader Simpson reported, "Combat and aircraft losses took place on second half of leg D to E, both sides of track permanently illuminated with fighter flares." Although 97 Squadron escaped losses on 26 April, other squadrons were hit with constant fighter attacks. The most famous action that night was fought by Flight Sergeant Norman Jackson, a flight engineer on 106 Squadron. Badly mauled by a Focke-Wulf 190, Jackson's Lancaster was on fire. He had been wounded by shell splinters, but still volunteered to climb out onto the wing to attempt to put out an engine fire with a fire extinguisher. Despite his best efforts, he was swept off, trailing a burnt parachute which had opened early. With burns to his hands and face, he landed roughly in a field before crawling to the door of a house to seek help. He spent 10 months in a German hospital before being sent to a prisoner of war camp. Jackson was awarded the Victoria Cross for his efforts, one of only 10 within Bomber Command. 83 Squadron, their neighbours at RAF Coningsby, did not escape losses at Schweinfurt. The Pennington crew and ND 400 were shot down by flak. They crashed on the return leg outside the quiet town of Dan, 118 miles from the target. Only one of the 7 crew survived, a depressingly familiar statistic. Bombing accuracy may have improved in the months leading to spring 1944, but there was no improvement in the survivability of a falling Lancaster. The raid on Schweinfurt, a strategically important target, was deemed a failure. Essen, however, had been a success, so Bomber Command had made something of the night. But even with the promises of increased marking accuracy, the road ahead was far from certain. The American daylight offensive was just beginning to make inroads into Luftwaffe fighter strength. It took several more weeks before the effect of Allied long-range fighters was felt. The Luftwaffe lost 34% of its fighters in February 1944 and faced a huge jump to 56% in March. Nevertheless, aircraft production maintained its fighter force at 1,700 aircraft. However, the writing was on the wall for the Luftwaffe. Although it was still receiving new aeroplanes, the experienced pilots required to fly them were becoming ever harder to find. During the early months of 1944, Germany was preparing a new aircraft for combat readiness, the Messerschmitt Me 262. This early jet pioneer came into service too late to play much of a role in the fight against the Allied bombing offensive. A training unit 262 was formed at Leschfeld, south of Augsburg, on 19 April 1944 to test the new plane. The effect of the Me 262 was not felt until the winter of 1944-45, and only a small number of the aircraft were used as night fighters over Berlin in the closing days of war. At last the Comans crew were able to grab a short break, to catch up with letters home and buy tobacco or cigarettes. There was also time to explore some of the airmen's haunts in the district, the Legate and Abbey Lodge pubs being the most convenient for Coningsby. On days when the crews were stood down, it took some effort to reach the bar through the crush of bodies and the permanent haze of cigarette smoke. During the weeks that followed, they also got to know the Blue Bell Inn at Tattershall Thorpe, where the ceiling was covered with the signatures of airmen, and reacquainted themselves with their old haunt from their Bardney days, the Saracen's Head in Lincoln, otherwise known as the Snake Pit. 4 of the crew were married, so the dance halls did not have the same attraction, but they enjoyed the single men stories of romantic intrigue. Ken Cook recalled that the crew had great respect for Jim Comans as a pilot. However, he confesses to not liking him as a man, because he had no sense of humour. Roy Wolford had numbered each raid in his logbook. Schweinfurt was numbered 33. Had he been American, he would have been making his way back to the United States on an ocean liner for 2 months of leave after his 30th mission. Many did not return to Europe, taking up training duties in the USA to prepare thousands of men for their service as bomber crews. The new chapter in the Comans crew's career may only just have started, with their move to Coningsby, but the pages of a larger story, the D-Day invasion, were about to be turned. Chapter 9. Tour de France. The tiny settlement of Beauce-Geoffroy, 9 miles from Neufchâtel-en-Bray in Normandy, was just waking up. A woman in her 50s walked down the long strip of land at the back of her small holding. Clutching a bucket of feed, she went to a shed and opened the hatch for her chickens. As they emerged clucking, she emptied her bucket into the shallow wooden trough nearby. This she did every day at around the same time, rarely changing her morning routine. But today she was surprised to hear the noise of an aircraft. In the distance, the shape of an Allied fighter appeared out of the haze, then swept across the fields towards her. The woman stood transfixed. Villagers heard the rattle of machine guns as the aircraft swept low overhead. Later, after the undertaker had recovered the woman's body, the village was in a frenzy of speculation. It was rumoured she was a collaborator, or at least on friendly terms with the German occupiers. Had the resistance organised a strike against her? It was a mystery that would reverberate around the farmhouse tables at Beauce-Geoffroy for the next 70 years. The presence of the Allied fighter in the area may well have had something to do with the developments in Calongeville, less than 2 miles away from Beauce-Geoffroy across the fields, where the Germans had built a series of concrete bunkers and a ramp. This was a launch site for the newly developed V-1 flying bomb, and low-level Allied reconnaissance flights were showing increasing interest in such facilities, which were beginning to be built across eastern Normandy and the Pas-de-Calais. Whether the fighter mistook the farmer's wife for a German, or if she was indeed the subject of a complex assassination plot, remains a mystery. A few weeks later, Calongeville was to become a target for Allied bombers. As preparations for D-Day intensified, the villagers of these coastal regions of Seine-Maritime wondered what would become of them when the invasion came. Vast waves of bombers swept overhead day and night. Soon it was possible to tell by the dull musical note of the engines whether they were American or British. Normally the American planes flew by day. Word spread that the bombers were ranging all over France, even down into the south. As long ago as 1942, the raids on Saint-Nazaire and Dieppe had sharpened Hitler's fears of an Allied invasion of Europe, and he had ordered the construction of an Atlantic Wall, a vast line of coastal fortifications stretching from southern France to northern Norway. Along France's Channel coast, the Pas-de-Calais, which the Germans expected to be the location of their Allied invasion, was particularly heavily fortified, as were the port towns of Cherbourg and Saint-Malo. The Germans had filled the fields around the coast of the Pas-de-Calais, Somme, and Seine-Maritime with searchlight and gun batteries. When the bombers flew over, this belt of light lit up the countryside for miles. During the blackout, it was even possible to open the shutters of a house and read a newspaper in the fake moonlight. Over recent months, low-flying Allied aircraft had terrorized farmers and animals alike. The automatic reaction of the former diving to the ground, producing a multitude of minor injuries and a torrent of swearing. Occasional discoveries of parachutes in fields led some to speculate that saboteurs were being spirited in. Others said they belonged to downed airmen who were being sheltered by the resistance. The Germans were constantly vigilant. Large swathes of beach were out of bounds, filled with wire entanglements and giant pieces of metal forming X shapes. The headlands were fortified with new concrete gun emplacements and trenches snaking through the dunes. The thousands of forced labourers who had been brought in to complete these defences had all left. The nearby villages were now swamped with Wehrmacht, and it was unwise to venture close to them, without good reason. Some of these soldiers were young boys, others much older men. The coastal garrisons were not manned by prime fighting troops. The edgy Germans set up a multitude of checkpoints, even at locations some miles inland. For the locals, having their belongings searched became part and parcel of everyday life. Baskets on bicycles were favourite subjects of attention, although the prettier the cyclist, the easier it was to get through the checkpoint. The gendarmerie were often present as the Germans cracked down on their enemies, fueling the desire of the resistance to strike back. Throughout northern France, a new nervousness was spreading. Radio broadcasts from England carried many code words and French phrases. The Allies were coming, and, with Neufchâtel-en-Bray still lying in ruins from the Battle of 1940, the locals were under no illusions as to what this might mean. However, most in Normandy believed the invasion would fall further north. The resistance was growing bolder, although the fear of retribution still constrained their efforts. Churchill's Special Operations Executive, the SOE, helped organise and supply the disparate resistance groups, including the Maquis, French guerrilla fighters. Many of them operated further south than the invasion zone, but London increased its influence by dropping agents and supplies. By the spring of 1944, many obeyed direct instructions from London to delay actions until ordered. This did not prevent the resistance from staging small attacks and settling scores. On 22nd April, 19-year-old Stephen Grady walked into a bar in the French town of Steenwerk, close to the Belgian border. Grady was Anglo-French, and his father had been a gardener for the Commonwealth War Graves Commission before the war. Ordering a demi, he asked to see an off-duty German officer who was helping the older woman who owned the bar. When he appeared from the kitchen wearing an apron, Grady shot him twice in the chest before escaping on a bike. As well as carrying out direct action, the resistance was supplying the British with target intelligence. Drawn maps of troop positions, factory outlays, and the location of garrison buildings frequently made their way into Allied hands. 29th April 1944. Clermont-Ferrand. By the standards of raids on major cities, the planned raid on the Michelin tire factory at Clermont-Ferrand by a force of 59 Lancasters was a small one. 4 Mosquitoes were to open the attack, diving to place their markers on the factory roofs. It was unlikely that they would encounter much fighter opposition, although the factory would have some anti-aircraft guns. It was to be a long flight for the bomber crews, over 6.5 hours. Bomber Command were also to send 73 bombers to a munitions factory in Saint-Médard-en-Jalles, close to Bordeaux. The aristocratic resistance fighter and SOE operative Robert Jean-Marie de la Rochefoucauld later claimed it was he who destroyed the factory with explosives-filled baguettes. This wild story remains unsubstantiated in SOE records, but they used the 2 bombing raids as cover for 20 RAF aircraft supplying the resistance. In a report she sent back to London that the Michelin plant in Clermont-Ferrand be targeted by Bomber Command, the SOE agent Pearl Witherington had proposed, "There is little defence around Clermont-Ferrand, and what there is mobile. I hate to suggest this bombing of Michelin, but Villiers and I think it would give the management a lesson." The implied criticism of the Michelin management suggests the resistance network had penetrated deep into the factory and found an unwillingness to cooperate. Later, Michelin were to claim that staff deliberately adulterated the rubber for tyres going to the German Eastern Front to make them burst in sub-zero temperatures. It was probably true to say that internal sabotage alone would probably not have dented production to a significant degree in a factory under German supervision. What was required was an air raid that would destroy the machinery on the factory floor, and such a raid would have the added advantage of providing cover for the activities of the resistance network. At RAF Coningsby, F. Freddy was loaded with a mix of flares and target indicators. She also carried 5 1,000-pound bombs, each of them chalk-marked fused. As the last glow of the sun tinged the western horizon, 97 Squadron's 15 Lancasters set course for southern France. The first quarter moon reminded them of the disaster of Nuremberg a month before, but this evening was very different. German radar operators waited for the bombers to turn into Germany, their course suggesting that Munich would be the target. However, the Lancaster force bore south, away from the Kammhuber Linie, the deep string of Freya and Würzburg radar stations extending from Kiel on the Baltic coast to Saint-Dizier, 100 miles south of Paris. As the miles stretched away, the Comans crew knew it would be harder for the fighters to find them. Conditions were perfect over Clermont-Ferrand. The shape of the city was clearly visible on their H2S set. They dropped their flares immediately over the target, illuminating the factory for the diving mosquitoes to place target markers. A Luftwaffe runway, smooth and straight, was caught in the intense brightness, pointing the bombers towards the nearby tyre factory. The twin Gothic steeples of the cathedral were bathed in an eerie light, casting multiple shadows on the buildings nearby. Ken Cook could see the target indicators had dropped on the factory. The mosquitoes had done their job well. They attacked at 8,000 feet, making Ken's job much easier than when they launched high-level attacks on German cities. Jim Comans brought ND-740 around again, and Ken Cook dropped yellow target indicators. The master bomber gave the instruction to bomb at 01:27 hours. Fires erupted from the factory as the bombs and incendiaries struck home. Thick piles of black smoke rose from the plant as hundreds of tons of rubber began to burn. Keeping a lookout for other bombers, Comans brought the Lancaster round for a third pass, this time to drop their 1,000-pound bombs. By now, the main factory buildings were being swallowed in the glare of the explosions. Percussion waves washed over ND-740, booming like giant fists on the underside of the fuselage. There was no fighter opposition. A single light gun was seen to fire from the factory site, with flickers of red and white tracers soaring skywards. The Lancaster's gunners sent their own streams of tracers towards the single gun. With its bombs gone, ND-740 sailed upwards. At the controls, Comans relished the lighter feel of the aircraft, as his thoughts began to turn towards Coningsby and home. Dawn was creeping in as the Lancasters made the south coast of England. They could see the brown smudge of the London sky to starboard. Factory chimneys streamed plumes of steam and smoke into the chill air over Northampton. A song or two, led by George Widdis, always helped the inbound flight, as the shapes of grey fields formed into hedges and trees. Other bombers were appearing in the rising light. Jock Bolland, in the rear turret, had watched a couple close by for some time. By their course, he felt certain they were 97 Squadron aircraft, and, as they approached Coningsby, he could pick out their large code numbers, OFL of the Baker crew and OFZ of Simpson. It was impressive how, after 6 hours and 40 minutes in the air, much of it in pitch darkness, the Lancasters arrived back at the right time. Bob Lasham, another ex-9 Squadron pilot, took off 1 minute before Comans and landed 2 minutes afterwards. It was a level of accuracy that the Pathfinders prided themselves on. All aircraft had returned safely to Coningsby. There were no empty beds to reallocate or lockers to unload. Word came around that they would be stood down for the next day. This was an invitation for a night of heavy drinking, often accompanied by schoolboy antics. Bomb aimer Tom Leake of the Owen crew recalled the sight of a bare footprint in ink on the 20-foot-high ceiling of the officers' mess. Such wild nights carried the approval of the commanders. Air Marshal Harris, in the introduction to Guy Gibson's book, Enemy Coast Ahead, wrote, "It may well be that the references to parties and drunks in this book will give rise to criticism. I do not attempt to excuse them, if only because I entirely approve of them." Harris attempts to soften the admission by saying that the drunks were high-spirited on near beer, rather than spirits. Wartime beer was in fact only marginally weaker than in peacetime. Britain produced 31,472 barrels in 1944, approximately 5,000 more than the Germans. Airmen were partial to every kind of intoxicating liquor and would make up for the lower alcohol content by drinking in prodigious quantities. Often the only barrier to drinking spirits was their shallowness of pockets. Stories of home brews and moonshines abounded within the RAF, although they were more likely to be found in the far-flung stations of Italy and North Africa than on Lincolnshire bomber bases. Among the revelry and high jinks, there were times when airmen overstepped the mark. Canadian air gunners Russell and McBride from the Perkins crew of 97 Squadron were sent to the Aircrew Refresher Centre at RAF Norton near Sheffield, a correction facility, after vandalising the sergeant's mess at Coningsby in late May 1944. Strangely, this aberration saved their lives. In a twist of fate, the rest of their crew, including a standing gunner, were killed in an air accident 2 weeks later. 1st May 1944. Toulouse. Just as the Alps and neutral Switzerland had fascinated the Comans crew on flights to Munich, so they were intrigued to be flying as far south as Toulouse, less than 100 miles from the Mediterranean, and only an hour's flight from Spain. They were being exposed to travel in a manner that no other generation before them had ever experienced. A pattern was emerging, as 5 groups were sent to selected targets in France based on military importance. Another long flight was inevitable, but, yet again, in clear conditions with little opposition. The raid was to hit the nearby Douartin aircraft plant and a munitions factory nearby. Douartin had been swallowed up in the nationalisation of small aircraft firms in the late 1930s. Now part of the state-owned aeronautical manufacturer SNCASE, the company hoped that relocation to the south of France would keep them out of the clutches of the Germans following the invasion of May 1940. The collaborationist French government, established after the armistice of 22nd June 1940, had nominal administrative authority over the whole of France, but in reality had full sovereignty over only the unoccupied southern part of the country, which they ruled from Vichy, a spa town in central France. In November 1942, following the Anglo-American invasion of French North Africa, German troops occupied southern France militarily to protect its Mediterranean coast from the Allies. This gave the Nazis the opportunity to fully incorporate Vichy factories into their armaments production. As D-Day approached, the Allies poured their efforts into destroying manufacturing facilities that could reinforce the Wehrmacht's frontline strength, and in particular, into degrading German tank production. Obliteration of the tank and aircraft engine parts factories at Toulouse became a priority, even though the plants were filled with French workers. The raid briefing stated that flak was unlikely to be a problem. As it transpired, a flak unit had been relocated to Toulouse from Italy, and the marking mosquitoes of 627 Squadron were in for an unpleasant experience. Once the target was illuminated overhead by flares dropped by 97 Squadron, the mosquitoes came in, diving from 3,000 to 500 feet to drop their markers. The initial proposal by Cheshire to Cochrane was that the mosquitoes would dive from 12,000 to 3,000 feet, based on the concern that aircraft operating any lower than this would face unacceptable risks. The mosquito crews practicing over the airfield at Woodall Spa and Wainfleet ranges soon decided that diving lower allowed greater accuracy. 627 Squadron pilots competed to drop as close to the target as possible at Wainfleet. Dispensing with the bomb sight, they drew a cross on their windscreen in Chinograph pencil and achieved an accuracy of within 5 yards. It was a solution as simple as the nails on crossed pieces of wood that 617 Squadron had used to gauge their approach to the towers on the Muna and Eder dams during the Dam Busters raid of May 1943. Practice runs over Lincolnshire were one thing, but a real attack, with flak pouring up from the target, was altogether more challenging. Navigator Andy Denham, flying in a Mosquito with pilot Norman Mackenzie, recalled the scene at Toulouse. The flak was coming at us from all directions, spiralling around us, when suddenly there was a great crash within the cockpit, and within a second I could not see Norman for smoke. We were near the bottom of our dive by this time, and before I could ask him if he was okay, I could feel that we were pulling out. As we climbed and turned to go round, I put my head into the blister to see where the marker was for accuracy, but it was nowhere to be found. "Norman, I can't see the marker. We've still got it. I couldn't see for smoke to drop it. We'll have to go round again," came the reply. The Coman's crew loitered high above, flying in a wide orbit over the target. The munitions factory was producing large explosions and banks of smoke, obscuring the aircraft plant that they were ordered to mark. So it took them several runs to drop more flares. The bombing seemed to be accurate, but since the 97 Squadron Lancasters had to remain over the target for 20 minutes or more, the risks were significant. Squadron leader Locke, marking the munitions plant, fought off 3 attacks by an ME-210. Fortunately for his crew, the German attacker was clearly visible against the light of the explosions below. As Locke threw Lancaster ME-625 into evasive action, his gunners pounded away at the night fighter until he was eventually shaken off. With his H2S set inoperable and a glycol leak in one engine, Locke cleared the target area after 30 minutes and returned home safely to Coningsby on 3 engines. 3rd May 1944, Mailly-le-Camp. Making 2 successful raids over France in clear weather with lighter opposition built the confidence of the crews. 97 Squadron had been at RAF Coningsby for only 2 weeks, but they had already participated in 9 raids. On 3rd May, they were instructed to bomb Mailly-le-Camp, a huge panzer training base 70 miles east of Paris. The camp had been constructed by the French before the First World War and was considered to be one of the most advanced training grounds in France. Its occupation by the Germans was regarded as another national insult. Most members of the squadron were led to believe this would be a milk run, with little flak or fighter opposition. The problem with this perception was that it ignored the strength of the German fighters and, in retrospect, many have blamed the problems that afflicted the Mailly mission on poor preparation by Bomber Command. Once again, as at Nuremberg in March, there would be a strong moon. However, with the new system of 5-group marking now in place, it was felt that they could get 2 waves of bombers, Rat 1 and Rat 2, in and out in short order, each wave lasting only 6 minutes. The French resistance had been sending information, including details of German troop strengths at Mailly, for several weeks. The main target area was a tight-knit group of barrack blocks, first laid down in 1902, and not spaced to withstand aerial attacks. When the 21st Panzer Division withdrew to Mailly from the Eastern Front in April to train and re-equip, London was informed. The camp was placed under surveillance, and it was noted that all troops were ordered to their barrack blocks by midnight under curfew. Leonard Cheshire proposed to lay down his target indicators at 12:01 hours. Supported by his flare markers of 97 and 83 squadrons, he would illuminate the area for the first wave of bombers to drop high explosives. Since many of the barrack huts were wood-built, the damage was likely to be considerable. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Jim Comans lifted ND 746H from Coningsby as one of 9 Lancasters sent by 97 Squadron. It was the only time in recent weeks that they hadn't taken their faithful F. Freddy with them. Although they had flown her 2 days earlier, records suggest that she was in maintenance at the time of the Mailly raid. In the moonlight, the crew could see the mass of Lancasters as they headed towards their first course point at Beachy Head. A massive force of 346 bombers was airborne. As they crossed the channel at 12,000 feet, the moon reflected off a calm sea. The tops of scattered clouds shone brightly, backlighting the shapes of the bombers as they passed. It was a dangerously beautiful scene. They could see Dieppe, dark against the coast to starboard, as the force slipped inland close to Criel-sur-Mer. They passed directly over the tiny hamlet of Beauce-Geoffrey, far below the immense fleet of British bombers causing late-night glasses of Calvados to vibrate on farmhouse tables. The 30-mile gap between Dieppe and Abbeville was still well defended, but not in as concentrated a way as the major towns. If they kept away from centres like Amiens and Beauvais, they could slip east of Paris to Mailly without fear of attracting much ground fire. The force began to lose height to their planned 7,000 feet raid altitude as soon as they crossed the French coast. These areas of northern France were beginning to feel very familiar to the crew. As the marker force pressed in, the main waves would hurl 15 miles away over an assembly point. In ND 746, the first sign that things were not going to plan was when Roy Wolford patched through the VHF channel. To their consternation, and to the dismay of the whole force, an American swing concert was being broadcast over the frequency. The use of VHF was a recent innovation by Five Group, and no one had thought to inform the Americans. As they closed on the target area, deep in the heart of Texas was blasting out across the airwaves. The oboe radio signal guiding them to the target was also very poor. By now, Leonard Cheshire's 4 Mosquitoes from 617 Squadron were also arriving at the target. Perhaps chiding himself over his late arrival at Munich, Cheshire took off just 20 minutes after the bombers. He arrived close to the target 8 minutes early and decided to buzz the night fighter base at Saint-Dizier to give the impression he was a lone intruder, rather than alert Mailly-le-Camp. The other Mosquitoes also realised they were ahead of schedule and zigzagged to make more time. Cheshire's activities did little to fool German defences, however. They had already placed 60 night fighters in boxes ahead of the bomber stream. The constant flow of reports coming in from stations in northern France suggested to them that this was not a light feint attack, but a major force. Bang on time, Cheshire swept in over Mailly and into his diving attack. He dropped his red indicator flares to the east end of the barracks. Happy with the marking, Cheshire called up the main force controller, Lawrence Dean, to bring in his first Rat 1 wave of 173 Lancasters. Although Dean called his force, it seemed few heard. The Lancasters continued to congregate over yellow indicator flares dropped to the north to mark the holding point. The Luftwaffe pilots also knew what the yellow markers were for and began waves of attacks into the circling bombers. Separated by only 100 feet in altitude, the Lancasters had few options but to continue to mill until they heard the command to bomb. Jim Comans was over the target as Cheshire dropped his markers, and Ken Cook let their illumination flares go. Coming around again, the 97 and 83 Squadron aircraft bombed the markers on time. To their north, they could see the unfolding drama as Lancasters started to drop out of the sky. At one point, 5 flaming aircraft could be seen falling at the same time. Radio silence was broken and, as Dean later reported, the order that RT silence be maintained was now being broken from all quarters, and the gist of the many messages addressed to me, some orderly but many others crudely blunt, was to inquire when they could bomb and get the hell out. Sergeant Frank Broughton of the Reynolds crew briefly left his wireless position to look out of the Astrodome and saw 6 aircraft explode around him. He retreated to his desk, exclaiming mostly to himself that it was a bit rough out there. By this time, the waiting bombers had begun to use their own initiative and bombed Mailly successfully. However, in the delay, the second wave, Rat 2, had arrived, further congesting the area. the Luftwaffe pilots were in a duck shoot, with more clearly illuminated Lancasters than they had ever seen before in one area. One after the other, the bombers fell, as the sky was crisscrossed with tracer rounds in an enormous air battle. When Deputy Controller Neville Sparks finally got a message through to Rat 2 to bomb, one pilot likened the charge out of the holding pattern to the start of the Epsom Derby. On the ground, the attack on the barracks had been devastating. As the bombs fell, men took shelter in slit trenches scattered around the site. The blast waves from the 4,000-pound cookies turned buildings to matchwood. Flying metal and timber lacerated anyone who was not under shelter. The trenches began to cave in, leaving men half buried. Those who survived suffered concussion for days afterwards. As the first wave of bombers passed, German NCOs ordered their men out of their shelters and trenches to fight blazes around the camp. When the second wave struck, many of these soldiers were caught in the open. After months of sorties, this was the most direct assault the Coman's crew had flown against the Wehrmacht. The strike was one of the most effective made by Bomber Command against a Wehrmacht unit to date. 114 barrack buildings were destroyed, 47 transport sheds, 65 vehicles, and 37 tanks, while 218 instructors and soldiers were killed, with 156 more wounded. The departing bomber force was harried all the way to the French coast. Many of the stream decided to drop to treetop height to make it more difficult for the fighters to engage with them. The Augsburg raid of April 1942 had been compromised by daylight, but in the early hours of 4th May 1944, the Lancasters, flying at 50 feet against the darkened landscape, was scarcely perceptible to the German night fighters. Nonetheless, Bomber Command lost 42 Lancasters, with 258 airmen killed on the night of 3rd 4th May. On the face of it, a loss rate of over 11% was disastrous. But the damage inflicted on a Panzer division seemed to outweigh the heavy cost in men and aircraft. Had the destruction of the site at Mailly not been so impressive, it is possible that Cheshire's new marking ideas might have been overshadowed by a Nuremberg of his own. Despite Bennett's dire warnings that 5 groups mosquitoes would be torn out of the sky, the mosquito force remained intact. The failing elements on the Mailly raid were the RT transmissions and the ability of the bombers to clearly hear commands. On such a costly night for Bomber Command, it was perhaps inevitable that, after a happy run of sorties without loss, one of 97 Squadron's 9 aircraft would not make it home to Coningsby. The Ellesmere crew, in ND 706, was shot down by a night fighter on the return leg, crashing at Allenville, southwest of Paris. None of the crew survived. Their navigator, Pilot Officer Stanley Carlyle, had already been awarded the DFM, and the crew were in the latter stages of their tour. Stanley had stood in for Don Bowes only 3 days before, on the Coman's crew flying to Clermont-Ferrand. Given the number of aircraft returning with battle damage, it is remarkable that all crew had escaped injury bar one. Flight Sergeant Forrest of the Owen crew had received shrapnel wounds when a cannon shell exploded near his upper turret. His wounds were dressed at Coningsby before he was sent to the RAF hospital at nearby Roseby, which had a specialist crash and burns unit. The hospital crash and burns unit included the work of the pioneering plastic surgeon Archibald Mackindo. Some of his early patients formed a drinking club known as the Guinea Pig Club, a name affectionately adopted by 649 members by the end of the war. The blistering pace of operations was taking its toll. The Coman's crew had not properly rested for 8 months, with only a few days leave between leaving 9 Squadron and joining 97 Squadron in December. Since they had joined the Pathfinders, their squadron had lost 23 Lancasters, equivalent to the whole squadron strength, in 4 months. As a result of these losses, and the departures of crews who had finished their tour, most of the airmen involved in 97 Squadron's operations had arrived after the Coman's crew. Many of them who had completed their tours were now tucked up in relatively safe training roles, but occasionally, when they met their former colleagues, they voiced their dissatisfaction at no longer being on ops. Such individuals had a love-hate relationship with operational flying. They were unable to take the strain of frontline service, but could not settle into more peaceable roles. RAF Coningsby was expanding. Work on new buildings and improvements to existing structures on the site continued throughout the spring of 1944. Visits to the smoke-filled base cinema proved popular, and films such as Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney, and They Got Me Covered, with Bob Hope and Dorothy Lamour, received regular showings. The squadrons also organised football, cricket, and softball matches around the neighbouring airfields. Men at other RAF stations enjoyed putting on shows in their spare time. The airmen at Coningsby, however, seemed less inclined to do so. The entertainments officer reported a nil take-up of his appeal for volunteers with theatrical or singing talents in April 1944. As well as RAF airmen and WAAFs, hundreds of civilians worked on site at Coningsby. Amid such a hive of activity, emergencies were never far away. Not all of these incidents related to flying. On the day of the Toulouse raid, a civilian, Harry Roberts, of the Teesside Bridge and Engineering Works, fell from the roof of a new hangar and was taken to Lincoln Hospital with spinal injuries. 9th May 1944. Annecy. Walking through Annecy's elegant, tree-lined boulevards on a bright spring day, it would be easy to forget there was a war on. For 29-year-old Maurice Borges Monory, the beauty of the city was shrouded in an atmosphere of danger. A former French artillery officer, Borges Monory had spent 13 months in Oflag 17 in Austria, before returning to France to work as an engineer. Vichy France, however, was not to his liking, and he crossed the Pyrenees to join the Free French Forces in 1942, but was captured by the Spanish. To avoid repatriation, he posed as a Canadian, eventually travelling to London. A man possessed of a considerable intellect, as well as the ability to command men, Borges Monory came to the attention of the SOE, who trained him as an agent. Now in Annecy, as military delegate of the Rhône-Alpes region, he is neither Monsieur Borges Monory or his codename Polygon, but an ordinary French worker with the best forged papers that London can muster. He tries to look relaxed as he sits, talking, in one of the town's many outdoor cafes, but he feels defenceless. The pistol he carries with him nearly everywhere is concealed in a drawer at his lodgings. In January 1944, the Germans promised to shoot anyone found in possession of a weapon, so it is unwise to walk the city streets armed, unless one absolutely has to. Annecy is perched at the northern end of Lac d'Annecy, in the French Alps, 15 miles south of Geneva. Nicknamed the Rome of the Alps, after it became a centre of Catholicism during the 16th century Counter-Reformation, its position close to Switzerland and Italy had always lent itself to intrigue and dubious trading. From the 19th century, it transformed itself into a tourist resort, the serenity and beauty of its landscapes drawing thousands of travellers from across Europe. The wealthy acquired summer houses here, and Annecy expanded into an affluent place of wide streets and fine houses. The outbreak of the Second World War, however, plunged it into a shady world of espionage and crime. Negotiators and middlemen arrived, their business the moving of money and looted goods to Switzerland. A constant stream of strangers passed through the city, many of them Jewish, French, and Italian, all of them anxious to get somewhere else. Among the civilian population, downed Allied airmen, German deserters, and SOE agents tried to move about inconspicuously. There were talkers and takers, people who would betray others for a bribe, and those who would blackmail their so-called friends. Heavy industry didn't feature strongly in Annecy, but one factory interested the Allies a great deal. In the 1920s, Jacques Schmidt built a factory to produce ball bearings for the burgeoning aviation industry. By 1939, the factory was part of the larger SRO company, Schmidt, Reuter and Oerlikon, and employed 1,300 staff, producing 1.5 million bearings per year. Like Schweinfurt, it played an important part in the Nazi war effort. The RAF had bombed the site twice, the last time in November 1943, but it was clear that little damage had been done. Civilian casualties had been high, causing disquiet among the SOE operatives. Polygon had reported back to London that the local population were none too pleased, and he undertook to disrupt production through acts of sabotage. These seem to have been carried out after the November 1943 air raid, 2 transformers within the factory being blown up. Reports received via the British agent codename Xavier, aka Lieutenant Colonel Richard Heslop, suggested that the plant would be out of action for at least 3 months. By early 1944, the Maquis had grown in size and confidence in the hills above Annecy, using the Glières Plateau some 9 miles to the east of the town as an air drop site. But the size of the group would prove to be its downfall. Some 250 men, including French communists and a group of 50 Spanish loggers and others sought by the authorities, gathered on the plateau. In February, 1,200 Vichy police and militia launched an operation against the maquisards of Glières. They were soon joined in their assault by 3,000 Wehrmacht troops, who fanned out into the woods with camouflaged ski soldiers leading the attack. The peace of Annecy was shattered by the sounds of battle in the mountains above it, explosions and gunfire echoing through the valleys. The maquisards were soon crushed, leaving 120 dead scattered on the upper slopes. The remainder fled across the Swiss border. Many injured survivors were tortured to death where they fell. An imposing national monument to the resistance was built on the Glières Plateau and inaugurated on 2 September 1973. Regarded by the Germans as guerrilla fighters, they were denied any form of civilian or military justice. The gruesome cruelty of their end was meant to serve as a warning. The Germans also took hostages in Annecy and promised they would be executed should the resistance dare to take retaliatory action. Amid the terror, news reached London that the SRO factory had recommenced production. F section of the Special Operations Executive concluded the risks to the men of attempting further acts of sabotage were too great, so the job of attacking the factory would be handed back to Bomber Command. The factory was situated within the city itself, next to a railway marshalling yard. Avoiding civilian casualties would be difficult. This was clearly a job for 5 Group and its close marking technique. In other months, flying 39 Lancasters so deep into France on the night of a full moon would have been considered too dangerous. But the priorities of the coming invasion dictated the timing of the raid. There would only be one more period of moonless nights before the invasion was due. The total flying time of over 8.5 hours would tax the most experienced of crews. However, there were few flak guns in the vicinity, and most German night fighters were concentrated well to the north of Annecy. Squadron Leader Simpson was to lead 97 Squadron's 6 Lancasters on the night of 9th May 1944. Starting takeoff at 21:20 hours, all the bombers were airborne in 4 minutes. With such clear visibility, sticking together was the best form of defence as they tightened their formation. Most of the Lancasters, including Comans, carried a 4,000-pound cookie alongside the flare load. If the raid was to work as planned, the mosquitoes would have to do their job with maximum precision. By the time they reached the target, only 2 of the 4 mosquitoes of 627 Squadron had made it, owing to poor weather and technical problems. In Annecy, the sirens began to wail at 0150 hours. Those living around the factory site knew they were in danger. Some fled terrified through the streets as the Pathfinder flares began to float down above the SRO factory. The piercing light seemed to make the sky as bright as day. The rumble of bombers was drowned out by the pitch of an aircraft flying at a much lower level as a mosquito skimmed the rooftops. A fierce red glow illuminated the streets 100 yards from the factory. Of the 2 mosquitoes, only one managed to release its target indicator. The others reported a hang-up. But it was enough. Squadron Leader Simpson knew that the flare was deliberately off the target and called out a false wind speed calculation on the radio, which was entered into the bomb site computer of the following Lancasters. Over many raids, the Pathfinders had learned that the target indicator was often extinguished by the explosion of bombs falling on the target. By offset placement, it burned longer and, with the right calculation loaded into the bomb site computer, it was possible to still aim on the flare and drop bombs several hundred yards away. And sure enough, the target erupted into smoke and flames. Ken Cook reported from his nose position that the area was a mass of orange flame, and it appeared there was an oil fire. Reports of fires and explosions away from the target continued to come in over the radio, but after 15 minutes the controller ordered bombing to cease as the target was overwhelmed. It had been a busy night for Bomber Command. To the north, 414 bombers struck against coastal gun emplacements in the Pas-de-Calais. The main body of 5 group, with 56 Lancasters and 8 Mosquitoes, attacked the Nome and Rona aircraft factory at Gennevilliers on the outskirts of Paris. The Annecy group sneaked home without suffering any further losses on the way. Overall, 5 group had lost only 1.5% of its strength, with all its losses bar 1 sustained over Paris. The raid on Annecy had been a success, leaving the SRO factory so badly damaged that production was halted permanently. Surviving machinery was sent to a plant near Vienna, its every movement reported to London by the resistance. 22nd May 1944, Braunschweig. The crew's target of 35 operations as Pathfinders would be their breakpoint. By the end of the 3rd week in May, they had flown 25 missions, but the frequency of operations had increased markedly. For most of them, it might well be only another month before they were stood down from ops. Some crew members lagged behind by a few trips. Don Bowes had been replaced a number of times, and Ken Randall had had a 3-week break around the start of the year to get married. The French targets involved lengthy flights, but they were proving to be less dangerous than some other missions. However, everyone knew that it only took one incident for their lives to be placed in jeopardy. After a few days' snatched leave, the crew were back at Coningsby by the morning of 21st May. Although rumours abounded, no one knew the date of D-Day, nor could they work out where it might take place from the targets they were sent to. 16 days before the largest seaborne invasion in history, the men were sent to fly to Braunschweig in north-central Germany. While the crew had been away, the squadron had flown to Lille and Amiens in northern France, so the sight of a German target at briefing provoked heavy sighs and grunts of displeasure. Lille had proved disappointingly tough. 2 Squadron Lancasters had been lost, and another aircraft, flown by Flight Lieutenant Walton, was hit by flak at Dunkirk on the return leg, killing Flying Officer Ward, the mid-upper gunner. By now, everyone knew how German fighter units operated, and the prospect of going into their territory again dashed hopes of another easy French trip. Reports from the raid on Braunschweig present a mixed picture. Although the Comans crew noted that the bombing was punctual, they also said it seemed to be ineffective. Once again, reception on the VHF channel was poor, with the result that most of the aircraft of 97 Squadron dropped their bombs on their own initiative. In contrast with the Comans report, another account describes the order to bomb being heard only very late, suggesting that the mosquitoes themselves were not timely in placing their markers. Flak and fighters were heavy. Clear notes of dissatisfaction are palpable through the formality of the post-raid reports. Controller not heard, absence of clear instructions, no results observed, and picture confused add up to a description of a raid where everything had become disjointed. No crew on the raid were tested as much as Flight Lieutenant C.S. Chatton's, flying Lancaster ND 746. They were an experienced crew within the squadron, but Braunschweig would push them to the limit. Chatton had seen his friend Len Hyde shot down on the Nuremberg raid, and there must have been times during that night over Braunschweig where he believed his turn had come. On the journey into the target, he was attacked by a Ju-88, most likely from underneath. Cannon shells ripped through Chatton's Lancaster, completely disintegrating the Perspex nose and wrecking the bombing station. With a 200-mile-per-hour gale blowing through the fuselage, many pilots would have turned for home. However, after shaking off the German fighter, Chatton decided to complete his bombing run. Over Braunschweig, he was hit by flak, which destroyed his flying instruments, but he still managed to drop his bombs before turning for home. Taking star readings from the Astrodome, his navigator, Flight Lieutenant Campbell, gave Chatton course readings. All Campbell's maps and charts had been blown away through holes in the damaged fuselage. Once again, they were attacked by a fighter, and Chatton, by this time no doubt thoroughly browned off with the night's events, turned his Lancaster into the fighter's circuit. This allowed his upper gunner to register hits on the attacker, driving him away. The use of a damaged Lancaster as a fighter was an unusual approach, but Chatton knew that if he allowed the fighter on his tail, attempting a corkscrew in the heavily damaged bomber could be fatal. The drama descended into farce as Chatton approached the English coast. Unable to identify himself, coastal anti-aircraft batteries opened up on him, hitting Chatton's ailing Lancaster twice. To its crew's relief, ND 746's flaps and undercarriage came down normally as they approached RAF Coningsby. They were over an hour later than the others, no doubt inhibited by the drag of the missing nose. Their determination to make it home had been driven by the airman's inbuilt dislike of resorting to the parachute and having to divert to strange airfields. Chatton's landing was perfect, although the language of the ground crew on seeing the state of ND 746 was choice. In recognition of Chatton's adventure, he was awarded an immediate DSO. Flight Lieutenant Jespersen, a Norwegian, was flying on his first operation as a second pilot with Chatton. He required medical attention to pick fine pieces of shrapnel from his arm. The flight engineer, Cyril Baumber, who had received injuries to his face, right hand and left leg, was treated on the taxiway and sent to hospital. The raid was another unwelcome reminder of how dangerous German targets were. But another chilling incident, even closer to home, demonstrated with tragic consequences the hazards of operating from bomber bases situated close together. Returning from Braunschweig, a 24-year-old Canadian pilot, Flying Officer Wallace Jardine, was approaching RAF Coningsby in Lancaster ND 415 when he collided with a Lancaster from 57 Squadron. Jardine and crew had been with 97 Squadron for just over a month and were on their 9th mission. No doubt they were just beginning to wind down from the raid as they orbited, awaiting their turn to land. Lancaster LL-967 was in a similar orbit to the returning 97 Squadron aircraft, trying to land at RAF East Kirkby, 7 miles from Coningsby. Jardine's aircraft appeared out of the gloom and, in a split second, LL-967 struck it, slicing the tail off. The crash of Jardine's plane was not survivable. With little altitude, it plunged into the fields near the village of Revsby, causing an immediate explosion of fuel. The black pall of smoke rising from the site was visible for many miles. Such was the intensity of the blaze that 4 of the 7 crew members could not be identified. Wallace Jardine, Jack Olive, George Wright, and Ronald Baker are remembered on the Runnymede Memorial to the Missing at Englefield Green, Surrey. LL-967, with a badly shaken crew, landed safely at East Kirkby. With airfields so close, it was difficult to ascertain who, if anyone, was to blame. Jardine's Lancaster seemed to have strayed a little closer to East Kirkby, but in the suddenness of the accident, height and position were difficult to ascertain. Although a court of inquiry was held, accidents of this sort were so commonplace that the incident caused few ripples. 27th May 1944, Morsalines, Normandy coast. Southwark House, a fine white Georgian house some 5 miles north of Portsmouth, was one of hundreds of properties requisitioned for war work. In 1940, the estate owners offered the house as additional sleeping accommodation for pupils at the Royal Navy School of Navigation in Portsmouth Naval Dockyard, but they had no idea the property would be permanently retained. In the late spring of 1944, the house was commandeered as Allied Naval Headquarters and became a hub of D-Day planning as the Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower and General Bernard Montgomery moved from London to an area closer to the ports from which the invasion force would leave. One wall of a large room was filled with a wooden relief map of the English Channel showing the south coast of England and north coast of France. Secrecy over the proposed landing sites was so tight that the 2 men sent to Southwark House to assemble the map were not allowed to return home until after D-Day. The map was made by Chad Valley, a Birmingham-based toy manufacturer who had temporarily abandoned their usual commercial activities to produce goods to help the war effort, and whose employees had no idea of the use to which the map was to be put. However, even a casual onlooker would have noticed its geographical emphasis. The map at Southwark House showed no land to the east of Calais, and it was clear that Normandy lay at the centre of its purpose. Despite many opportunities for the Germans to discover the Allied plans, the cloud of Allied misinformation obscured their proposed landing areas. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, who commanded the Atlantic Wall, observed attacks against his coastal defences from Calais to Cherbourg. By mid-May 1944, bombers were attacking his defences from Holland to the western reaches of Brittany with near impunity. There were not enough fighters and anti-aircraft batteries available to seriously challenge the raiders. Rommel remained certain that the Allies would strike the Pas-de-Calais, possibly stretching towards Dieppe, but no further west. He had filled every beach in the area with obstacles, many of them laced with explosives. But his plan to fill the beaches with 50 million mines was behind schedule. So far he had laid only 6 million. The huge concrete gun casements on the Pas-de-Calais seemed impervious to bombs. Allied and German guns had duelled over the channel for months, and by war's end, together with air raids, the Germans had destroyed 957 houses in Dover, with 898 seriously damaged. A further 6,705 were damaged, but remained habitable. The loss of Dover as a primary invasion port did not dent D-Day plans. However, with 255 fake landing craft in Dover harbour, the Germans had no reason to suspect it would not be the pivotal port in the coming invasion. Yet there were clues which, had they been followed, would have led Rommel to Normandy. He visited Morceline on the upper stretch of eastern coastline of the Cherbourg Peninsula on 11th May 1944. 2 days earlier, an RAF air raid had all but destroyed the 6 gun emplacements and communications trenches. Many of the men who greeted Rommel that morning had been subjected to a fierce bombardment. Sitting on wooden slatted bench seats, they cowered, with heads down and hands covering their ears, as the explosions shook their positions. After 15 minutes, the raid had gone. Covered in dust, they emerged from their bunkers, realizing that the landscape had changed. Huge holes pockmarked the fields. Debris and the dull smell of explosives hung heavy in the air. With power and telephone lines cut, they wondered whether a landing on the beaches 600 metres away was imminent. But they were in no condition to fight. Most of the men were stunned and disorientated. Daylight revealed the extent of the damage. Soon the NCOs were shouting orders as they attempted to clear the debris. The emplacements of the 6 155mm guns that had been on site since 1941 had been thrown into confusion. Unlike others, which had been placed in concrete casements, they sat in partially open positions. The bombardment had caused the walls of the emplacements to collapse and had buried some of the guns under huge heaps of sandy soil. Word that Rommel was to pay them a visit was not received with enthusiasm, as the troops had to clean their kit and make sure that their uniforms were flawless. But he didn't stay for long. Staff officers guided him round the scene of destruction before his car drove off in a cloud of dust. Orders were received that the guns were to be pulled back closer to the village of Vidcusville, over 2 miles away. It would be a lot of work, not least because they would have to build new gun emplacements in virgin fields. On the night of 27th May, the bombers returned. 7 Lancasters from 97 Squadron, including the Comans crew, helped mark the area as Morceline was bombed again. The guns proved hard to find, and the markers were not as concentrated as hoped for. Comans made 3 runs on target, each time finding the target indicator obscured. Eventually, they managed to drop their bombs, but it seemed the controller remained unconvinced they had pinpointed the target. The movement of the guns seems to have thrown Bomber Command for now, but with the site having been bombarded again, there would be little hope of the guns returning to their old homes. A second group from 97 Squadron attacked emplacements further to the east, south of Dieppe, at Saint-Valery-en-Caux, which might have steered German thinking away from the Normandy landing zones. In this attack, one of the marking mosquitoes was hit and had to ditch in the sea. In the strategic play and counterplay, perhaps Rommel might have asked himself why Morceline had been attacked twice in just over 2 weeks. It was one of the longest-serving batteries in the Atlantic Wall. Equipped with captured French guns, it had remained untouched for years. His visit to the area suggested he was concerned that the wide sandy beaches below Cherbourg still looked inviting to the Allies, despite the fortifications. 8 days later, poor weather would drive the landing craft further down Utah Beach and safely out of range of the guns at Morceline. As the fleet assembled on D-Day, HMS Black Prince continually fired on the battery to suppress them. With less protection than their old site, the German crews had little choice but to shelter in trenches during the bombardment. The raid on Morceline marked another milestone for the Comans crew. The strike on the Panzers at Mailly-le-Camp had been their first direct attack on a German army unit. Morceline, however unsuccessful, was the first they made against the target in support of the forthcoming D-Day landings. This, of course, they could not know at the time. 4 days later, the crew were tasked to fly against another complex battery position at Mézy, on the western end of what would become the Omaha sector. Mézy was far more sophisticated than Morceline, with many interconnecting underground bunkers. Its secretive positioning made it a difficult target to find, but on the night of 31st May, bad weather also intervened. Flying through 10/10ths cloud, 97 Squadron tried to find Mézy, but without any ground view, H2S was too inaccurate. Frustratingly, they knew they were in the right area, but the bunker complex was too far concealed below ground to be picked up from the hazy green images on their H2S screens. Warm weather had triggered large thunderstorms and lashing rain across Britain. As the force abandoned attempts to bomb Mézy, the weather conditions made the journey back to RAF Coningsby a difficult prospect. Comans, always cautious of fuel levels after two very difficult experiences, decided to jettison their 1,000-pound bomb into the sea. Along with the other Lancasters, Comans made for a diversionary airfield. 3.5 hours after takeoff, the crew touched down at RAF Chipping Warden near Banbury. Despite the relief at being on the ground, the sense of disappointment at missing a target was still tangible. The importance of Mézy as a battery and gun control centre has been the subject of some controversy. It seems that certain invasion maps supplied to troops did not show the site, although its existence was known to Bomber Command. One commander had orders to take it, but did not regard it as a priority. Despite its prime position between Utah and Omaha beaches, Mézy appears to have been ignored, and this secret base remained unresearched for many years after the Second World War. In January 2004, British historian Gary Stern rediscovered the site after the chance find of a D-Day map in a pair of trousers previously owned by a US soldier. It has been suggested that, had the bomber force of 31st May found Mézy, perhaps the D-Day casualties on Omaha Beach would have been less severe. Whatever the truth or otherwise of such speculation, it is clear that finding the targets remained a complex challenge and a significant obstacle for the bombers. 5 Group's techniques had improved accuracy, but the Mézy battery demonstrated once again the principle that if the target could not be seen, it was very difficult to hit. Through the early days of June, Flight Lieutenant von Ralter of 97 Squadron was trained to use the new bomb sight, the semi-automatic Mark II-A, in his regular Lancaster ME-625, the first such to be fitted to a squadron aircraft. On the evening of 3rd June, von Ralter took off from RAF Coningsby in the company of one other Lancaster from 83 Squadron to act as markers on the wireless listening station located at Ferme de Ville, on the tip of the Cherbourg Peninsula. Only 2 nights before, Bomber Command had hit 3 sites in the locality, but with limited accuracy. Among this force were 9 Halifaxes, flown by Free French crews based at RAF Elvington, near York. This was the first time the newly formed 346 Guyenne Squadron had been used in action. With the invasion so close, their involvement was a risk. If a Free French crew had been shot down, the Germans might have suspected there was some significance attached to their presence. Von Ralter was returning to support a second raid on the listening station, and this time the force destroyed their objective, the Fort de Naqueville. An Australian who had begun his tour at the same time as the Comans crew, von Ralter had become a well-known personality at Coningsby. He had suffered crew losses from death, serious injury, and battle fatigue. Of his 7 original crew, only 4 remained. With a reputation as a dogged airman, he was held in high regard by the squadron, and was an unsurprising choice to be the first to test out the new bomb site. Sadly, von Ralter's crew are remembered for a tragic accident that would devastate Coningsby 2 weeks after the raid on Ferme de Ville. Despite the weight of recent raids on coastal positions, there was nothing in the routine of RAF Coningsby to suggest the invasion was only hours away. The Comans crew continued their regular training flights in F. Freddy, noting NFT, night flying training, in their logbooks. The arrival of stormy weather on 4th June resulted in their night training being cancelled, but this inconvenience meant there was more time to sit around in the mess and enjoy a drink. They had no inkling that thousands of Allied troops had already boarded their transports and were spending an uncomfortable night bobbing in a rough swell. D-Day had been postponed for 24 hours, owing to strong winds, heavy seas, and low cloud. Despite many clues that the beaches of Normandy would be the site of the Allied invasion, they had successfully kept it a secret. Chapter 10. The Beginning of the End. The morning of 5th June 1944 began like many others at RAF Coningsby. Squadron Navigational Officer Stevens sauntered down to the planning rooms as usual at 7 o'clock. Orders were due in for squadron operations, and the busy hours of readying maps and courses for the 1 p.m. crew briefing would soon be underway. Stevens was normally informed the evening before the orders were due in, but that day the orders would be late. With a mug of tea in one hand and a cigarette in the other, he busied himself with meteorological reports until lunchtime. This would be a late briefing, he thought to himself. The orders did not arrive until 1 p.m. An attack on a gun emplacement on the Normandy coast, an all-effort operation with 83 Squadron. This was a heavy raid, not split between targets as in recent days. As Stevens checked the orders for course directions, he became immediately aware that they contained more paragraphs than usual. He quickly scanned the orders, noting a very strict course order. There were convoys to avoid, naval actions to the east, and other air operations. Stevens felt a surge of adrenaline. He was sure the instructions added up to only one thing. The invasion was starting. As Stevens and his team began their work, the guard at RAF Coningsby was doubled. The base moved to the highest security level as additional weapons were issued. No one with the knowledge of the new orders could leave the base. The late briefing began quietly enough, but as more details were revealed, the air of excitement mounted. The squadron record book notes, "Today must be recorded as one of the most eventful days in the squadron's history." Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, as squadron commander, was heard to comment, "Thank God I'm still on ops, and not on an OTU, operational training unit." In the euphoria, several officers who had finished their operational tours and had ground roles at Coningsby were keen to go on the raid, Stevens among them. Wing Commander Carter's crew had several members who had already completed a full 30-mission tour and held senior roles within 97 Squadron. Squadron Signals Officer Albert Chambers and Gunnery Officer Martin Bryan Smith were both DFC holders. Indeed, Carter's crew that morning had more decorated men on board than any other Allied bomber, with 7 of the 8 holding DFC or DFM awards. Stevens approached Jim Comans for a flight, just as he had for the raid on Munich in April. Comans, perhaps wary of getting lost again under Stevens, elected to keep Don Bowes as navigator, and Ken Cook was bumped to make room for Stevens. The disappointment of not flying on 97's most important mission to date was a blow. All Ken could do was see the Lancasters off at 0300 hours on Tuesday 6th June, joining the regular crowd of WAAFs and non-flyers to wave them away in the darkness of the small hours. The target that early morning was Pointe du Hoc, a heavily fortified gun position that jutted out into the sea between Utah and Omaha invasion beaches. It was a key position in securing the beachheads. After being pounded by the bombers, American forces would storm ashore and take the 100-foot-high coastal promontory. 30 minutes before sunrise, at 04:45, the German troops in the fortified bunkers and trenches of the Pointe du Hoc heard the rumble of the approaching bombers. Hand-operated air raid sirens were wound. The wailing repeated across the fields, sending men scurrying down into the deeper shelters. Steel helmets were pulled on, and their straps tightened. The number of raids on the coast had increased in recent days, confining them to trenches and bunkers time and time again. This time the nervous chatter would be about the rumour that hundreds of ships were appearing as dots on the horizon. The Germans had excelled in building thick-walled concrete bunkers. The bunkers the Germans created on the Western Front during the First World War had surprised the Allies with their size and solidity. But these latest versions surpassed anything built 25 years earlier. The white-painted rooms were lit by electricity and supplied with clean air through filtered pumps. A series of steel doors would prevent any attacker making an easy entry. In the stairwells and passages, obscured gun slits guarded the approaches. These were not only bomb shelters, but control bunkers, built to withstand land attack and, if necessary, hold out in a siege for some time. Large bomber formations had passed over the Pointe du Hoc in recent weeks, many of them heading south. The men in the light anti-aircraft gun emplacements around the promontory had the unenviable task of remaining at their posts. Scouring the breaks in the patchy clouds above through binoculars, they searched for the bombers as the noise of engines rose to a crescendo. Suddenly their world was illuminated by falling flares. The guns began to rattle and clack as handlers darted to retrieve more ammunition from the nearby lockers. The Germans of the Pointe du Hoc had been hit hard in April, and their 155mm guns had been withdrawn over a mile inland. Nevertheless, their clear view over the beaches still made this an important defensive position. With thick clouds covering the target at 9,000 feet, the bomber force was ordered to descend into the clear air below. Once the target indicators had fallen, most crews reported that they had a clear bombing run. The Coman's crew, probably inhibited by not having Ken Cook as their bomb aimer, experienced some uncertainty over which indicator to bomb. But eventually they dropped their 13,000 pounds of high explosive bombs and turned for home in the lightening sky. The Normandy beaches were close targets. The return flight to Coningsby should take only 2 hours, most of it in safety. As the bombs began to fall, the intensity of the raid shook the fortifications to their core. In a wave of huge explosions, bunkers were split open, filling the air with choking debris and dust, burying those sheltering inside and blinding the anti-aircraft gunners. Within minutes, the ground was cratered and churned up beyond recognition, as the site was carpeted by 1,000-pound bombs. In the deep shelters, the ground pulsed under the hammer blows of the bombardment. Where power lines were cut, the men sheltering were plunged into darkness. Their biggest fear was that the stairwells would collapse, entombing them forever. Those positioned further back, towards the village of Saint-Pierre-du-Mont, saw the cliffs erupt in a shower of fireworks. Brilliant flashes lit up the fields, flickering in a continuous angry roar of explosions as the storm fell. Percussion waves rolled across the countryside, shaking doors and windows in a deafening thunderstorm of noise. Rising to meet the Allied bomber force in his Focke-Wulf 190, Oberleutnant Helmut Eberspecher saw the Lancasters approaching. Their altitude suited his position. They were flying at just half the height that he had seen on some other raids. Similar to a shadow theatre, the bombers stood out against the clouds. However, they could not see me against the dark earth, he later recalled. He attacked and saw 3 Lancasters fall in a 4-minute frenzy of action. One of his victims fell in flames, crashing in a huge fireball below. Wing Commander Jimmy Carter's last message was heard by the raid controller at 5:04 a.m., acknowledging the order to bomb. Shortly after, farm workers near Carenton, on the southeastern base of the Cotentin Peninsula, saw the flaming Lancaster slam into a marsh and explode. Carter's aircraft was posted missing, but the crew were never found. The locality of the crash was not confirmed, but the locals knew a bomber had come down in the marsh. Officially, the assumption remained that Carter's aircraft had crashed into the sea. However, in 2012, an archaeological dig on a site identified by locals proved that the crashed plane was Carter's Lancaster ND-739. Personal possessions, including Flight Lieutenant Chambers' signet ring and scraps of uniform, confirmed the find, although no bodies were recovered. Flight Lieutenant Finn Yardy Jesperson's Lancaster was also shot down. Flying as a Royal Norwegian Air Force officer, he had only recently joined 97 Squadron and was on his 5th mission. He had been injured by shrapnel on his first mission, flying with the Chatham crew to Braunschweig 2 weeks earlier. All Jesperson's crew members were lost, including his fellow countrymen Christian Munster, Cora Pedersen, Knut Magnus, and John Evanson. As the Comans crew turned for home, the rising light revealed the mass of invasion vessels making for the Normandy coast, ships of all sizes leaving white wakes in the choppy seas below. Men were climbing down netting to board landing craft. Loaded boats were already circling in wide arcs, waiting for their moment to head for the beaches. An hour and a half later, at 6:30 a.m., the first waves of assault troops hit Omaha and Utah. As the Lancasters of 97 Squadron touched down at 0700 hours at Coningsby, an assault force of US Rangers was scaling the cliffs of the Pointe du Hoc with ropes and ladder obtained from the London Fire Brigade. They reached the headland later than planned, after their craft was driven off course by a heavy swell. Having ascended the cliff, they fought the remnants of the surviving garrison who emerged from their tunnels and bunkers. No feature remained the same as on the Rangers' maps, but they soon discovered the gun emplacements. To their surprise, they found telegraph posts mounted instead of guns. However, following the phone line rearwards, they encountered the 155mm artillery further inland. Sergeants Leonard Lommel and Jack Kuhn led the attack, blowing the guns with thermite grenades and detonating the ammunition dump at 0900 hours. As the Lancasters taxied to their dispersals, orders had already been received for the next raid. As the crews finished debriefing and grabbed breakfast, they were disappointed that the BBC News at 8 o'clock did not mention the invasion, saying only, "A new phase of the Allied air initiative has begun." Many in Britain knew instinctively that the invasion was taking place, even without official acknowledgement. The harbours of the south coast that had been filled with landing craft were now empty. Hundreds of miles north, 13-year-old Leslie Price was helping at a farm close to the huge US supply base at Burtonwood in Cheshire. He remembers, "That morning, dozens of aircraft were taking off, and they were all heading south. We knew it could only mean one thing. The invasion had started." Leslie Price is the author's father. The BBC made the definitive announcement that D-Day had started at midday. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the King broadcast from London. His words struck a chord with the many airmen gathered around the radio sets. This time, the challenge is not to fight to survive, but to fight to win the final victory for the good cause. Once again, what is demanded from us all is something more than courage and endurance. We need a revival of spirit, a new, unconquerable resolve. The target for the night of 6th June was the rail hub at Argenton, 40 miles inland from the invasion beaches. Jim Comans had all his regular crew back, giving Ken Cook the chance to fly on D-Day, albeit in the last half hour of the first day. Ken Cook, together with all surviving D-Day veterans, was awarded the French Legion of Honour after the 70th anniversary of the landings in 2014. Squadron leader Stevens wanted to fly again, even after the loss of Carter and Jesperson. This time, however, Comans successfully sidestepped him, and Stevens found a place with the Owen crew. Stevens' eagerness to lever himself back into operations, despite the risks involved and inevitable feelings of terror, is perhaps testament to the sheer addictiveness of danger. Some were happy to take roles in training after their quota of operations. Others craved further excitement. Henry Jeffrey, of the ill-fated Carter crew, wrote "Tout fini" across his logbook in October 1943. Despite this, he volunteered for a second tour, joining Carter by January. Even as D-Day approached, Jeffrey had promised his mother that he would carry out just one more flight. Yet it appears he had no plan to stop. Strategically, the use of the heavy bombers to strike railheads was far more successful than attempting to hit targets closer to the beaches. The Allies' use of the lighter and faster bombers, such as the A-20 Havoc and the B-26 Marauder, in daylight raids proved more effective. As troops moved out of the beachheads, rocket-equipped Hawker Typhoon fighter bombers were deployed in a cab rank system, holding above the battlefield until called down for direct fire support. Overnight, hundreds of aircraft had their wings marked with black and white stripes to clearly identify them to Allied ground forces. Many were crudely painted in haste by brush, using any paint available, even whitewash. The Lancasters of Bomber Command were not painted, much to the relief of the crews, who felt they were conspicuous enough. It was clear their role would remain as night intruders. The attacks on Argenton had begun on 5th June, as American bombers pounded the railway station and yards in daylight. The purpose of the raid on 6th June was to ensure no rail traffic could continue to pass through to the invasion area. During the coming battles, the town was left almost completely ruined, a shattered, burnt-out shell, as the Allies attempted to stop the German 7th Army and 5th Panzer Army from escaping the Falaise Pocket during August 1944. That night the weather over Argenton was not perfect, with 4,000 feet of cloud between the tops and the base. The Comans crew located their target by G and dropped their bombs as planned. Since operations in Normandy were less than 4 hours in duration, it was possible for crew to fly 2 attacks per day if necessary. But the crew were tired. Apart from some snatched naps in the afternoon, they had not slept properly for nearly 48 hours. When thick cloud proved difficult on the return leg, Jim Comans decided to head into their old station at RAF Bourne. Many aircraft were forced to make diversionary landings on the evening of 6th June because of poor weather. The US AAF had also flown many missions that day. Flight Lieutenant Johnny Colburn of 388th Bombardment Group had only begun his operational career 2 days earlier. Flying from RAF Nettishall in Suffolk, he and his B-17 crew found themselves in the lead group of bombers in the early morning coastal attacks on 6th June. Having a clear view on the invasion fleet, they were amazed at its size. As they ran into their target, they spotted C-47 transport aircraft towing gliders beneath them, and concluded they much preferred their viewpoint of the battle unfolding below. The poor weather delayed their second mission of the day, but taking off at 17:20 hours, they headed for Pont-l'Evêque, a town east of the invasion zone. Diverted to Flers, 40 miles behind the beachheads, they were forced to break their formation into smaller sections because of the worsening weather. Colburn, however, eventually became detached from the group. Making landfall near Dover much later in the evening, he suddenly found another B-17 flying directly towards him. Taking evasive action, the rogue B-17 passed only a few feet above Colburn's aircraft. Lost in failing light and poor weather, the two planes had clearly struggled to cope with unfamiliar conditions. Much of their training had been completed in daylight in good weather. The two American crews were lucky to emerge from the episode unscathed. The Comans crew were an hour into their night flight before Colburn found RAF Tuddenham at 0:30 hours. Home to 90 Squadron Lancasters, the base was busy with its own operations as the visitor approached. With next to no fuel and a high approach, Colburn touched the B-17 down halfway along the runway before locking his wheels and coming to a halt in the gravel runoff. RAF Bourne may have been familiar to the Comans crew, but it was no longer in their family of airfields. 8 Group Mosquitoes were hurrying in and out in weather that was worsening by the hour. When they arrived back at Coningsby the next day, having made the 40-minute hop, they were relieved to find they weren't tasked for operations and could get some sleep. No operations were carried out from Coningsby on 7th June because of the poor weather conditions. D-Day had seen 97 Squadron contribute to attacks on a number of key targets, but the day had also brought tragedy in the loss of their squadron commander, E.J. Carter. He had taken command at RAF Bourne on 7th January 1944, only days after the Comans crew arrived to begin their time with the Pathfinders. But against the melancholy backdrop of Carter's death, operations had to continue. The Lancasters of 97 Squadron, in common with all bomber squadrons, were given a series of supporting attacks to accomplish in the coming days. Eisenhower was concerned that the night of 7th, 8th June was unsuitable for raids. However, he was satisfied that his troops had enjoyed close fighter support through the day. Clearing land near Colville-sur-Mer, close to Omaha Beach, the US Army created the Allies' first airstrip on French soil on 8th June and began ferrying wounded soldiers back to Britain. During the day, Hitler had taken personal command of the defence of Normandy. After hearing from his commanders that there had been little or no Luftwaffe support for their troops, Hitler ordered that his air force be thrown into battle, even if it means the end of the Luftwaffe, he barked. It was an order that the Luftwaffe's supreme commander, Hermann Göring, did little to fulfill. Addicted to amphetamines, Göring had lost all direction, leaving nearly all operational matters to his staff. Luftwaffe strength in France had been reduced, at Hitler's command, in order to defend Germany's cities from Allied bombers. Already stretched on the Eastern Front, and by Bomber Command's operation over the Reich, the Luftwaffe now faced having to fight on a third front, in Normandy. Radio operator Roy Wolford numbered his operational missions in his logbook, circling the number in black fountain pen. Whether the numbers were added as a final calculation or were written as each mission was completed is unclear, but they feel like a countdown. Wolford was not one of the men who would rush towards a second tour. The operation to Argentan was numbered 43. In theory, the crew had only 2 more operations before the end of their tour, but they were to fly 3. Orders were coming in for daily raids, so they all knew it was a matter of days, rather than weeks now, to the end of their tour. On the night of 8th June they flew to Rennes to destroy a rail bridge, noting the flak was heavy. They didn't fly the next night, but others did. The Giddings crew failing to return. On only their 4th operation with 97 Squadron, they were hit by flak and finished by a fighter over Etampes, south of Paris. 19-year-old Arthur Taffy Pritchard, the only Welshman in an Australian crew, bailed out at low altitude and landed heavily in a field. He broke his ankle, but still managed to hobble to a road. It was past midnight as he tried to flag down cars, not caring if they were French or German, but no one would stop. Seeing a village a mile away, he made for it, finding a bar that was still open. He knew no French other than the word champagne and, pulling a franc note from his emergency money, tried to order a drink. But there were Germans present in the bar, and several Frenchmen bundled him quickly out of the back door. Pritchard was sheltered by the resistance, but not before enduring an arduous interrogation. The few English speakers available had never met anyone from Felinheli in Gwynedd, and struggled to understand his Welsh accent. The resistance feared he was a German spy, and he was hidden away in a hole beneath an outside tap before his identity was confirmed with London. After 2 months in hiding, he returned to Britain, but was devastated to learn that only one other member of the crew had survived as a prisoner of war. 13th June 1944. Caen. Of the many targets chosen by the Allies in Normandy, the city of Caen remains one of the most contentious. The city was taken in July 1944, but was reduced almost entirely to rubble. Like Ypres in the First World War, Caen had the misfortune to be a strategic waypoint for both armies. The Germans were determined to bar Montgomery's way, and Monty knew the city had to fall before the invasion force could move on. By the end of the battle, 20,000 French civilians were dead, and bombers and artillery had obliterated nearly every building. The controversy over whether the Allies should have bypassed the city and held it under siege until the garrison surrendered endures to this day. The Comans crew attacked Caen alongside 7 other 97 Squadron Lancasters in the early hours of 13th June. The aim was to destroy the bridges and block the roads through the city. Before road bypasses had been built, the heart of a city like Caen was the main thoroughfare. Adjacent to the bridges, a large railhead filled the southern bank of the Orne River. With German forces building in the area, the first task was to deny them Caen as a hub. For the unfortunate inhabitants, the raid on Caen did not go smoothly. Markers were inaccurate or obscured, and the Comans crew reported loitering for 3/4 of an hour for remarking. Many of the bombs fell on houses packed close to the city centre before the raid controller instructed the bombers to cease. On the eve of their last operation together, the crew knew they were taking part in an operation of profound historical importance. They knew, too, that the critical nature of the events taking place around them would obscure their own considerable achievements. But there was deep satisfaction to be had from the fact they had managed to survive. And soon they would be able to give full release to their feelings of rising elation. They intended to drink the bar dry when they were finished. Their target for the night of 15th June was in the Vienne département, north of Poitiers. The ammunition facility at Châtellerault would be the crew's last raid together. Without opposition, the Mosquitoes dropped their markers squarely on target. Jim Coman's post-flight report ended with a flourish. The illuminating was excellent, marking prompt, the aiming point kept marked throughout attack, and bombing concentrated. Good H2S picture. Model attack. The only fly in the ointment was that the Comans crew had to divert to RAF Upward, south of Peterborough, on their return, denying them their triumphal breakfast at Coningsby. The next day they made their final flight together, the short 30-minute hop home. Most of the crew, Bolland, Wolford, Cook, Widdis and Comans, had hit their magical 35 missions and had completed together. It was an emotional moment, as they knew they had survived the most perilous time of their lives. Flight engineer Ken Randall had a few ops to make up on other crews, as did navigator Don Bowes. Ken Cook wrote the words, "Completion of second tour," in red ink in his logbook, and tallied his hours. He had amassed a total of 556 hours and 35 minutes flying time, 356 of these at night. Jim Coman signed the logbook as Officer Commanding A Flight. It was also time to say goodbye to ND 740. F. Freddy had carried them safely for 17 missions, more than any other Lancaster they had flown. She had been new when they first took her on in late March 1944, and they had given her a first air test with 97 Squadron. In less than 3 months, they had spent 131 hours with her, and she bore the scars to prove it. There were scuffs and chips to the paint inside her, and she had been patched and mended on several occasions to repair flak damage. ND-740's matte paint may have dulled, but she was still meticulously kept by the ground crew. ND-740 was one of 600 Lancasters built at Avro's plant at Chadderton near Oldham, under contract 1807. After the Coman's crew had disbanded, she carried on in service through July and August 1944, with numerous crews. During this period, she remained a spare aircraft, unallocated to one crew, although CS Chatton flew her the most. Her adventures were far from over, however. On 17th August, Squadron Leader Parks took her on a mining operation off Stettin and fought a pitched battle with flak ships. We were engaged the whole time by flak ships, and our 3 turrets were firing continuously. Tracer seen going into 2 flak ships and about 3 searchlights, and they went out of action. The other searchlights were sweeping at sea level. ND-740 returned safely to Coningsby with her wireless aerial shot away. It was the last time she flew operationally with 97 Squadron. Transferred to 83 Squadron, she was recoded to OLH from OFF, but her time there was cut short. On 11th September 1944, she took off at Darmstadt, with Wing Commander Jesse Walker at the helm, but was shot down over Germany before reaching the target. 4 of the crew, all experienced men and DFM or DFC holders, including Walker, perished, and the other 3 were taken prisoner. For the men who had finished their tour, it was time to take some leave and begin to make plans. There were wives to consider, but their immediate futures would be dictated by the RAF. Within days, new posting orders would arrive, transferring them to training squadrons, which they hoped would not be too far afield. For a crew that had flown continuously together for 13 months, the final break was approaching. Chapter 11. Separate Ways. On Tuesday 13th June, exactly a week after the D-Day landings had commenced, the air raid alarm sounded over London. The fire picket at Woolwich's Royal Military Repository pulled on their battle-dress trousers, shirts, socks and gym shoes and made their way across to the fire station, ready to man their Scammell pump trailer. They were in no great hurry. Apart from lone intruders trying to photograph the docks, no bombs had dropped on London since January 1944. Most of them were young men who had barely entered their teens when the war started. On D-Day they had watched transfixed as wave after wave of aircraft cut through the dim light of morning, heading for Normandy. Since that day, when the sky was full of thousands of aircraft, the mornings had become quieter again. It was 4:30 a.m, and the light was building after a night when it had barely grown dark. Normally there would be at least 10 minutes from the sounding of the alarm to any sign of a raider. This morning, while some were still crossing the parade ground, the sounds of light ack-ack began to stutter a mile south towards Bexley. To a man they stopped and stared towards the noise. Searchlights had latched onto something low in the crossbeams. An aircraft was powering towards central London, much faster than any they had seen before. Other searchlights flicked across the path of the raider as all the 40mm Bofors guns within range began pounding. Above the sound of gunfire, the men at Woolwich could clearly hear a peculiar sound, like a stuttering blowtorch. As the aircraft raced over the city, the men saw that its tail was ablaze with a short, brilliant flame. "They've hit the bastard," someone shouted, and a spontaneous cheer rose. But at the same moment they realised they were watching something very new. The noise coming from the aircraft could only be some sort of jet. Suddenly, among the banging and popping of anti-aircraft fire, the engine fell silent, and the flames went out. They waited to hear a crash. The best part of a minute seemed to pass before they heard the deep, muffled explosion ring out across the city. In that time, they were aware of the clatter of pieces of shrapnel from the guns falling on the roofs and yards around them. Sprinting to a corrugated iron open store to take cover, they saw a dark pall of smoke mushrooming against the morning sky. As the all-clear signal sounded, they made their way back to their quarters, unsure as to what they had seen. The first of Hitler's new Vergeltungswaffen, vengeance weapons, had fallen on London. It was part of a wave of 10 V1s, most of which had fallen short, some of them not making it very far from their launch ramp in Pas-de-Calais. The single V1 to reach London struck Grove Road, Mile End, killing 6 people. It was the first strike in an onslaught, but these early cruise missiles that was to kill 6,184 and injure a further 17,981 across the summer and early autumn of 1944. Within minutes of Jim Coman's touching down at RAF Upward after their final raid on Châtellerault on 15th June, the Germans began their first concerted V1 attack on England, launching 244 of the weapons from northern France. The unfortunate C.S. Chatton of 97 Squadron, who had been hit badly on several previous occasions, caught flak damage from the coastal defences as he stumbled into the airspace of the V1 attacks. He would land safely later, but he was baffled as to why he had been fired on. Later in the day, as the Comans crew enjoyed their celebration back at RAF Coningsby, evening newspapers published stories of the new attacks by pilotless planes. On 18th June 1944, a V1 hit the Guards' Chapel at Wellington Barracks, not far from Buckingham Palace, during the morning service, killing 121 soldiers and civilians. It was the worst single loss of life caused by any single V1 raid on London. Concerned at the alarm spreading through the capital, the Cabinet instructed the press that from now on, the V1s were to be referred to as flying bombs and not pilotless planes, but many referred to them as buzz bombs or doodle bugs, from the characteristic sound they made in flight. A week after Coman's last flight with 97 Squadron, a tragedy struck that left a lasting impression on the whole station. As with the events of Black Thursday in December 1943, the incidents that affected the crews most were those that took place on their own doorstep. When men did not return from operations, a hope remained that they had evaded capture and remained hidden. But standing by the graveside of an airman in a local cemetery had a terrible finality about it, compounded further if the event leading to their death was an accident. The tragedy of one summer afternoon still resonates through the 97 Squadron, Straits Settlement, Squadron Association, 75 years later. On 22nd June 1944, several squadron aircraft took part in daylight formation flying. With the gradual destruction of the Luftwaffe and the anticipated need to support Allied ground forces, it was likely that the Lancasters would be pressed into daylight raids. On these long, bright days of high summer, aircraft flying in spaced formations were more vulnerable to attack by fighters. The flying that afternoon passed without incident, but the group exercise planned for that evening was cancelled. The RAF Coningsby diarist writing in the station book commented sardonically, "One gets the impression that these exercises are laid on and cancelled at such late hours to prevent the aircrews ever having an evening out of camp to themselves." The next afternoon, Friday 23rd June, the crews were in mischievous mood. Spotting Flight Lieutenant Ted Perkins' small Fiat car, they manhandled it onto the roof of an air raid shelter. It was still perched there as the 6 Lancasters took off to practice formation flying. Separated into 2 Vics of 3, the formation turned south, heading across the wide expanses of the fens. In Bill G's lead Lancaster, the view from the tail turret was unusual. Inglis, the gunner, was not used to seeing other aircraft so close, particularly in daylight. It was a fine June afternoon, with a gentle haze softening the horizon. The sun glinted on the spinners and tops of the canopies, creating rings of light in the blur of the propellers. The wingtips of the Lancasters behind seemed very close, breaking only in the space directly behind Inglis's tail turret. Inglis knew them well. Jim von Ralter and Ted Perkins, both seasoned men with experience of many raids. The gunner could see their faces clearly. At lower altitude, there was no need to wear their oxygen masks. Beside each pilot, the flight engineers peered cautiously forward while keeping watch on the instruments. The speed and power of the bombers flying so close together produced a feeling of exhilaration. The ground below seemed to move faster under the beat of the Merlin engines. As the formation approached Crowland, on the southern edge of Lincolnshire, villagers were just beginning to drift away from a summer fete. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon as the 6 Lancasters approached across the fields. As the lead Vic began a gentle turn, Jim von Ralter's Lancaster got caught in G's slipstream. Within seconds it began to bounce viciously, sailing upwards, before slipping sideways and plunging down on top of ND 981, flown by Perkins. The impact sliced through Perkins' tail section and destroyed von Ralter's nose. Both aircraft spiraled to the ground out of control and exploded in huge fireballs near the village. Miraculously, wireless operator Joe Coman managed to parachute from the severed tail section, the only survivor of the Perkins crew. He landed so close to the wreck that he required treatment for burns to his hands, but he was otherwise uninjured. There was nothing that could be done for the rest of the crew, as rescuers were driven back. Local man William Smedley recalled, "I was at a Red Cross fete at the time. We were ordered to sit behind a heap for a quarter of an hour while the bullets exploded." All those on von Ralter's Lancaster perished as it plunged into a dike near Clute Farm. The impact ripped the aircraft apart and buried the engines in the ground. Performing a wide turn, the 4 remaining Lancasters eased apart and circled the scene. Each crew could see the situation was desperate. They had hoped to see the waving figures of their friends beside their wrecked aircraft, but the black smoke rising from the twisted debris left no room for hope. The incident left a deep impression not only on the crews, but also in the local community. That night, the men of the formation flew to Limoges, the long flight giving plenty of opportunity for them to reflect on what they had seen. Percy Cannings of the Reed crew had been in the aircraft just behind the collision and narrowly missed disaster. "We were very lucky that our aircraft didn't get caught up in the slipstream and get taken out ourselves. We had to go out on operation the same night. It's something you had to be prepared for." The members of the Comans crew began parting company very soon after their last operational flight. Leave was normally granted for those completing their tour of missions before they embarked on their next posting. In some cases, men would travel from their place of leave to their new posting without returning to their original unit. First to be posted, on 1st July 1944, was Roy Wolford, to 17 Operation Training Unit, OTU, at RAF Silverstone, now Silverstone Racing Circuit, near Towcester, to fly on Wellingtons, and George Widdis to 24 OTU at RAF Honeybourne, near Evesham, which trained Canadian crews, also on Wellingtons. Of the other non-commissioned men, Rear Gunner Jock Bolland left on 22nd July for the Aircrew Allocation Centre, ACAC, at RAF Brackla in Nairnshire, a sympathetic posting back to his native Scotland. The only remaining non-commissioned man was engineer Ken Randall, who was short of mission numbers and joined Bob Lasham's crew until the end of July. He would be posted on 12th August to 1661 HCU at RAF Winthorpe near Newark, where the crew had trained just prior to joining 9 Squadron. Of the officers, Jim Comans left Coningsby for 1661 HCU on 12th July, a month before Randall, and Ken Cook left on 15th July to join 49 Squadron as a navigation officer at RAF Fiskerton, just outside Lincoln. Like Ken Randall, Don Bowes had to continue operations to see his tour out. All the newly posted men of the crew were on non-operational training posts. It was possible, had they wished, to volunteer to return to operations, but these requests were not always granted. However, it seemed no one had a burning desire to embark on operations again, perhaps not surprising, considering all the stress they had endured. Ken Cook summed up the feelings of the crew in an interview with the author. By that time, we'd had enough. In recognition of their tour of duty, Jim Comans, Don Bowes, and Ken Cook received the Distinguished Flying Cross, DFC, at the end of June 1944. Comans' citation read, "For skill and fortitude in the face of the enemy." He subsequently received a bar to his DFC in October 1944. Roy Wolford, who held the rank of warrant officer, also qualified for the DFC, which he was awarded in September. Other non-commissioned ranks were normally awarded the Distinguished Flying Medal, DFM. Of the rest of the crew, Daniel Bolland and Ken Randall received the DFM in September 1944. George Widdis was to follow in October. His DFM citation reading, "Flight Sergeant Widdis is one of the best air gunners in the squadron, and his enthusiasm and keenness to operate against the enemy has been an inspiration to the whole squadron." His work has been of a high standard throughout his tour, and his unremitting search has played a great part in the safety of the aircraft and crew on their numerous operational flights. Although Jim Comans recognised some of the old Lancasters when he arrived at 1661 HCU at Winthorpe, it must have seemed a lifetime since he and his new crew had gone through the course there. The faithful Mark I aircraft had been the first Lancasters to see operational duty and had endured numerous hard landings, stalls, and near misses in an eventful life at 1661 HCU. They were slightly less powerful than the operational Mark IIIs, but still had the classic and endearing handling characteristics of the Lancaster, particularly as these training models were often flying unladen. Training pilots to fly the Lancaster was still a challenge. Many trainee crews still had insufficient experience of 4-engined aircraft. Most instructors agreed that, at times, an inexperienced RAF pilot could represent as much of a danger as a Luftwaffe fighter race. The many thousands of air accidents that took place are grim evidence of the sheer riskiness of Second World War flying, no element of which was safe. On 22nd October 1944, Sterling LJ-586 of 1661 HCU suffered severe icing and plummeted from 17,500 to 3,000 feet before the captain ordered the crew to bail out. Air gunner Eric Bailey's parachute failed to open properly because of the low altitude, and he fell to his death. The pilot survived the crash, landing at Blandford in Dorset. Don Bowes knew he still had mission numbers to make up before he could take a break. The daily routine of meeting up with the crew had finished. As a spare navigator, Bowes had to rely on his circle of associates in the mess to get good positions for future flights. In these circumstances, few relished making up numbers on new crews. Some, fresh out of training, could prove to be a liability. Everyone knew new men were likely to make more mistakes in the early part of their career. After hearing familiar voices over the intercom on so many flights, it was going to be hard to get used to others. Fortunately for Bowes, Flight Lieutenant Charles Owen was keen to jettison Squadron Leader Stevens as navigator on his crew. Stevens had attached himself to the Owen crew after D-Day, and although as captain of the aircraft, Owen had authority over Stevens, it was not proving a happy match. Stevens had completed his operational tour and was a higher rank than Owen, holding the position of Squadron Navigation Officer. Normally, a man in his position would not be required to fly operations. No account involving Charles Blundell Owen would be complete without some words on his background and character. Owen was one of a small number of airmen who relished flying to the extent that he would continue to place himself in extreme danger rather than rest. This should not imply that he was cavalier in any way in his attitude to flight safety. He was considered an outstanding pilot. Born to English parents in Barcelona in 1923, Owen attended Malvern College, leaving school in 1940 at 17 to work in the Supermarine factory at Southampton. In September 1940, Owen was badly injured in an air raid on the factory and spent the winter in hospital. When he was discharged, he was old enough to join the RAF and undertook flying training, qualifying as an instructor, a role he performed for the first year of his flying career before joining 97 Squadron. He was still only 20 when he began flying operations and experienced Black Thursday at Bourne in December 1943. Don Bowes was probably drawn to Owen by his confident approach. Owen had no time for what he saw as unnecessary rules, nor for the stuffiness of certain officers in matters of class. In some quarters, the belief persisted that officers should always be drawn from the public schools, but although Owen fitted this criterion, he did not agree with it. Suspicions were often voiced that some promotions were awarded on the basis of social background, rather than true ability. As in the First World War, casualties had greatly depleted the ranks of pre-war officers, some of whom treated flying as a great adventure to be fitted in between drinks parties and rounds of polo. The Royal Air Force that developed over the course of the Second World War was a rather different service in its makeup, both socially and geographically. Men like Don Bowes came from working-class backgrounds and spoke with regional accents. For some of the old officer class, their presence in this select flying club was a temporary aberration. Commonwealth officers, particularly Australians like Comans, who had no truck with old-fashioned English snobbery, did much to dispel such attitudes. Charles Owen had only a few flights remaining before completing his second tour in Lancasters at 45 missions. He had reached the end of his first tour at 30 missions with the Annecy raid on 9th May. But rather than take the opportunity to rest, he had decided to press on immediately with the second tour. It was a decision that proved too much for his navigator, Flying Officer Bill Shires, who opted to leave the crew at this point, thereby creating a vacancy that was filled by various temporary navigators, including Stevens. As with all characters who thrilled to a life of severe danger, Owen's personality was complex. He was a heavy drinker, but showed no signs of alcohol dependency at this point. Owen was to suffer with alcoholism after he left the RAF. His confidence could make him appear rude in his dealings with his fellow airmen, a characteristic that made him immensely popular with some, but heartily disliked by others. Although books and films produced after the war perpetuate the notion of bomber crews as close-knit groups, in reality relationships within crews were extremely varied in nature. The Comans crew had a close working relationship during operations, but they never became best friends and would not keep in close contact once their tour was over. In some crews the bond was weaker. Bill Shires of the Owen crew recalls an incident in which the rear gunner, F.B. Thomas, was injured when their Lancaster crash-landed at RAF Tangmere in Sussex after a raid on Berlin. The stricken gunner was taken away to hospital, but following his departure, no one asked after him or attempted to discover his subsequent whereabouts. Arguably, indifference to the suffering of others could be part of an airman's psychological defensive mechanism, but there were clearly occasions when crews simply did not gel. When contrasting characters clashed, belonging to a crew became something to be endured rather than enjoyed. Dombaus first flew with Owen to Gelsenkirchen on 22nd June 1944, 5 days after the Comans crew disbanded. The 123 Lancasters and 9 Mosquitoes hit an oil production plant and reduced its production by 20%. Bomber Command was demonstrating that it still had spare capacity to hit targets of secondary importance after the invasion. But within days, the Lancasters would be required to engage with the new and deadly threat represented by the V-1 flying bombs. The 1,870-pound warhead carried by the Doodlebugs was less than half the weight of an RAF cookie, but the destruction it could cause was considerable. The Allies had known of the flying bomb's existence for months through reports from the resistance of their manufacture. Photo reconnaissance had also revealed curious structures at various locations in the Pas-de-Calais that did not appear to relate directly to coastal defence. The Nazis' extensive use of forced labour meant that there were plenty of people who were better disposed to the Allies than the Germans and who had first-hand knowledge of these sites. Even in the most secure labour camps, inmates found ways of smuggling out information. More specific data was gleaned from radio intercepts provided by the many signals intelligence collecting stations, Y stations, spread across Britain. When the information they had gathered was fed back to the codebreakers at Bletchley Park in Buckinghamshire, it was possible to build a picture of the sites and their likely operating status. Even before the first V-1 had been fired off its ramp by a rocket charge, the RAF and US AAF had attacked launch sites and factories where flying bombs were being produced. The V-1 launch sites, prominent concrete structures surrounded by command bunkers, had been spotted in aerial photographs as they were being built, even though most of them were in forested locations. The Allies relied on low-level reconnaissance Spitfires, equipped with lateral cameras to pick out targets in northern France. Many V-1 sites were concealed in woodland, with the ramp constructed on an outer edge, making target identification more difficult than factories and marshalling yards. On Dombaus's second flight with the Owen crew to a V-1 launch site at Prouville in the Somme department, they were unable to identify their target accurately. Picked out by German searchlights, Owen had to abandon his first run. They heard the mosquito markers being called in, but nothing seemed to happen. After a delay, flares were dropped on an adjacent wood and, in the confusion, the bombing was inaccurate. It was also apparent that there were German fighters in the area. The Baker crew in ND 501 were attacked by 3 Ju-88s, but gunners Jones and Clark claimed 2 destroyed and a 3rd damaged. The confusion was captured in Owen's diary, writing in his typical jocular style. Fighters arrived at the same time as we did, and we all orbited together. Very matey, but a little hectic. We departed hurriedly after our second flare run and left the rest of the boys to enjoy themselves. The inefficiency of high-level raids on V-1 launch sites was noted, and the heavy bombers were soon moved to striking railheads, manufacturing sites, and storage areas in the battle against the Vergeltenswaffen. The Mosquito would prove to be more effective in launching low-level raids on the launch sites. Charles Owen's final flight in a Lancaster in operations, which was also Dombaus's last, took place on 12th July 1944. This was also the first time that Owen had acted as Master Bomber, a raid controller who circled the target to direct the marking of the target and call in the subsequent waves of bombers. It was an important, albeit daunting role that had been performed by leaders in Lancasters and Halifaxes, but now also increasingly in Mosquitoes. The target on 12th July was Coulmont-Chalandray, an important railway junction on the Paris-Mulhouse Railway. Owen's diary records the proceedings with enthusiasm. My last trip on Lancs and my first as a Pucker master bomber, having only done deputy before. A tricky target to find, but Nigel did his stuff with the box and our flares were spot on. Got the attack going smartly on my aiming point, but heard Ted Porter mucking about with his 20 mins after we'd left the target. First class prang, but rather disappointing at the time as we were using long delay fuses. Arrived back at dawn, in pouring rain, low cloud, and shocking visibility. Managed to creep in more by luck than good judgment, feeling rather relieved. Rest of the squadron diverted, so we got 2 eggs each for breakfast. The Coulmont-Chalindrey raid marked the end of Don Beau's tour, the last member of the Comans crew still flying on operations. There was no necessity for Don to continue, but it seems Owen's influence and passion for flying had persuaded Don to join him on an adventure in mosquitoes. Owen's future as a master bomber would depend on his having a good navigator, and he believed he had found one in the man from the northeast. 3 days later, on 15th July, Bowes was formally transferred to 5 Group headquarters, but in practice he stayed at RAF Coningsby to fly with 54 base flight, a pool of aircraft used by an elite group of master bombers who marked targets and provided illumination for 5 Group operations. 54 base flight was not part of a specified squadron. It consisted principally of mosquitoes, though it also contained at least one P-38 Lightning of the US AAF. Leonard Cheshire had secured his first mosquitoes for 617 Squadron, but it appears subsequent allocations served with 54 base flight at Coningsby. This small group took on the most hazardous tasks of the master bomber, even having their own allocated simulator for training. On 31st March 1944, Leonard Cheshire had entertained a US AAF delegation visiting Coningsby and Woodhall Spa that included Generals Carl Spaatz and Jimmy Doolittle. They were very taken with Cheshire, who was just beginning to develop the new 5-group marking technique. Cheshire found the Americans far more forthcoming than RAF top brass and civil servants at the Air Ministry, whose deliberations tended to err on the side of caution. Spaatz and Doolittle left Lincolnshire with the promise, whatever you need, just ask. When he was building resources for the force that would become 54 base flight, Cheshire remembered the General's offer. In late June, finding no mosquitoes available, owing to the demands of other raids, Cheshire asked the Americans for a P-51 Mustang for a mission to destroy a V-1 bunker at Sirecourt in the Pas-de-Calais. The Americans responded quickly, sending the aircraft requested. The P-51 had barely been prepared before Cheshire took off from Woodhall Spa on a sortie without any pre-training. He had not flown a single-seat aircraft for some time. Often flying through a hail of fire that threatened to knock them out of the air, master bombers had to be able to shut down their senses to personal danger, whether real or imagined. Clear thinking and a certain cool doggedness marked the men who made the grade. With these attributes came eccentricities, ill temper, heavy drinking, and a penchant for chasing women. In the 2-man team, an essential part of the navigator's role was to act as a foil to the wider elements of the master bomber. While the pilot would pitch his mosquito into the teeth of a storm, the navigator was quietly working out how best to get out of it. Owens and Bowes' first sortie in a mosquito was on 19th July 1944, flying against a V-1 site at Taverny, north of Paris. Utilising caves and tunnels, the Germans stored and assembled the V-1s at several locations. 617 Squadron had attacked a nearby V-1 site at Saint-Lô-des-Serons on 4th July, dropping 11 12,000-pound tallboy bombs. The long summer evenings allowed the Taverny raid to be launched in daylight, using conventional bombs to block the cave entrances. Owen's description of the flight fairly bristles with enthusiasm. First trip in Mossie and my first daylight op. took off an hour after the Lancs and caught them up at the French coast, much to the joy of Don, who'd had enough of sitting behind the curtain in a lank and twiddling knobs. France looked very peaceful in the afternoon sun, and I even caught a glimpse of Paris in the distance. Heavy flak at the target, but the Lancs caught while we watched. Left the Lancs at the coast and beetled back to the base flat out. Arrived at dusk and beat up the mess, much to the consternation of the gang at the bar. Decide that a mozzie is definitely a safe way of going to war. Charles Owen enjoyed a friendship with Guy Gibson, leader of the Dambusters raid in 1943. Moving into the role of Base Air Staff Officer of 54 Base Flight, Gibson arrived at Coningsby on 4th August 1944. He had held a deputy position at nearby East Kirkby, so he was a familiar face in the mess. Gibson's celebrity had proved to be an obstacle in his dealings with ordinary airmen, many of whom, while still maintaining an admiration for his skills, found him rude and superior. Awarded the VC for his assault on the Ruhr dams, Gibson had undertaken public relation tours, including one to America. He was considered too valuable to undertake operations again, but he chafed at the restriction. Even before his appointment to Coningsby, he had hitched a ride on a 630 Squadron Lancaster and terrorised the crew by insisting they make several passes of the target so he could observe results. After D-Day, Gibson had appealed personally to Harris to allow him to fly again. His request was grudgingly accepted, on condition that he fly only where he could bail out over Allied occupied territory, a near impossible condition to guarantee. During his enforced grounding in the first half of 1944, Gibson had written Enemy Coast Ahead, a memoir of his experiences in Bomber Command. Commentators agree that Gibson himself wrote the book, rather than a ghostwriter, but that he received some editorial help. It appears this help was provided by Charles Owen, who read the manuscript in the summer of 1944 before Gibson submitted it to his publishers. Owen and Bowes continued flying operationally until October 1944. It is clear from Owen's diary, in which Bowes makes frequent appearances, that the navigator was enjoying his time on mosquitoes. Describing their attack on another V-1 storage facility at L'Isle Adam, Owen writes, "Another daylight stooge to France, but more amusing than last time. Had to mark the target myself in a hurry and went down to 100 feet. Luckily no defence opened up and we got away with it. Quite a lot of flak from Ruin on return. And we followed a Lanc down and saw it belly land in a field. Went down to have a look and saw the pilot climb out and wave. Came home across France at 0 feet and saw some very surprised Huns when we nipped over a big chateau near the coast. Quite an amusing trip. And Don, very pleased." It was a light-hearted form of writing, its style not dissimilar to Guy Gibson's, transmuting life-threatening danger into breezy adventure. In the boozy chatter of the bar, there's little doubt that pilots would have described their exploits in similarly blasé terms. But there are only so many times that a pilot, even one as skilled as Gibson, can fly by the seat of his pants. And on 19 September, Gibson's luck was finally to run out. Guy Gibson had fitted in only a few flights during his time at Coningsby. He was not, despite his wealth of experience, a master bomber, but he was determined to go on a scheduled raid to Bremen. During the day, however, it was decided that the reserve targets of Reut and Mönchengladbach would be hit instead. The news at briefing that Gibson would be raid controller was greeted with some consternation. Although Gibson had arguably been the first master bomber in his actions during the Dams raid, he had not completed the rigorous training and assessment that others had undertaken before promotion to the role. That night's raid involved a complicated plan, and the crews were unsure how Gibson would perform. Perhaps, also, There was something about Gibson's stubbornness on that day that sent warning signals around Coningsby. Don Bowes was told, possibly by Owen, not to go to the mess as Gibbo was stooging around looking for a navigator. It was a warning that Don heeded, thereby ensuring he would not play the fatal role of supporting actor in the tragic drama of a national hero's final flight. Finding no navigator immediately available, Gibson asked Station Navigational Officer Jim Warwick to accompany him. Gibson had flown the Mosquito on a small number of occasions, and Warwick had no experience at all. There were no suitable Mosquitoes at Coningsby, so Gibson and Warwick were driven the short distance to Woodall Spa. Gibson found a reserve Mosquito of 627 Squadron waiting, KB 213, but he rejected it and commandeered KB 267, which was already standing to, in readiness for the operation, much to the irritation of its scheduled crew. Writing in Aeroplane Monthly in the 1970s, Charles Owen related that he had briefed Gibson on the route, in and out of the target, as Owen had been controller on a similar raid to Mönchengladbach on 10th September. Owen accompanied Gibson and Warwick to Woodall Spa, but as Gibson was strapping into Mosquito KB 267, he made it clear he wanted to fly home the direct route over Holland at low level, rather than over France. Owen disagreed forcibly with Gibson, and told him he thought this was unwise. But despite Owen's remonstrations, Gibson would not be moved. Quite apart from the more hazardous nature of the Dutch route, the alternative route over France had more Allied occupied zones, so Gibson was blatantly disregarding a key proviso of his permission to fly. The argument with Owen, one of his best friends, was a further indication of Gibson's state of mind that evening. The raid did not go as planned, and there was much confusion over marking. Gibson's primary red flare failed to drop. It is likely he loitered in the target area until 2200 hours. His Mosquito crashed at Steenbergen in the southern Netherlands at 22:30. Witnesses reported seeing a light in the cockpit shortly before KB 267 dived into the ground, killing both men. The controversy surrounding Gibson and Warwick's deaths has spawned a number of plausible explanations, including the possibility that neither man was fully familiar with the fuel tank switches, and that they may unwittingly have themselves caused the engines to fail. Speculation as to whether their aircraft was damaged over the target has never been backed up by solid evidence. In 2011, reports circulated that rear gunner Sergeant Bernard McCormack of 61 Squadron believed he had accidentally shot down Gibson over Steenbergen when he was approached by what he believed was a Ju-88. Although McCormack had died in 1992, his confession to his wife seems to tally with records of the time, including that of a Lancaster crew who witnessed the action and saw a red flare burning at the crash site. With little left of Mosquito KB 267 and few human remains, the Germans initially believed only one person had been in the Mosquito at the time of the crash, leading to the conclusion the other crew member may have bailed out. Jim Warwick was identified by his dog tag, but Gibson was only identified by a sock tag after the gruesome discovery of a third hand had prompted further investigation. The local deputy mayor, Mr. Herbers, insisted that the men be given a proper funeral, and a horse-drawn hearse was hired from nearby Holsteren. A cross was erected over the grave with Jim Warwick's full rank and name. At this point, they did not know the rank of the other man, simply inscribing the name Guy Gibson underneath. Later, when Gibson's identity was confirmed, a new cross was erected detailing his rank and decorations. Owen notes in his 1970s article, "We were used to losing friends in those days, but Gibson's loss, hit us very hard." Don Bowes, the last member of the Coman's crew to finish operational flying, had flown almost constantly for over a year. On 5th October 1944, he flew his last mission. It took him and Charles Owen to Wilhelmshaven in a P-38 Lightning, still carrying American code 423517, rather than an RAF one. Last trip of the war for Don and I, and a pleasant daylight stooge across the North Sea. I was doing deputy to Johnny Simpson, so I could sit back and enjoy myself. A good trip out in sunny weather, and very quiet, except for flak from Heligoland. Target was covered by 10-10 cloud, but a good deal of flak. I went up to 25,000 feet and watched Johnny being shot at down at 12,000 feet. Saw plenty of our Mustang escort, but no Huns. Good thing. Came home at 26,000 feet in bright sunlight and not a cloud in the sky. Very peaceful, except for a V2 shooting up from Holland, leaving a long, jagged white trail. First time I'd seen one. Came in very fast and beat up the aerodrome before landing. Johnny came in the Mozzie 10 minutes later. It was his last trip too, so we adjourned to the bar before lunch and celebrated suitably. Recollection of subsequent session, somewhat hazy. Good show. Pedalling along the B1308 towards Lincoln in August 1944, Ken Cook mused on how much his life had changed in the last few weeks. Not long ago, he was risking his life at 20,000 feet, dodging flak and fighters, and now his greatest threat was from the constant stream of traffic heading in and out of the city. It was often a wet journey, dodging puddles and trying to avoid being run over. But for the first time since his wedding, he was living the settled life of a married man. After leaving Coningsby, he had spent his leave back in Gloucestershire with Muriel, adjusting to his life and making plans. As he finished his tour with 97 Squadron, he learned that he had been awarded the DFC and that he would be posted to RAF Fiskerton, to the east of Lincoln, as radar navigation officer. There was no chance of finding married quarters on the station. As with most of Britain's rapidly constructed wartime airfields, accommodation at Fiskerton was in rows of Nissen huts. But Lincoln was only 5 miles away, and by the end of summer, Ken had found a house to rent in the city. Some training postings were situated well away from front-line squadrons, but Ken was still close to the action with 49 Squadron. They were not Pathfinders, but part of the regular bomber force attached to 5 Group. Ken's task was to train newly arrived crews on H2S and keep navigators and air bombers abreast of new technology. He would still fly the Lancaster regularly, mostly by day, but not operationally. Normally, as 49 Squadron took off on its night mission and the roar of the ascending Lancasters sounded over Lincoln, Ken would be home by the fire with Muriel. He exchanged the occasional letter with his former colleagues on the Comans crew and was able to catch up with their news. Ken and Muriel's first taste of married bliss was interrupted in September when the RAF moved 49 Squadron from RAF Fiskerton to RAF Fulbeck, east of Newark. Ken was now 15 miles away from Lincoln, not an easy commute. Nevertheless, by the end of the year, he and Muriel were expecting their first child. In autumn 1944, Allied bomber losses increased again as the Luftwaffe fielded more fighters. The jet-powered Me-262, powered by the Junkers Jumo 004 turbojet engine, and with a speed superior to any Allied fighter, proved particularly difficult to counter in the air. Hitler's insistence that V-weapon development took priority had brought the Me-262 to the battlefield too late. Of 1,430 built, only 200 were operational at any time, but they were highly effective in the air. The Luftwaffe claimed 542 aircraft were destroyed by the Me-262, many of them on the Eastern Front. The cause of the improvement in German fortunes was partly Harris's reluctance to press the Allied advantage with continued attacks on the oil refineries across the Reich. The attacks had eased, allowing German oil production to rise again, from 18,000 tonnes in October to 39,000 tonnes in November. Air Chief Marshal Harris had always considered the oil war a distraction from the real task of crushing Germany. As the US AAF began to face limited daylight in the autumn of 1944, Bomber Command's night force was not used to maintain pressure on German oil supplies. In the remaining 9 months of the war that Ken Cook spent with 49 Squadron, 28 Lancasters were lost, only marginally fewer than 97 Squadron lost in the dark winter of 1943 to 44. Of the 16 crews Ken flew with in H2S training, 4 were lost on operations. Pilots Derek Talbot, Russell Stark, Roger Kluwer, and Edwin Maul all died with their crews. When Maul's plane exploded on 21st November 1944 on a raid to the Mittelland Canal at Gravenhorst, there was speculation that he, or the other 49 Squadron Lancaster lost nearby, had been hit by bombs falling from above. Ken's relationship with crews of 49 Squadron were different from those with his former crew members of 97 Squadron in his operational days. In his training role, he got to know the crews more intimately, flew with them, and engaged with their gossip and banter. Ken's world was no longer confined to the horizons of a single crew, and the relief from extreme danger was refreshing. His role did not remove all the hazards of being an airman. New crews were led by relatively inexperienced pilots. On several occasions after encountering bumpy landings, Ken recalled he heard gripes from crews about their captain. "He can fly it, but he can't bloody land it," was a common complaint. A particular source of fascination for the men involved with the Lancaster was the constant flow of technological innovation. In December 1944, Ken Cook took part in a LORAN, long-range navigation, training course. The system, developed by the Americans, used lower radio wave frequencies than G. LORAN's signals reflected off the ionosphere at night, giving direction over the horizon. Rumbling along in a specially equipped Halifax, Ken had no idea that this device would form the backbone of air navigation right through to the 1980s. For the first time since operations, Ken ventured out into the dark skies of Europe, travelling a course from Fulbeck via Dungeness to Saint-Quentin, then across to Lyon and returning via Saint-Quentin and Beachy Head. Their course was tucked safely behind the lines, in Allied occupied territory, but they still ran the risk of an encounter with a German fighter. Little did they suspect at the time that the German army was massing its forces 100 miles to the east of their route. 2 weeks later, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt's forces would rush the snow-covered Ardennes in an attempt to cut the Allied armies in two and race for the coast. The introduction of LORAN also meant that the days of the bomb aimer crouched in a perspex observation position were numbered. Developers were convinced that eventually bombs could be delivered by guidance systems. While the RAF strove for greater accuracy with specialized bombs, the Americans worked on a weapon so powerful that the location of the epicenter was of secondary importance. The first atom bomb test, Trinity, which would take place in the New Mexico desert in July 1945, was only 7 months away. As the secretive work of the Manhattan Project continued, its developers realized that hitting the pickle barrel had taken on a new meaning. But positioning bombs without direct human supervision was still some years away. Although London had been shocked by the Germans' deployment of flying bombs, investigators found the V-1's navigational equipment to be crude. A device cut the fuel and locked the elevators and rudder into a dive once it had reached the end of a timed flight. Once it was in flight, a simple autopilot system of onboard gyroscopes corrected the V-1's straight-line path. From September 1944, attacks on Britain with V-2 rockets, the first long-range guided ballistic missile, changed strategic thinking almost overnight. The V2's inertial navigational system was far more sophisticated than the V1's and was capable of calculating and correcting the rocket's course in flight. Although the V2 did not possess the ability to perform course changes once the rocket booster stage was over, it was obvious that this further development was not far away. The V2 and later ballistic missiles were almost impossible to defend against once they had been launched. On Charles Owen's and Don Bow's last flight in their Mosquito, on 5th October, they saw the streak of vapour in the sky from a launched V2 over Holland, but there was nothing they could do. It is hardly surprising that Werner von Braun and his V2 weapons team were warmly welcomed into the American fold after their surrender in May 1945. Any embarrassment felt at the USA's speedy co-option of the services of a Nazi scientist would be mitigated by the revelation that von Braun had been viewed with suspicion by the German authorities. He had even been detained by the Gestapo for 2 weeks in March 1944 over allegations that he had engaged in defeatist conversations. Although his weapons had been aimed primarily at civilian targets, expediency dictated that neither he nor any member of his development team faced any charges. As Europe entered 1945, thousands in Britain followed the war via radio broadcasts and wall maps produced by newspapers. These adorned the walls of many homes, small flags showing the extent of the Allied advance. After the excitement of the D-Day landings, the eastward progress of the Allied front was eagerly tracked. When Paris was liberated in August 1944, it seemed the Allied advance was unstoppable. As Montgomery's forces struck north, the launch of Operation Market Garden gave rise to hopes that the whole of the Netherlands would soon be liberated, and an invasion route opened into northern Germany. But the failure at Arnhem brought a pause, and the small flags on the wall did not move as quickly. The men of Bomber Command knew where the lines were drawn better than most. If your aircraft got into trouble, knowing where the front line lay could be the difference between life and death. On 17th January 1945, the Soviets captured the piles of rubble that had once formed the elegant streets of Warsaw. It was a hollow victory. In August 1944, the Polish resistance had launched the Warsaw Uprising against the Germans, who were beginning to withdraw from Poland. But the Soviets halted their advance outside the city, allowing the Germans to regroup and crush the uprising in October, killing thousands of civilians and razing the city to the ground. The failure of the Soviets to intervene was deeply cynical. Among those eliminated by the Nazis were many who might have opposed Stalin's post-war strategy of suppressing and occupying Poland. Eventually, when the Poles had fought to their last, it took the Soviets only 3 days to dislodge the Germans from the wrecked city. 10 days later, on 27 January 1945, the 322nd Rifle Division of the Red Army entered a concentration camp south of Katowice. The name of the place was Auschwitz, and the horrors the Soviet soldiers found there were beyond human understanding. On 10th February 1945, Ken Cook climbed aboard Lancaster G. George, piloted by Flying Officer Fryerer. Ken was flying as a set operator on the new model of H-2S, the Mark IID, which was being trialled in 49 Squadron for the first time. It was increasingly clear that the role of radar navigator would, eventually, permanently supersede that of the bomb aimer. Ken Cook was to find himself at the forefront of a change of technological direction within the RAF. At the end of the war, thousands of pilots, navigators and gunners found that the RAF had no further need of their services. However, the development of new technology in aircraft and weapons guidance meant there were opportunities in the RAF for men like Cook, who had not only used radar in action, but had excelled in their Pathfinder role. As each new version of H-2S came into service, it was often the Pathfinders who were the first to receive the latest models. They already had Mark IIIA, a model that promised roll stabilization. The scanning system was kept level in relation to the ground by means of a mechanical stabilizer, but its broader dissemination across the service had been delayed. The Mark IID was the stopgap version for the worker bees of Bomber Command, 49 Squadron among them. The problems lay with manufacturers, and in particular with the gramophone companies, which were responsible for producing a significant portion of the equipment. Avro had failed to provide the engineering backup required to adapt Lancasters for the new system. The renowned physicist Bernard Lovell, part of the H2S team in the Telecommunications Research Establishment, TRE, was aghast at the delays. We had overlooked the firms, people's brains, and probably ourselves. The delays were appalling. It seemed the whole country had stopped working. In January 1945, instead of having a whole command equipped with the best roll-stabilized S-band equipment, Bomber Command was forced to undertake ad hoc squadron modifications. On 13th February, 3 days after Ken Cook's trialling of the Mark IID, Lancasters from 49 Squadron formed part of the vast fleet of 772 RAF bombers launched against Dresden in 2 waves. The raid caused huge firestorms that engulfed the beautiful city known as Florence on the Elbe. The following 2 days saw daylight attacks by the USAAF, which further devastated Dresden. The city, especially once it was ablaze, was such a clear target that there had not been any need for H2S to guide the bombers. To the crews, it was an attack similar to dozens they had carried out over the last 2 years, but the clear conditions, low defences, and accurate targeting combined to make the Dresden raid a deadly masterclass in the art of saturation bombing. They had little clue that Dresden would be their war-defining raid, and the single most controversial Allied bombing attack after the dropping of the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Germans released falsified casualty claims in March 1945, declaring that 200,000 had died, but later studies found that between 18,000 and 25,000 lives had been lost. As the Soviets powered eastwards towards Berlin, Eisenhower's Allied forces, having entered Germany from the west, were massing on the western bank of the Rhine. When troops of the 9th Armoured Division of the US First Army found the Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen intact on 7th of March 1945, they poured across it, a full 2 weeks and more ahead of Montgomery's planned northern crossing of the Rhine, Operation Plunder. Once American troops had broken out of the Remagen bridgehead on 25th of March, the flags on those wall maps around Britain could not keep up with the advance. As the remnants of Hitler's once great army of the West were encircled in the Ruhr pocket, the end was in sight. The news that 317,000 men had surrendered on 18th April 1945 brought gasps of astonishment at RAF Fulbeck. Of those who surrendered, only 75,000 were adequately armed. Some of the many thousands of older men and boys who made up a large part of this defeated army didn't have a pistol to share between them. The men of 49 Squadron now knew for certain that the war in Europe would soon be over. Their feelings of euphoria were tempered only by the realization that more men were going to die before the fighting finally stopped. Ken Cook watched the Lancasters depart for raid after raid. The rate of losses had decreased significantly, but, with the end so close, it was particularly hard to bear when planes failed to return. On 4th April, as the Allies tightened their grip on the Ruhr pocket, 49 Squadron hit the barracks at Nordhausen, not knowing they were part of the Mittelbau-Dora concentration camp. On the bombing run, Lancaster ME-308, flown by the Fisher crew, suddenly broke in two and plummeted to the ground. It was initially believed that ME-308 had been hit by bombs from above, but Dennis Over, a rear gunner from 227 Squadron, who were flying ahead of Fisher, witnessed what actually happened. Over recalled, "I was looking directly at the aircraft. It was flying straight and level and suddenly snapped in two. It was 500 yards low on my starboard quarter. The two halves plunged vertically to the ground, no parachutes deployed, no fire or explosion. The forward part descended at an angle. The aft part dropped vertically. The aircraft broke up in a clear space between two clouds. We were both in that clear area for about 10 seconds. As we were still 2 minutes to target, no aircraft were bombing at the time." Whether ME-308 suffered a flak hit or suffered structural failure is unknown. 4 days later, on 8th April, 2 more Lancasters were lost on a raid to an oil refinery at Lutskendorf, the last casualties of 49 Squadron in action. All 14 crew members were killed. The Kluwer crew of Lancaster PB-374 disappearing without trace. The Soviets had now reached the outskirts of Berlin and, as the final battle raged, 49 Squadron were ordered to move from Fulbeck to RAF Seiersten. It wasn't far, little over 15 miles by road, and a very short westward hop for the Lancasters. RAF Seiersten had been under construction before the war began, and boasted better standards of accommodations than Fulbeck, so the move had its advantages, despite its inconvenience. On the morning of 22nd April, lines of lorries were loaded with ground equipment, kit bags and every sort of appendage a squadron carried. Ken Cook packed up his things and, having lugged his kit bags to the transports, was waiting to leave. It was a beautiful spring Sunday, and the move had the feel of school outing. Soon the familiar hum of the Merlin engines filled the airfield. Every Lancaster was moving. Engines were revved with great enthusiasm as waving hands appeared at open cockpit windows. The procession turned for the runway and soon began taking off. It was a tradition that departing aircraft would turn and give a final low-level fly past. Quentin Snow, Australian mid-upper gunner on the right crew, described the scene. The wing commander took off first and set the pattern by doing a long, sweeping turn, screaming over the aerodrome at about 50 feet. 4 or 5 more followed. We took off and had started the long sweep around when we could see the aircraft in front of us was in trouble. His turn was much too tight, and he wasn't doing anything about it, and very slowly losing height. It was apparent that something had fouled and jammed the control cables that ran alongside the inside of the fuselage. It could have been a bicycle or kit bag, but we were never to find out. At 10 a.m, 5015 Works Flight were holding their last pay parade in preparation to leave. They were mostly WAAFs, and standing as they were behind a 2-story workshop, did not see Flying Officer George Elkington's Lancaster PB-463 approaching. Unable to maintain height, Elkington's aircraft struck the workshop and demolished it before hitting the parachute drying hangar and pyrotechnics store underneath. In an instant, the Lancaster exploded, engulfing the WAAFs on parade. Those who were not killed instantly jumped into a concrete duct that carried a small canal nearby to escape the flames. Ken Cook was the other side of the buildings as the explosion rocked the airfield. A witness, Eric Reed, experienced the full horror of the accident. I had just left flying control and saw the whole thing as if in slow motion. The aircraft was shooting up Fulbeck and was very low. It came from my right, heading north, and as the pilot pulled up, the tail hit the MT shed, bringing the aircraft down onto a large group of ground personnel. The clothing store was demolished, along with the private car belonging to squadron leader Bryden. The fire crew was there in seconds, but to no avail. I was asked to give evidence at the court of inquiry. It was all very sad and a long time ago, but some of the shocking images still remain in my memory. Fearing sabotage, all the Lancasters already in flight were ordered to land immediately. But with no evidence of foul play found, 49 Squadron continued their movement later that day. 15 members of 5015 Works Flight died as a result of the accident, some immediately, others from their injuries in the days that followed. A further 4 had been seriously injured. All 6 crew of PB-463 were killed. The mid-upper gunner, Flight Sergeant Logan, was not with the crew that day, and therefore had his closest escape of his war. The body of the pilot, Flying Officer George Elkington, was not found until some time after the accident. It had been catapulted through a roof and into a mattress store. In the immediate aftermath of the tragedy, everyone tried to carry on as before, and the feeling that the war goes on remained undiminished. One crewman concentrated his thoughts on their new home at Syerston. The immediate task was to locate all the amenities on the new base. The initial verdict was grub at the mess very good and ultra clean after fullback. The station dance was wizard, and there was some wizard WAAFs here. By 2300 hours that night, 49 Squadron had well and truly arrived and were settled in. Perhaps his breezy words were the signs of a man trying to put a brave face on things. For some of those who witnessed the events of 22nd April, the trauma would remain with them for a lifetime. Britain's streetlights came on again in April 1945. On the day of Hitler's suicide, 30th April, the clock face of Big Ben was lit for the first time in more than 5 years. Even before the formal ending of the war in Europe on 8th May, VE Day, many bomber squadrons were involved in Operation Exodus, the Allied operation to bring home tens of thousands of liberated prisoners of war. The crews of 49 Squadron were not used to having so much company in their Lancasters. Many of those repatriated were RAF personnel who had last flown in a Lancaster in unhappier times. There were no seats fitted, and the men sat on their kit bags which contained what few items they had. For the crew, dealing with grateful but nervous passengers made a huge change from the draining and emotionally charged night sorties of wartime. The musty smell of the prisoners of war lingered in the aircraft after they had gone, and the task of cleaning up after airsick travellers was unpleasant. The Lancaster was never designed for passengers. Packing men into the cramped fuselage was a challenge, but their charges were immensely grateful for the lift home. In Operation Exodus, the crews knew they had reached the end of their war in Europe. They flew in daylight, unmolested, in skies that until recently proved so deadly. VE Day saw riotous celebrations on many bomber bases. In the Far East, half a world away, the war still had 3 months to run. But in the flat green fields of the bomber counties, it had run its course. At 1661 Heavy Conversion Unit at RAF Winthorpe, Jim Comans joined the men in a station parade at 10 a.m, followed by a short Thanksgiving service. Their 32 Lancasters were parked up, ready to recommence training. And there were still men engaged on their training course. But everything had changed in the few weeks leading up to this day. The Japanese still needed to be subdued, but men like Jim Comans sensed it was time to go home. Chapter 12. Into the Jet Age. 12th June 1958, RAF Tangmere. The large Perspex canopy was pushed fully back on its runners as Ken Cook placed his feet into the D-shaped crew steps in the fuselage of the Meteor NF-14. Climbing up, his hands caught the lip of the open cockpit, pulling himself high enough to swing a leg in. He caught his balance before settling carefully down into the navigator's position. Unlike the mosquitoes he had flown in after the war, he sat behind the pilot rather than next to him. As he got in, he had been careful not to snag the straps of his bright yellow life jacket. A ground crewman handed Ken his helmet. The Bone Dome, a crash helmet, was a recent addition to aircrew's equipment. Compared with canvas or leather headgear, it tended to feel top-heavy. But this was progress, for in the high G-turns of a jet, its aircrew often banged their heads on the canopy sides. Strapped into the narrow cockpit, there wasn't much room to move, a common feature of military aircraft, where a man was considered a piece of operating equipment rather than a passenger. The Meteor did not have an ejector seat. In many ways, the NF-14 was behind the times. Some of the single-seat Meteors had been equipped with this terrifying contraption. If the NF-14 got into trouble, the two crew would have to climb out into an airstream of up to 600 miles per hour, a feat almost impossible and made more hazardous by the high tail behind them. Everything inside the cockpit was painted black. In the sun, both pilot and navigator tended to roast in the tight-fitting cockpit, but it was only 06:45 and cooler this morning. The navigation and radar equipment sat in a rack in front of Ken. Much of it looked similar to the early models developed during the Second World War. By the end of the war, Ken's role had altered as radar technology changed his role from bomb aimer to radar navigator. He spent less time visually observing through the Lancaster's perspex nose, and more time using instruments on the enlarged navigation table behind the pilot. In his post-war RAF career, his knowledge of radar had enabled him to move with ease from bomber to night fighter operations. The NF-14 Meteor was a jet night fighter with an improbably long and rather ugly nose. The neat slope of the early Meteor had been removed, and the stretched replacement carried a radar dish internally. Aircrews had reason to be cautious around the Meteor. Although she flew well, at slower speeds she had a reputation as a killer. The placement of the engines in the middle of the wings produced asymmetric effects, particularly if one engine wound up at a different speed from the other. An engine failure turned a speeding thoroughbred into a stubborn mule, and it required skill, as well as strength, to prevent the aircraft from stalling. These failings meant that the RAF paid a heavy price in crew casualties. Of 3,545 Meteors built in Britain, 890 were lost in accidents, killing 436 crew. It is notable that both senior RAF officers and society in general seemed so desensitized by high wartime casualties that they tolerated peacetime losses that can only be described as horrendous. Nonetheless, the Meteor was considered an outstanding success and became the RAF's most prolific fighter of the post-war years. An aeroplane born in the heat of the Second World War proved adaptable and flexible enough to hold its own in the new strategic context of the Cold War. 153 Squadron was preparing for a transit flight for their month's detachment to Cyprus. They had made the short hop from their home base, RAF Waterbeach in Cambridgeshire, to RAF Tangmere in Sussex the day before. That day they would make the exciting journey to Akrotiri, with refuelling stops at Orange Caritat in the south of France and Rome. The exercise wasn't long enough to make it worthwhile for wives and families to accompany the cruise to Cyprus, so for Ken and his colleagues, this would be a month spent in their own company, flying in the perfect blue skies above Nicosia and Akrotiri. It would also be the swan song for 153 Squadron's Meteors, as they prepared to convert to the more powerful Gloucester Javelins. As the whine of the jet engines grew louder, Ken looked across the flight line at the other Meteors running up. Most of the young aircrew were single men. Ken, as their commanding officer, was an old man of 35. Many of them had been in junior school when Ken was flying sorties in the winter skies of 1943-4. The brakes came off and the Meteors began to move to form a queue at the base of the runway. Unlike the propeller-driven aircraft of Ken's early years of flying, which gently vibrated every part of the aeroplane, taxiing in a Meteor was a serene experience. At takeoff, the difference was even more marked. As the tone of the two Rolls-Royce Derwent 9 engines rose to a crescendo, Ken felt a surge of energy pushing his back into the seat. Even with the large underbelly fuel tank and wing drop tanks full to capacity, the Meteor showed itself keen to fly. The jet was airborne almost as soon as the nose wheel left the ground, climbing steadily and seemingly effortlessly as the summer sunlight glinted on the faces of the instruments. Unlike in the Lancaster, there were no anxious moments when one wondered if the aeroplane would succeed in leaving the runway. RAF Waterbeach was Ken's last RAF posting in which he would fly regularly. Wing Commander Cook was flight commander of 153 Squadron, an unusual state of affairs, since commanders of flying units were normally pilots rather than navigators. In the 13 years since the end of the war, Ken had followed a steady career path in the RAF. He had returned to 97 and 83 Squadrons at RAF Coningsby in October 1945, when the war was over, and the diminishing bomber squadrons were marking time after the Japanese surrender. Lancasters had given way to Avro Lincolns, an improved version with more powerful engines. Ken became No. 1 Group Radar Navigation Officer. He joined the famous 617 Squadron at RAF Binbrook, yet another Lincolnshire station, in June 1947, and crossed the Atlantic with them to make a victory tour of the USA and Canada. There was little suggestion at this stage that bomber crews were anything other than war heroes, worthy of admiration. Ken continued with his training roles in radar navigation and served on the Vickers Wellington until April 1949. He accepted a permanent peacetime commission and, after further navigational training, made the change to fighters, joining 23 Squadron at RAF Coltishall in Norfolk. The de Havilland Mosquito was different from anything Ken had flown in before. He had grown accustomed to the radar navigator's desk, which, as equipment improved, had been pushed further down the fuselage into the dark recesses behind the wireless operator. Now he was sitting in the bright daylight of the Mosquito cockpit, with a clear view all round. It was a novel and giddying experience. The power of the aircraft felt very close at hand, in a way that the heavy bombers could not match. The propellers seemed to flick by inches from the cockpit, but the crew rarely felt uncomfortable. They were thrilled by the power of an aircraft made from balsa and plywood that was keeping company with the new jets. The aircraft of the Second World War were now in their twilight years, and would soon be superseded by a stream of new designs. By 1951, the Avro Lancaster's immediate replacement, the Avro Lincoln, already looked old-fashioned, as the English electric Canberra, a jet-powered medium bomber, entered service. The high-altitude Vickers Valiant, the RAF's first V-bomber, powered by 4 Rolls-Royce Avon turbojets mounted in the wing, flew for the first time that year and entered service in 1955. Although Ken's career had progressed steadily in the post-war RAF, his home life was shaken by tragedy. Muriel gave birth to their second son, David, in Doncaster, but succumbed to influenza a few days later, on 10th March 1947. Ken's family in Gloucestershire played a big part in ensuring the young boys, Brian and David, were looked after in the sad months that followed their mother's death. Ken would not remain a widower for long. Perhaps his instinct for survival, honed in the course of a dangerous flying career, told him he could not live without the comfort of loving companionship. In April 1948, he married 19-year-old Sonia Middleton, who worked at the hotel her uncle owned in Grimsby. She took on the boys as her own, a brave choice given her age. Subsequently, Ken and Sonia would have 3 more children, Julia, Marilyn, and Jonathan. The 2 older boys had been so young at the time of their mother's death that they did not realise Sonia was not their birth mother for many years afterwards. Other former crew members stayed on in the post-war RAF. Don Bowes had finished his war as a navigation officer at 207 Squadron at RAF Spilsby in Lincolnshire. He met Margaret Sanders at a dance at the Cooperative Hall in Castleford, their hometown, in 1946. She described him as a suave young man in an RAF uniform who asked her to dance. It appears that Don, who had little difficulty in acquiring girlfriends in wartime, was immediately besotted. He served another 4 years in the RAF before leaving the service in February 1950. He was assessed as Class A for the RAF Reserve, which meant he could be called back at any time as a navigator. During this period, the Admiralty, War Office, and Air Ministry all maintained an emergency reserve of men in the event of a crisis. Most of those who left the forces were listed in the reserves as the Cold War threatened a further conflict. Alongside those Second World War veterans who remained in the services throughout the 1940s and 1950s, national service, an extension of wartime conscription, was introduced in 1948, requiring all men reaching 18 years of age to serve 2 years in the armed forces. Don and Margaret married in January 1951 and settled in Townville, an area of Castleford. After a spell selling vacuum cleaners, Don followed Margaret into teacher training and became a mathematics teacher. Jim Comans made the long sea journey home to Sydney to resume his legal career in 1946. Unlike the other members of the crew, he had established himself in a profession before the war. Others took their chance on Civvy Street in a D-mob suit to find employment where they could. Thousands of young men had joined the forces before their training or apprenticeships were over, and, unsurprisingly, many thousand chose to stay on in the armed forces. For the married men of the crew, seeking to settle down and establish a family was a priority. Roy Wolford had married Phyllis Brewer in the spring of 1944 and was looking forward to their future together. Posted to 17 OTU RAF Turweston in Buckinghamshire in July 1944, Roy had spent the rest of his time in the RAF in a training role with the radio operators. At the end of the war, he flew in decommissioned Vickers Wellingtons up the A1 on their final journey to be scrapped in Blythe. From there, the aluminium was taken to Sheffield to be smelted down to feed the demand for pots and pans and sheet metal for prefabricated houses. As the aircraft he had spent many hours in were put out to pasture, so it was time for Roy too to leave the RAF. Memories of the long hours sitting in the darkness of the Lancaster fuselage never left him, but nor, it would seem, did memories of the songs that the crew sang to relieve tension on the return legs of operations. In the decades afterwards, Roy's interest in music led him to join an amateur operatic society and perform in shows such as The King and I and Oklahoma. He was also a fan of Bing Crosby and teamed up with a friend, Dick Bradbury, as a singing duo. Roy maintained an interest in aviation and on 6 September 1952 took his 7-year-old son Russell to the Farnborough Air Show. They arrived late to find that the de Havilland DH-110 had disintegrated in flight minutes earlier, killing test pilot John Derry and test observer Anthony Richards. The 2 Rolls-Royce Avon engines ripped from within the aircraft wing plunged from the sky into the crowd, killing 29 and injuring 60. Remarkably, once the ambulances had left the site and wreckage had been removed from the runway, the air show continued, with test pilot Neville Duke flying his Hawker Hunter through the sound barrier. The ingrained stoicism of the wartime generation had revealed itself once again. No matter what happened, the show must go on. Although on this occasion it seems, in retrospect, extraordinarily insensitive to the memory of those who had been killed, not to have abandoned the airshow with immediate effect. Radio operator Roy Wolford also talked only briefly to his family of his time in Bomber Command. Of all the crew, he appears to have suffered the most in terms of early trauma, although this was not apparent in later life. He was very proud of the Distinguished Flying Cross and kept letters and photographs with it. In his later years, he became involved in the 97 Squadron Association and met Ken Cook again at a reunion, but the crew never reunited as a group. The experience of being part of a bomber crew left an indelible mark on all those involved. Some spoke freely of their experiences, but others chose to say nothing, even to their families. Some were embarrassed at the dashing portrayals of airmen in films produced by Pinewood Studios, remembering a far tougher and coarser life of hard drinking and bad language. Others just wanted to get on with their lives and saw little value in exploring the past. The crew's navigator, Don Bowes, said very little to his wife and family about his wartime experiences. He passed away in February 1989, and only in recent years have his daughter Hilary and her husband Michael embarked on the task of piecing together his history. His logbook was missing, but he had a large collection of photographs, many of which were informal pictures of his time in training. Don had also collected a significant number of post-raid target photographs that had been used to assess damage done and to gauge the accuracy of the bombing. He was a man who liked to look to the future and did not spend much time reminiscing. Hilary remembers there was always music on in the house and that her father was always busy with some project or other. George Widdis returned to Canada and Jim Comans to Australia, but the presence of so many men from the Commonwealth in the armed forces led many in Britain to consider emigrating after the end of the war. Rear gunner Jock Bolland married Margaret Fraser in 1952, and they had 4 children, each of them born at 2-year intervals thereafter. In 1963, he and his family emigrated to Australia on the Assisted Package Migration Scheme. Setting sail on the SS Oriana to Sydney, the family eventually settled in Queensland to start a new life. By the 1980s, Ken Cook's son David was also living in Australia. During one visit, Ken and Sonia met up with Jim and Joyce Comans in Sydney for a meal. By this time, Jim had built a reputation for representing sporting interests in New South Wales, particularly in the field of horse racing and rugby league. He was a committee member of the Australian Jockey Club and served as chairman of the New South Wales Rugby League judiciary from 1980 to 1986. His efforts to rid rugby league of violence led to his reputation as a hanging judge, as the judiciary handed out career-ending suspensions. Premiership player Bob Cooper, for one, was banned for 15 months after a brawl, and Comans was uncompromising, telling him during the hearing, "Acts such as these must be obliterated from the game, and I'll begin by obliterating you." Perhaps Jim's experience as a 15-year-old playing against the heavy-handed adult teams of the 1930s Premier League hung heavy in his memory. Inevitably, he made enemies, not least for his part in rewriting the laws of the game, outlawing some of the more extreme tackles. He was forced out of office in 1986, but the effects of his disciplinarian approach still attract polarised opinions. Roy Masters' book, Bad Boys, published in 2006, includes a review of the case and an interview with Cooper as he watches video footage of the 1982 fight that ended his career. There was no doubt about Cooper's culpability in the incident, but the book portrays the dryness of Comans' character with Australian forthrightness. Masters writes of a parchment-faced Comans, a man with the pulse rate of a fish, and describes the audio recording of the hearing as revealing Comans to be ponderous, his mind moving at the speed of cold honey. Yet when he delivered his verdict, it was so clinical and concise. It appeared as if it had been written in advance. On Ken Cook's next visit to Australia, he tried to meet Comans once more, but found his approach rebuffed. They were never to meet again. Comans' reluctance to meet may have had something to do with anxieties arising from his controversial public profile, but another shadow seems to have emerged. Although there is no written evidence for it, rumours circulating within the Air Force community in Australia and Britain suggested that Comans had exaggerated his wartime service. An historical tribute written for Darlinghurst School after Jim's passing in 1992 states that Comans undertook over 100 separate bombing missions over Germany and occupied France. If this statistic is correct, it would place him in the league of the select few, like Group Captain Leonard Cheshire, who flew 103 missions and was awarded the Victoria Cross. However, such rumours should not rob Jim Comans of the very considerable credit he is due for his 46 operational sorties. As Darlinghurst historian Scott Coleman writes, he is remembered as a tough, fair, brave, and good bloke. Following his departure from the Royal Air Force in 1967, Ken Cook worked with a London firm of solicitors before becoming a management consultant with an American business consultancy firm, WOFAC, who specialised in time and motion studies. He later joined British Road Services as their Midlands manager. His career took him to Iran to look after BRS interests there, and he was subsequently promoted to be a director as one of the team that brought the BRS group into the private sector. In retirement, Ken was able to reacquaint himself with many former comrades within the 97 Squadron, Straits Settlement Association. The young men who had once roamed the dark skies of Germany to help free Europe from Nazism's grip were now grandfathers with whitening hair and increasingly unsteady of gait. The medals that adorned their dress blazers bore witness to their wartime service, yet they were painfully aware of those who had been robbed of the opportunity to grow old with them. Gradually, as the years passed, their numbers thinned. More and more, these yearly reunions were attended by sons and daughters, as the association members themselves became too frail to travel. They remain all too aware of the controversy that still swirls around the bombing campaign, which threatens to consign the sacrifices of an entire generation of airmen to a footnote in history. But these proud children of fathers who risked their lives in the flak-torn skies of mid-1940s Europe will not allow the heroism of the crews of Bomber Command to go unrecognised. Epilogue. The writing of history. No account of a Lancaster crew can avoid mention of the wartime strategy that placed the airmen in the skies over the Reich. Many hundreds of books have been written that examine their experiences and also pore over every element of Allied and German strategy in the Second World War. Further reading beyond the crew is to be strongly encouraged, but the author feels he owes it to veterans like Ken Cook to explore further, albeit briefly, the policy decisions that led to the bombing raids. Undoubtedly, mistakes were made in selecting individual targets, and arguments abound as to which German towns and cities were strategic in their importance. It would be unbalanced to suggest every action of Bomber Command was thoroughly prepared, or that the efficacy of every raid was correctly assessed. Equally, it is not possible to dismiss the bombing of civilian targets as wholly inappropriate. Although such actions seem abhorrent to the modern mind, the destruction of German cities can be directly linked to the need to defeat the Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe in the field and in the skies. The argument that the bombing campaign speeded the end of the war and alleviated the suffering of millions cannot be disregarded, however horrifying the outcome of specific raids. It is difficult fully to comprehend the complexity and evil of a war that killed 70 to 85 million people, approximately 3% of the world's population. Numerous politicians and military decision-makers played key roles in the turmoil and cruelty of the war years. But in our desire to simplify our understanding of events, we tend to concentrate on key personalities like Hitler, Churchill, Stalin, and Roosevelt. In the drama of the bombing campaign, Air Chief Marshal Bomber Harris is traditionally allotted the central role, a role which, for some, was a morally dubious one. However, he was not alone in directing policy. Many who championed Harris's views moved silently into the shadows after the war, distancing themselves from the mounting controversy. This generation of Second World War military leaders has passed away, leaving us with some written memoirs and a small group of old men who, in their youth, carried out the orders of their superiors. The opinions of the veterans, often far simpler than those who have sought to explain the conflict, carry a forthright honesty. In interviews for this book, Ken Cook was asked what he thought about the bombing of German cities at the time. He replied, "They started it. When we saw what the Germans had done to London and Coventry, we thought they deserved everything they got." On 1st December 1943, Richard Stokes, Labour MP for Ipswich, pressed Sir Archibald Sinclair, Secretary of State for Air, on whether the RAF was engaged in indiscriminate bombing. Harris's saturation bombing of Berlin was now in full flow, and the newspapers carried frequent reports of nighttime raids on the German capital. Although Bomber Command had clearly widened its scope of operations after the Area Bombing Directive of February 1942, MPs were unclear about what this meant in practice. Stokes asked, "Am I to understand that the policy has changed, and that now the objectives of Bomber Command are not specific military targets, but large areas? And would it be true to say that probably the minimum area of a target now is 16 square miles?" It was a provocative question that cut to the heart of bombing strategy. Were attacks on German cities intended to weaken Germany militarily, or was this a deliberate targeting of the civilian population to spread fear? Sinclair, a former army officer of the First War, who had been under Churchill's command, and a Liberal in the all-party coalition government of 1940, would not rise to the bait. Berlin is the centre of 12 strategic railways. It is the second largest inland port in Europe. It is connected with the whole canal system of Germany, and in that city are the AEG, Siemens, Daimler, Benz, Focke-Wulf, Heinkel, and Dornier establishments. And if I were allowed to choose only one target in Germany, the target I should choose would be Berlin. Stokes, sensing Sinclair was being defensive, pressed him further. "Does not my right honourable friend admit by his answer that the government are now resorting to indiscriminate bombing, including residential areas?" There was a stirring on the seats in the Commons and some muttering. To some it seemed impertinent that anyone would question the strategy of Bomber Command, when the House itself was sitting in temporary accommodation amid streets ruined by the assaults of Germany's own air force. Sinclair stood to reply, "The honourable gentleman is incorrigible. I have mentioned a series of vitally important military objectives." Other members of Parliament came to Sinclair's defence, asking questions that were supportive of his position. Many considered Stokes's questions to be those of a nuisance backbencher, but he had voiced the concerns of an increasing number of politicians. In the early years of the war, the House had opposed the bombing of civilians, condemning Germany for the brutality of its assaults on Britain's cities during the Blitz. But when the RAF, and later the US AAF, began to deploy a similar strategy, it did not debate the matter. Stokes's intervention also echoed concerns raised earlier in the war about the accuracy of RAF bombing. His mentioning of the figure of 16 square miles suggested the target designated was so broad that bombers were bombing without proper target acquisition. But this was to ignore the assiduous efforts of the pathfinders to improve the marking of targets and thereby to enhance the accuracy of the bombs delivered. The unfortunate truth was that a bomb falling 4 miles off target from 20,000 feet was a common occurrence, and once fires started outside the target area, it was all too easy for bomber crews to mistake them for the original target, a phenomenon known as creepback, thereby further compromising the accuracy of the raid. In his questioning, the honourable member for Ipswich failed to discriminate between bomber accuracy and target designation. Had he chosen to question Operation Gomorrah, the multiple attacks on Hamburg of July 1943, which, as the name implied, were an attempt to completely destroy a city, he would have made his point better. Parliament had raised the subject of bombing strategy during an earlier conflict, the Spanish Civil War of 1936 to 1939. The bombing of the Basque town of Guernica on 26 April 1937 caused a flurry of questions in Parliament, but the British government was slow to respond to the indignation of members. In the confusion of war, the government wanted to establish the facts accurately, not least to confirm the reports that German aircraft and pilots had carried out the attack. Some of the delay was doubtless born of a desire to avoid confrontation with Germany. It was not until June 1938 that the House debated Franco's bombing of open cities, those designated for non-combatants in the Spanish Civil War. On this occasion, condemnation of the bombing of civilians had been unequivocal. However, the experience of the Blitz, the Luftwaffe's bombing campaign against Britain's cities from September 1940 to May 1941, changed public opinion, pressuring politicians to respond in kind. Willie Gallagher, the Communist member for West Fife, raised concerns over the tone of a Daily Mail column of 20th March 1941. He complained that suggestions that a Bomb Berlin fund be set up was inappropriate and sought confirmation that the Air Ministry did not have one. However, with the demand for retribution against Germany mounting, there were few who felt the newspaper's approach was extreme. On 9 February 1944, 2 months after Stokes's question in the Commons, and a year before the bombing of Dresden, George Bell, Bishop of Chichester, raised the issue of area bombing in the House of Lords. Bell had consistently opposed the bombing of civilians. He had made his views known as early as November 1939, supporting the Committee for the Abolition of Night Bombing set up by Corder Catchpool, a Quaker pacifist who had been imprisoned as a conscientious objector during the First World War. This group changed its name to the Bombing Restriction Committee in 1942. In 1944, the writer and feminist Vera Brittain, one of the committee's founder members, published Seed of Chaos, an impassioned plea to cease saturation bombing of civilian targets. We must decide whether we want the government to continue to carry out through Bomber Command a policy of murder and massacre in our name. Has any nation the right to make its young men the instruments of such a policy? Despite these impassioned pleas, the voices of dissent were very much in the minority. A war-weary Britain believed that the obliteration of Germany was a necessity. George Bell's speech in 1944 was more nuanced than Stokes's parliamentary question of 1943. He explored the subject in greater detail, but was still uncompromising in his conclusions. He began, "I would humbly claim to be one of the most convinced and consistent anti-Nazis in Great Britain. But I desire to challenge the government on the policy which directs the bombing of enemy towns on the present scale, especially with reference to civilians, non-combatants, and non-military and non-industrial objectives. He made it clear that his intention was not to condemn aircrews. No criticism is intended of the pilots, the gunners, and the aircrews who, in circumstances of tremendous danger, with supreme courage and skill, carry out the simple duty of obeying their superiors' orders. Bell went on to describe, as he saw it, the slide towards indiscriminate bombing, and to emphasise the previously accepted legal position. It is still true, nevertheless, that there are recognised limits to what is permissible. The Hague Regulations of 1907 are explicit. The right of belligerents to adopt means of injuring the enemy is not unlimited. In contrast to the cut and thrust of the Commons, the response of their lordships was polite and respectful. But the dominant opinion voiced was that if the area bombing strategy was the surest and swiftest way to defeat Hitler, then it was right to pursue it. The majority of parliamentarians felt that since they were engaged in all-out war, Bomber Command's actions were justified. In the light of the Axis's destruction of dozens of towns and cities from the Baltic to the Mediterranean, Bell's argument against area bombing was unlikely to make much headway. Quite apart from their appalling treatment of Jews and other minority groups, the Nazis' bombing of British cities had spawned a widespread and vengeful feeling that the Germans deserved a retribution of biblical proportions. It was no accident that Harris, in 1942, had quoted a phrase from chapter 8 of the Old Testament book of Hosea in justifying the onslaught he was about to unleash. The Nazis entered this war under the rather childish delusion that they were going to bomb everyone else and nobody was going to bomb them. At Rotterdam, London, Warsaw, and 100 other places, they put their rather naive theory into operation. They sowed the wind, and now they are going to reap the whirlwind. The invocation of Scripture implied that the RAF was doing God's will, a view not at odds with public opinion. Britain required revenge for the dead of London, Liverpool, Manchester, and Coventry. In the heat of a desperate war, the imperative of crushing Germany's civilians as an industrial force outweighed other arguments. Yet there was a need to place these actions in a moral framework. That Hitler had taken on the mantle of a pharaoh in the persecution of the Jews was not lost on churchmen and theologians. George Bell's compassionate approach was fueled by news filtering out of Germany. He was an ardent supporter of the Bekennende Kirche, the Confessing Church, a movement that stood against the pro-Nazi Deutsche Evangelische Kirche, known in English as the Protestant Reich Church. Bell was moved by stories of civilian suffering coming through his ecumenical contacts in Switzerland. In May 1942, he met with pastor and theologian Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a founder member of the Confessing Church. Bonhoeffer had joined the Abwehr, the German military intelligence service, but was a double agent. His post allowed him to travel to Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Switzerland, enabling him to act as a courier for the German resistance movement. Bonhoeffer had crossed the dangerous line from moral disagreement with the state to actively opposing it. It was a decision that was to cost him his life. Bonhoeffer was arrested in 1943 and, following the July plot of 1944, was accused of being associated with those who had conspired to kill Hitler. In the dying days of Nazi rule, he was executed on the morning of 9th April 1945. Admiral Canaris, former head of the Abwehr, and his Deputy General Oster were executed alongside him. On 20th July 1944, Klaus von Stauffenberg and other conspirators attempted to assassinate Adolf Hitler inside his Wolf's Lair field headquarters near Rastenburg, East Prussia, with a briefcase bomb. Despite the interventions of men like George Bell, the role of the civilian in Germany's ability to wage war was not in dispute at the Air Ministry. Many German civilians became unwitting collaborators in their army's success through the industrialization of war production. Supply chains that equipped armies for war had become increasingly sophisticated. Traditionally, invading armies looted their supplies from the territory they took, but this proved insufficient to maintain the larger European armies of the 18th and 19th centuries. The Grande Armée, with which Napoleon invaded Russia in 1812, required a huge supply train for a force of some 480,000 troops. 100 years later, the First World War proved it was possible to use railways, horses, and motor vehicles to maintain millions of men in the field, with supply lines that stretched back to the combatant nation's largest factories as well as their smallest towns and villages. Whether it was ammunition, vegetables, or buttons for jackets, civilian populations were able to provide for their soldiers without leaving home. In the Second World War, the ability to transport vast supplies of food became the deciding factor not only in the performance of armies, but in the survival of the civilian populations who supported them. In an agreement on 1st of January 1945, America pledged to supply the Soviet Union with more than 1 million tons of flour and sugar, along with 520,000 tons of canned meat and 440,000 tons of fat and butter. It was a small percentage of the USSR's needs, but it helped propel the Soviet armies forward against Berlin. From a Soviet perspective, the destruction of Germany's cities as supply and transport hubs was essential to winning the war. It was inconceivable that German cities should remain untouched, while the Soviet army lost hundreds of thousands of men fighting against a comparatively well-fed German army. That civilians would be drawn into the conflict and subjected to the same rigours as combatants was an inevitable corollary of the way the Second World War was fought. Hitler knew that the bombing of cities would lead to retaliation, but believed he could keep the Reich safe through an invincible Luftwaffe. His aerial attacks on Warsaw on 1st September 1939 and Rotterdam on 14th May 1940 were against an enemy that did not have the capacity to strike back. These events proved to the Allies that Hitler had no compunction in targeting civilians. The pre-war prophecies of H.G. Wells and Julio Douay seemed to be fulfilling themselves. The next war would be won by attacking civilian populations. The first Luftwaffe bombs fell on London on 24th August 1940 during the Battle of Britain. Believing Hitler had deliberately targeted Londoners, Churchill ordered an attack on Berlin the next evening. 2 more raids followed, causing limited damage but denting Hitler's pride. Hermann Göring had promised the Führer that Berlin was unreachable by the enemy. In a spiralling fit of rage that overshadowed much of Hitler's decision-making, he ordered Göring to undertake a bombing campaign on London. Throughout the 1940s, the overwhelming opinion in Britain was that as Hitler had started the bombing, Germany deserved what befell it. By war's end, the moral horror of the concentration camps had been laid bare by Edward Ward at Buchenwald on 1st April 1945 and Richard Dimbleby at Belsen on 19th April. Their profoundly shocking radio broadcasts further reinforced the view that Germany's inhumanity provided ample justification for the bombing of their cities. This view remained largely unchallenged during the 1940s, but politicians, recognising the controversial nature of the policies, began to distance themselves from their decisions. Just as Allied strategy had moved seamlessly from declared military targets to citywide bombing, the shift away from it was gradual as the war was won. Chief among the movers was Churchill, who believed Dresden was the tipping point in the usefulness of area bombing as a strategy. In a telegram of 28 March 1945 to General Ismay, chair of the Chiefs of Staff Committee, he wrote, "It seems to me that the moment has come when the question of bombing of German cities simply for the sake of increasing the terror, though under other pretexts, should be reviewed. Otherwise we shall come into control of an utterly ruined land. We shall not, for instance, be able to get housing materials out of Germany for our own needs because some temporary provision would have to be made for the Germans themselves. The destruction of Dresden remains a serious query against the conduct of Allied bombing. I am of the opinion that military objectives must henceforth be more strictly studied in our own interests rather than that of the enemy." Charles Portal, Chief of the Air Staff, was taken aback by the tone of the memo and asked Churchill to amend it, which he duly did, with the concluding lines, "We must see to it that our attacks do not do more harm to ourselves in the long run than they do to the enemy's immediate war effort." Many commentators have seized on Churchill's words as proof of his own doubts about the morality of area bombing. In their study of 2016, Winston Churchill and the Bombing of German Cities 1940 to 1945, Peter Lee and Colin McHattie argue that the memo was the opening shot of a sustained campaign by Churchill to bolster his popularity by distancing himself from the bombing war. However, whatever Churchill decided subsequently, his unaltered memo can be read as a pragmatic intervention. His words suggest he believed the Allies had exhausted city attacks as a useful strategy, rather than that he was querying the morality of the entire bombing campaign. As the new post-war world order emerged, the vanquished Germany, in the form of its Allied-occupied western areas, would need to become a friend and ally of the West. This realignment would lead the Allies to re-examine the suffering of Germany and adopt a more compassionate reading of history. If Cold War spending on nuclear weapons was to be justified, it was the Marxist-Leninist Soviets, still exerting a totalitarian grip on their empire, who had to be stigmatized as the barbarians at the gate. In the spirit of reconciliation that was applied to Germany, many perpetrators of Nazi terror would escape justice in the rush to stabilize a divided nation. Almost as soon as the fighting stopped in Europe, the Western Allies and the Soviets began to square up against each other. The Soviets occupied a significant portion of Central and Eastern Europe, and it was apparent they had no intention of withdrawing. With between 7 and 11 million displaced people scattered throughout Europe, the task of building the peace seemed to far outweigh the need to dispense justice. In facing the Soviet threat, it was argued, old enemies needed to work together. By the time Winston Churchill stood to make a speech at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, on 5th March 1946, the boundaries of a new world order were already set. Churchill saw the threat of war with the Soviet Union, but believed it could be avoided. "I repulse the idea that a new war is inevitable, still more that it is imminent. It is because I am sure that our fortunes are still in our own hands, and that we hold the power to save the future, that I feel the duty to speak out now that I have the occasion and the opportunity to do so. I do not believe that Soviet Russia desires war. What they desire is the fruits of war, and the indefinite expansion of their power and doctrines." The Soviet Union had lost 26.6 million of its citizens by military action, disease, or starvation. The Wehrmacht and SS had slaughtered tens of thousands of Russians as they advanced in 1941, destroying towns and villages with precision. Stalin was in little mood to consider the liberties of the German people, or the countries that had supported her. His primary focus was on receiving reparations, $10 billion tentatively promised at the Allied Leaders' Conference at Yalta in February 1945. By the Potsdam Conference of July 1945, Stalin believed Churchill and Truman were rowing back on their promises, not least in giving him joint control over the Ruhr, Germany's economic powerhouse. The long-serving Soviet Foreign Minister, Andrei Gromyko, recalled Stalin saying, "The USSR is being cheated. The British and Americans were not behaving as real allies. They want to force us to accept their plans on questions affecting Europe and the world. Well, that's not going to happen." After 30 years of nuclear standoff, the Europe of the 1970s was a profoundly different place from that of the 1930s. The West Germans who won football World Cups and produced Volkswagens were undoubted friends of the Allies. They had joined NATO in 1955 and acquiesced to the stationing of hundreds of thousands of troops on their soil. With the growing popularity of foreign travel, millions had the chance to meet ordinary Germans and were left in no doubt whatsoever that they were remarkably similar in their attitudes to Britons and Americans. It seemed that the Nazis had melted almost invisibly into European society, with only a few hardline right-wingers trying to relive their glories in South America. In the dialogue of the 1970s, Germany's willingness to accept responsibility for genocide was coupled with an expectation that the Western Allies would admit their faults also. The most obviously morally dubious aspect of Allied strategy was the bombing campaign against German cities. While America felt no obligation to apologize for its bombing of Japan, citing the maniacal resistance of Japanese people to invasion, Britain began to wring its hands over the suffering of cities like Hamburg and Dresden. In trying to defeat the evil of Nazism, had they allowed themselves to commit crimes of the kind they held Germany accountable for? It was as if the transformation of Germany from a society responsible for committing the most unimaginable acts of terror into a reasonable, free-thinking country had happened so quickly that it had wrong-footed the British. National hero status is often the product of political expediency. Battle of Britain pilots, for example, remained in pole position as the ultimate Second World War heroes of popular perception, while the courageous sailors who had the unenviable task of manning the convoy routes to the ports of northern Russia were considerably less fated. The Atlantic Star was awarded in 1945 to all those who had participated in the Battle of the Atlantic, but the lion's share of public gratitude was lavished on those who had kept Britain supplied on the American routes. It was not until 2012 that the Queen approved the Arctic Star for those who had undertaken the dangerous sailings to Russia. In other words, the veterans who had helped Uncle Joe Stalin had to wait until after the Cold War was over to be recognised. Britain's relationship with the reunified Germany, a partner and friend in the European Union and other international organisations, has made the honouring of bomber crews more difficult. The airmen of Bomber Command have long requested a campaign medal for their efforts, but to date, their pleas remain unanswered. The blackened tower is all that remains of St. Nikolai Church, Hamburg. Completed in 1874, the building was, for 2 years, the tallest building in the world. Designed by English architect George Gilbert Scott in the Gothic Revival style, the 86-metre-long nave was damaged badly on 28 July 1943 and was finally demolished in 1951. The crypt contains a museum that explains Operation Gomorrah. With displays covering Warsaw, Coventry and Rotterdam, the display's creators conclude, "The fuse for the firestorm was lit in Germany." St. Nikolai serves as Hamburg's primary memorial, and speeches made here act as a barometer of German thinking. Henning Foscherau, mayor of Hamburg from 1988 to 1997, asked the question, if the Allies had not had the courage and determination to answer Nazi violence with violence in order to stop the Germans running amok, would liberation, renewal, a democratic future have been possible? By 2003, the mood had changed. Mayor Orl von Boyst choosing to make no mention of the Nazis, as he described Operation Gomorrah as a breach of civilization. Von Boyst's words were spoken just a year after the publication of the historian Jörg Friedrich's book Der Brand, translated into English as The Fire, 2006, a study of the Allied bombing campaign which placed the German dead of Hamburg and Dresden as equal victims of the atrocities of war alongside the victims of Nazism. Graphic in its descriptions and photographs of the effects of the bombing, the book caused a sensation in Germany, treating as it did a subject that had hitherto been considered taboo. Although widely criticised for his use of the term final solution in respect of Allied bombing strategy, Friedrich's reflections, while provocative, constitute a serious contribution to the historiography of the bombing war. Perhaps if any criticism can be levelled at modern interpretations, it is that in the detailed examination of one aspect of war, the wider context is all too easily forgotten. The Second World War was a catalogue of intense horror, in which strategic and moral decisions were made by a relatively small number of people. It should not be regarded as surprising that, in the mayhem, these leaders were not able fully to manage the consequences of their decisions. When proposals to build a Bomber Command memorial in Green Park, London, were approved in 2010, Helmer Orosz, the mayor of Dresden, criticised the plans, saying they would not be part of the culture of reconciliation, and that the emotions of the people of Dresden are running high. It is against our culture of remembrance. By the time the memorial was finished in 2012, the hostility in German quarters had calmed a little, as the inscription, "We remember those of all countries who died in 39 to 45, was approved. Designed by architect Liam O'Connor, the colonnaded structure houses 7 figures in bronze. Dressed in the equipment of a bomber crew, they stand, one of them with his hand shielding his eyes, looking into the sky for a returning aircraft." The opening of the memorial by Her Majesty the Queen on 28 June 2012 was one of the last events attended by significant numbers of former aircrew. Many, now in their late 80s, were happy that their efforts had at last been formally recognised. Ken Cook was there, together with 5,000 former crewmen and their families. Walking sticks, Zimmer frames and wheelchairs were much in evidence, many veterans sheltering from the summer sun under umbrellas. Dark suits laden with medals bore testament to their actions 67 years before. There was a sense of great pride, but also sadness for the 55,573 men who failed to return. It was the swan song of the flyers of RAF Bomber Command, a group of men who had suffered appalling casualties and yet, despite all the hardships they experienced, had completed their missions. They are also representatives of a generation that has proved, even after the most catastrophic of wars, that the bitterest of enemies can become friends. You've been listening to The Crew by David Price, narrated by Peter McGovern. Published by Whole Story Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted David Price 2020.